and every year in memory of it's actually for the yortzeit of Michael's grandfather, David Leib ben Shmuel Zelig, David Budman. And I want to thank our good friends, Rabbi Baum. I want to thank Howard Grunspecht, who enable us to have the webcast each and every year. The three people we're going to dedicate this to, and we've done this in the past. One is a man by the name of Steve Neuwirth. Steve was an incredible human being, an incredible Jew. Lived in New Rochelle and tragically died, very young of pancreatic cancer. Steve is Shalom ben Peretz, and he really was the engine that drove the whole concept of All Daf. Many of you have the app, the All Daf, you have All Mishnah, All Torah, that were spawned from All Daf. He's the one who enabled us to be able to produce the Rabbi Soloveitchik Chumash, the Masoros HaRav Chumash. And to his widow, Natalie, an incredible woman, and to the four boys, we dedicate the learning. As well, the family that has sponsored this over the course of the last 2 decades, Richard and Deborah Parkoff, and they lost a daughter 2 years ago, Samara Papilsky, lived out in Long Island. Many of the families from our shul are quite friendly with her children, who left her husband Michael, brother Adam and his family, and 4 orphans. And we do dedicate this in memory of Samara. And then the final dedication is in memory of Rose Lubin. Rosie Lubin was a fascinating young woman. She grew up in Dunwoody, Georgia. Dunwoody is a suburb of Atlanta. And Rose went to school there, to Dunwoody High. Very popular. I mean, you talk about a combination. She was on the men's wrestling team, and she was a cheerleader. Incredibly popular. Through the JSU and through her family, she started observing Shabbat, so she would walk like 4 or 5 miles to the wrestling meet on Shabbos in high school. And she, growing up, told all of her friends the following: look, we'll remain friends, but it's going to be at a long distance, because my dream is to move to Israel. And she fulfilled that dream. She was a driven young woman. She became a lone soldier. Not like Dovrei Tzahal, the spokesperson's office, or Kishrei Chutz, working with the foreign governments. She was a fighter. She was a great fighter. She was a member of what's called the Mishmar HaGvul, the border police. They're the ones responsible for keeping Yerushalayim safe, the Ir Atikah, Yehuda and Shomron. And on October 7th, on the Black Simchas Torah, she was a hero. She and her boyfriend, the reason I know so much about Rose is Rose and my daughter Atara were roommates. They were great friends, and the two of them roomed together. They lived on the Gaza Strip in Kibbutz Sa'ad. So on October 7th, my daughter was on her base, her Air Force base. She was, being from Chutz La'aretz, it was a time of holiday for Israelis. They're going to take the kid from out of the country. He doesn't have family. He's not going to be with their family for the holidays. So she was on the base. Just to give you a context, on her Air Force base that day, there only were 15% of staff. They were not expecting anything, and they let people go to their families. Rosie head off. So she was with her boyfriend at Kibbutz Sa'ad, spending Simchas Torah there. Kibbutz Sa'ad is maybe 1.5 kilometers from the Gaza border. On the Gaza border, and you've all heard these names, is Kfar Aza, Kibbutz Be'eri, Nachal Oz. Those communities never stood a chance. In the case of those communities, what's called the Kitot Konanut, the security forces couldn't even get to where their guns were locked up and stored. So one of the members of the security forces, the Kitot Konanut from Kfar Aza, calls a member from Saad, says, listen, we're overrun. They're going to come to you next. On Kibbutz Saad, at least they were able to get to their guns. So Rosie and her boyfriend, they were members of the Mishmar HaGvul, and 6 or 7 members of the security forces of Kibbutz Saad were able to get to their guns. It was Shabbat, it was Shabbos, so the gates were locked. They had an 11-hour gun battle. Because keep in mind, the fact that they weren't overrun, those who were coming down from the army, those who were coming down to help, went to it's triage, like in an emergency room. You go to the most serious places. And they went to Be'eri, they went to Kfar Aza. And these 8 people, they literally had an 11-hour gun battle. Rosie is stationed at the gate. She is opening, you think about those large gates into the community. So she is opening and closing the gate in the middle of this gun battle with Hamas. 220 of the 4,300 people that were at the Nova Music Festival were able to make it to Saad, get into the community, and they were saved. I mean, she was a hero. All 5 feet or 5 foot and a half, you know, not very tall, but a woman of great, you know, great strength. Well, 5 weeks later, in the Muslim quarter, she was attacked. Unfortunately, she was attacked by someone representing Hamas. Now, as the story goes, I'm not clear as to whether he had permission, didn't have permission. But one of the other soldiers of the Mishmar HaGvul, he was off getting a drink, coffee, whatever it may be. And he comes back and, you know, she had a flak jacket, but this guy's trying to stab her to death. And he shoots, he misses the terrorist, and the bullet pierces her head. And we don't have the exact numbers, but in this war, somewhere between 25 and 35% of all of our soldiers who have been killed in this war have died of friendly fire. Be it a mortar shell, be it a tank shell, be it a bullet from one of their fellows. And you have to understand, from our perspective, they were all killed by Hamas. Their deaths, Rosie's deaths and the others, are all a function of the attacks of Hamas and PIJ. But that's one of the tragedies of this war. We happen to be friendly with Rosie's parents. And you know, her father, David, who's a man of incredible substance, incredible fortitude. You know, he says, it's a nightmare. And I'm just waiting to wake up from the nightmare and realize that my daughter's alive. But she's not alive. And it's not a nightmare. And it's the brutal reality of our generation. So along with Steve Neuwirth and Samara Popilski, we want to dedicate our learning to the memory of Rose Lubin, an incredible young woman from a wonderful family in Atlanta. We have this year a number of very different, very new components to the learning. We're going to start in about an hour from now, 45 minutes from now, with 3 or 4 kinos that I've looked at the past years we haven't said for maybe 5 years. So we'll say those kinos this year. But by way of introduction, we want to go into an area that the 41st Kina deals with. Most of what we learn and most of what we mourn this day is each and every one of us is in Shiva. Each and every one of us is re-experiencing the tragedies, re-experiencing the atrocities, like we do at the Seder. When we transition from the analysis of Arame Ovid Avi, which is an analysis of what happened to our progenitors, we say, B'chol dor v'dor chayav adam, our text is liros atzmo, psychologically to see ourselves. The Rambam says laharos, we actually demonstrate it. As if, ki'ilu hu yatsa ata mi Mitzrayim, it's as if we were leaving Egypt. We relive the Exodus. We re-experience our liberation and emancipation. That's what we're doing right now. On Tisha B'Av, we're reliving the tragedies. We're reliving the deaths, we're re-experiencing the state of aninus, which is that horrific stage between the death and the funeral, and of course the Shiva. So even if a person has all their parents and all their loved ones, we are now in Shiva. In our mourning that takes place today, we don't just mourn the tragedies, the horrific atrocities that befell our people. We also mourn the attack, and there's a huge Chil Hashem component. There's a huge desecration of God's name in this. The attack against Judaism. Something that all of us are experiencing. It was happening out of some of the darkest places in Sunni Islam. It was happening out of some of the darkest places in Shia Islam. But that has now morphed into Western Europe. It has morphed into the United States, Canada, and Australia, where not only are there attacks against Jews, but there is an attack against Judaism. This system that God gave us of perfected ethical monotheism, of a perfected moral lifestyle, a perfected ethical lifestyle, is now being attacked. And that is not something new in Jewish history. We're going to give 3 examples. The attack against Judaism in Barcelona in the 1260s, the vicious attack by Nicholas Donin against the Torah Shebaal Peh, the heart and soul of our theology in the 1240s in Paris, and the attack against the Torah Shebaal Peh that took place in Renaissance Italy in the 1550s. So let's start with Barcelona. When you have a situation where for 100, and I would say that's wrong, for probably 170 years, there are 9 different crusades. What does Christianity, what does the papacy have to show after 9 crusades? Only one success. It was not a success in Israel because it was an abysmal failure. Whatever was conquered was lost. There are a few remaining fortresses. Many of you have been in Akko, the city of Akko, which is a mixed Jewish-Arab city today in Israel, and you've seen this incredible Crusader fortress. So there were Jews, actually there were Christians, and the yeshiva Rabbi of Paris existed in that Crusader fortress. There's a Crusader fortress in the Jordan Valley, but all of the Holy Land is under Islamic control. So what does Christianity have to show? One success. In Spanish, it's known as reconquistado. In English, the Christian reconquest of Spain. Because initially, when the Moorish Muslims cross the Iberian Peninsula, they come from what we call today Morocco, they come from what we call today Algeria, they conquer Andalusia. Then from Andalusia, which is southern Spain, they move north into the areas of Seville, called Madrid, Castile, that part of Spain. They go further north from Castile. And Islam controls all of Spain with the exception of Catalonia. Catalonia, as you know, is northeastern Spain. Today's Barcelona, Girona, Tortosa, that always remained Christian. In 1248 is a watershed year where Christianity and the Christian forces conquer back Castile. They don't conquer Andalusia, which is southern Spain, but they conquer most of Spain. That's their one success. That 1248 for us as Jews, you and I would call that the watershed moment. That is the beginning of the end of Christian Spain, of the Jewish Sephardic experience. We all know the funeral is 1492. But it starts in 1248. And one of the things that happens post-1248, keep in mind, in Christian Europe, no matter who you are as a political leader, you're under the control of the church. The money that you collect for taxes, chances are 30% of that is going to support the Vatican, to support the Dominican friars, the Franciscan friars, the monks that represent Christianity in whatever country you live in. The Dominican monks were rabidly anti-Semitic, rabidly anti-Islamic, and rabidly anti-Semitic. And they were very passionate. Now, King James of Aragon, he's the ruler of Catalonia, of northeastern Spain, who is a huge admirer of the Ramban, Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, the leader of Sephardic Jewry, the greatest scholar. Professionally, he's a doctor. He's incredibly respected. The Christian aristocracy uses him as a physician. The king went to him with medical issues for him and for the king and his family. But as a leader, by far, he is the most overwhelming, significant figure at that time of Spanish Jewry. He himself was a student of the famous yeshivas in France. He studied there under the Bali Tosafos. He's a master of that dialectical method that the Tosafos use. And he brings it to Spain. He is the great revolutionary who brings that whole methodology to Spain. He himself is an incredible Makadesh, a God-given mind that he used for the benefit of the Jewish people. He's a master of what you and I would refer to as Kabbalah, of esoteric knowledge. Unlike what happens later in history, he says, listen, what I'm putting here in my commentary to the Chumash, if this is something you understand, fine. If not, it's a waste of your time. Don't bother, it's for those unique individuals who are studying it. And the majority of his commentary in the Chumash is either the Pshat, understanding the text of the Chumash, or the philosophy behind the Chumash. Rabbi Soloveitchik used to say, if you wanted to teach someone Jewish philosophy, study the Chumash with the Ramban's commentary. He produces the next generation of leadership of Spanish Jewry, the Rashba, right, Rabbi Shlomo ben Aderet, the Ra'ah, Rabbi Aaron Alevi of Barcelona. He's the great defender. He'll defend the Rambam against it, not because he always agreed with the Rambam, but he'll defend the Rambam. He'll defend the Rif against the attacks from the Baal HaMor. And he is the one that the Dominican friars want as a disputant, in which they're going to show, now this sounds ludicrous to us, they're going to show the truth and the veracity that the carpenter of Nazareth, that Jesus of Nazareth, is the true Messiah. Where did they come up with this plan? From an apostate Jew. We say in Yiddish, a Geschmade Yid, by the name of, we don't know what his Hebrew name was. They called him Friar Paul, Pablo Cristiani. That was his adopted Christian name. So Friar Paul or Pablo Cristiani. Now keep in mind, the Torah Shebaal Peh is a closed book. Christianity has access to the Bible, the Tanakh, primarily through what's known as the Vulgate. It's a translation from the Greek Septuagint into Latin. The Greek Septuagint was a translation from the Tanakh, from the Hebrew Bible. But the Talmud, the Medrash, the Torah Shebaal Peh, is an entirely closed book. The problem that the Christians have is that the Jews don't take them seriously for one reason. You don't understand the Bible. Explain this word. I'll give you an example, a word that we had that we're going to have in this week's Parsha. Totafot. What are totafos? What is that? And they look at them. They can't. Is it something which is oval and chartreuse? What is it? It's black, it's square, and it has 4 components, what we call the Tefillin Shel Rosh. Without a Torah Shebaal Peh, you can't know that. What does this word mean? Pre-Eitz Hadar. Is this a grapefruit? Is it an orange? Is it a lemon? How do you know it's a citron? The word malacha that you translate is work. Without the Torah Shebaal Peh, you don't have a leg to stand upon. You don't have a leg to stand upon. So now to come at the Jews with the Torah Shebaal Peh, I'll give you an example that relates to the Christian's understanding of the work of Isaiah, Yeshaya HaNavi. It describes the change in leadership from a very poor, a very negative king in Achaz, whose leadership was not a great leadership, to a child he's going to give birth to that will emerge to be one of the greatest Jewish leaders we ever had, Chizkiyahu, Hezekiah. And it describes Chizkiyahu was born from an Alma, Ayin Lamed Memhe. Translate for me the word Alma. It means a young woman. Miriam, when she looks after her baby brother Moses, is described as an Alma. Miriam was probably 13 years old. She was a young adolescent at that time. When the Bible, the Tanakh, got translated into the Septuagint, that word in Isaiah, in Yeshaya, Alma, in Greek has 2 meanings. Young woman. Young woman, the Greek word also means a virgin. When the Septuagint gets translated into Latin, into the Vulgate, it gets translated as a virgin. It never ever describes a virgin birth in Isaiah. But what happened was the Dominican friars said, this is the source for the virgin birth, and this is the proof that the carpenter of Nazareth is the Messiah. So the Jews would show them and say, it's a mistranslation. Nowhere, no how, in no context is the word Alma ever translated as a virgin, number 1. Number 2 is it's referring to Hezekiah, who lived during the Bayis Rishon. We're talking 700-800 years before the birth of the carpenter of Nazareth. That's number 1. That's number 2. Number 3 is Hezekiah died. We have it recording, his death. Number 4 is Chizkiyahu. No one ever called him the Messiah. Mashiach, in the sense that every Jewish king who was anointed or inaugurated by Shemen HaMishcha, the word Messiah or Mashiach comes from the anointing oil. Yeah, but that was true of every king, of inappropriate kings, of appropriate kings. So the Torah Shebaal Peh was always a closed book. What do? Now we have someone who's going to show from the Torah Shebaal Peh that the carpenter of Nazareth is the true Messiah. Now again, you and I, this sounds absurd, because just the opposite comes out of the Medrash. Just the opposite comes out of the Gemara. But why was it not absurd to them? Because it was a closed book, and they believed Pablo Christianity. So they forced the Jewish community of Barcelona to sit and go through these debates. They forced them. The Ramban wiped the floor with it. I mean, in the middle of the 3rd disputation, the 3rd round, the Dominican friars shut it down and stopped it. If you'd like to read the Ramban's notes of these disputations, you can get it in the Svarim stores. In Hebrew, Musadar of Cook, it's called Kol Kisvei HaRamban, the various writings of the Ramban. In English, it's called the writings of the Ramban. It was actually translated with footnotes by Rabbi Shavel. Rabbi Shavel's granddaughter is a member of our shul here at Keter Torah. Rabbi Chevelle was a fascinating man. He was the rabbi at the time in Far Rockaway. Far Rockaway was packed. It was very popular from Memorial Day through Labor Day. If Rosh Hashanah was early that year, maybe even through the holidays. The rest of the year, he could be a scholar, and he was an incredible scholar. The other reason he's famous, how many of you have been to remember Grossinger's Alav HaShalom? He was the Grossinger's Rebbe. He was the one who gave the Hashgacha on Grossinger's. So he does a beautiful analysis. In English, it was Shiloh Publications, which no longer exists. In Hebrew, it was Musada Rav Kook. Critical edition of the Ramban's great student, Rabbeinu Bachya, who Rabbi Baum for 2 years did his Parsha Shir on. Rabbeinu Bechaya is referred to. But he didn't just do the Ramban and the Chumash, he did the various writings. So you can get a translation from Rabbi Chevelle of the Ramban's recorded version of this disputation. This took place in the spring, late spring, early summer, and the Ramban that Shavuos to the community in Barcelona, he reviewed the disputation. He goes through the disputation with them. And he shows, the various points. I'll give one simple example. Pablo Cristiani brought up the fact that it says the Mashiach was born on Tisha B'Av. This is a proof that Jesus of Nazareth is the Messiah. It proves that the Messiah has already come to this world because you, the Jews, say the Messiah has not come yet. So the Ramban goes to town. He says, number one, when do you record his birth? You record it as the 25th of December. That's not Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av's either late July or early August. Number two, okay, when was the destruction? When was Tisha B'Av? When was the destruction of the temple? The year 70 at the hands of Titus. That's not when you claim that he was born. In fact, you claim that he had died 40 years beforehand. So how can you use this as a proof to the veracity? And then he says, what did the rabbis mean in this medrash? And all of you know that when you deal with a medrash, it's an idea. It's taking a concept, and it's taking an abstract, ethereal concept and concretizing it into a tangible mashal, into a tangible, concrete story. So what was being done there? Through the catharsis, meaning through the being broken and having to look at ourselves in the mirror, having to address what brought about our destruction, that tshuva, that reflection, that introspection, that catharsis is ultimately what brings about the Mashiach. In other words, Tisha B'Av is not just, quote unquote, a consequence or a punishment, but Tisha B'Av forces the Jewish people to reflect, to introspect, and through that tshuva, ultimately to transform and perfect ourselves. That's how the Ramban explains it. That's just one simple example. So what does he do? He had said to King James of Aragon, I don't want this. I don't want any part of this. The king said, I have no choice. There's an authority higher than me here, and that's the church, and they're insisting upon it. So the Ramban said to King James of Aragon, he made one condition. You have to give me the right of free speech. No handcuffs. You have to give me the right of free speech. What happened? The Dominican friars will never make that mistake again. Because the Ramban didn't just defend Judaism, he went on the attack, on the offensive. And as you and I know, we know this from basketball, football, the best defense is a good offense. And that's what he did. And they'll never allow that again. So for instance, these forced disputations in Tortosa in 1412 and 1413, it was a disaster. because they didn't have free speech, and because they were limited in how they could defend Judaism. But when the Ramban reviews this with the community in Barcelona, they viewed that, the Dominican friars, as an affront, as an attack. And he's banned from Spain. He's now expelled from Spain. The Ramban travels, and he's not a young man. I would assume he was in his late 60s, early 70s. He travels from Barcelona, which today is a very short trip on El Al. In those days, you know, you're talking about traversing the Mediterranean. It's not a simple trip. He comes to Israel. Before he leaves, the king gives him a huge amount of money. He refuses to take it. He says, I'm not giving it for you. Your people are going to need this in the future. And Ramban gives it to the community. King James of Aragon says, never has a person argued so valiantly, so articulately, so eruditely for a wrong cause. That's what the king says about the Ramban. He goes to Israel as an exile. And Israel, he describes when he gets to Jerusalem, the most holy of all places is the most charev, is the most destroyed and in ruins. He goes to Shechem, which is housing the Sifrei Torah of the community of Jerusalem. There's no Jews in Jerusalem. You know why? Because the various battles and fights between the Crusaders and the Muslims have destroyed Jerusalem. Many Jews were killed, most of them fled. He goes to Hebron. There's two major Jewish communities in the late 1260s, Hebron and Shechem. And he pays to have 1 million of Jews. He funds them to have 10 families return to Jerusalem, reestablish a Jewish community in our holy city of Jerusalem. And they establish a shul there. That shul, that synagogue, existed from the 1260s all the way to 1948, when it was destroyed by the Jordanians in Milchemet HaShichur. 19 years later, in the miracle of the Six-Day War, when the Jews come back under Matagur, the 55th Brigade of paratroopers, liberates the Ir Atikah, the ancient city of Jerusalem, the Jewish quarter. They can't even find it. It's all rubble because of what the Jordanians did. But they know the following. It was right across from what we call the Churva, the Churva synagogue that the Rothschilds paid for. So the remains of the Churva synagogue, that was there. So they assumed, okay, this is the Churva synagogue. We assume it was this spot. What did they do? They cleared out the rubble, and they rebuilt the synagogue. They called it Beit Knesset HaRamban. So many of us have been there. It's a minion factory. There's like 3 or 4 different areas to daven. And they established one thing that was very fascinating. Whoever gets the Amud, that's the way we're going to daven. Meaning, if you're a Jew from Aleppo, and you have a certain minhag, if you're a Jew from Frankfurt am Main, okay, so then they'll daven Nusach Frankfurt. If you're a Jew from Galicia, they'll do the Nusach they did in Krakow, Poland, or in Tarnov. If you're a Hungarian Jew, if you're a Marmarushian Jew, whatever it is, whatever your Nusach is, that is what will be the minhag. Meaning, this is a shul for Klal Yisrael. It's not an Ashkenazic shul, it's not a Sephardic shul, it's not a Persian shul, it's not a Yemenite shul, it's a Klal Yisrael shul. And whoever gets the Amud, that's the Nusach, and that's the minhagim. And with the exception of those 19 years, from 1948 to 1967, that Ramban shul has been alive and operational. He sent back what someone had shared it with him, a beautiful, beautiful letter, and he asked his son to read it. We call it the Iggeret HaRamban. We don't think it's something that he created. We think it's something that he saw, that he felt was very meaningful, And he sent it back to Spain to his son, and he asked him to read it once. I'm not sure if it's once a month or once a week. So we, till this day, ArtScroll made a whole book out of the Iggeret HaRamban. The second disputation, the second, in Hebrew it's called a vikuach, was, before I go into the second, understand one thing. The Dominican friars learned from the vikuach of Pablo Cristiani and the Ramban. And they never ever make the same mistake twice. And their attack against Judaism would no longer be, well, let's figure out how to prove the veracity of Jesus of Nazareth from the Torah Shebaal Peh. They didn't make that mistake. What they did was they just did an attack on Judaism in the future disputations. And those disputations came out very differently than the disputation of the Ramban. Now let's go to Paris, 1240. You have to understand this background before we start in 1240. Ashkenaz defined Judaism. Ashkenaz, let's define Ashkenaz. The Jewish communities of the Rhine River, Bonn, Koblenz, Mainz, Worms, Speyers, and the Jewish communities of the Main River, Frankfurt, Frankfurt am Main, Würzburg, etc. That area of Germany, let's call it the southern and the western part of Germany, that was Ashkenaz. That Ashkenazic community defined Judaism for the world. Because from the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, the genocide post-Bar Kokhba, and the Hadrianic decrees, there was a massive migration of Jews out of northern Israel. That's where the Jews settled after that time period, out of northern Israel. Over a 70-year period, a massive migration into Bavel. And the Jewish communities of the Euphrates and of the Tigris River, that was world Jewry. That was the majority of Jews in the world. We all know the communities of Pumbedisa, Narda, Sura, Machuza, Masa Machasya. After Islam conquers Iraq, Babylonia from the Persians, who conquered it from the Iraqis, from the Babylonians, many of the Jews moved to Baghdad because Baghdad becomes the major city on the Euphrates. But that was the heart and soul of world Judaism. And as we've discussed before, there were these slow migrations out of Babylonia that were not a function of Islamic anti-Semitism, were not a function of pogroms. There was a significant migration over a couple hundred years where Jews moved into North Africa. From North Africa, they crossed the Iberian Peninsula into Andalusia, into southern Spain, and they moved, with the Muslims throughout Spain. That's the Sephardic migration. A much smaller migration, we call it the Ashkenazic migration, starts with Jews moving into Bari and Otranto, those southern port cities of Italy, where you can do business to various ports in the Mediterranean, various ports on the Adriatic, the Aegean, and what it does is you bring goods into the European continent. And then many Jews start migrating. Remember, there's no country. Italy doesn't exist till 1861, 1862, but I'm using our terms, Italy. They start migrating up the west coast of Italy into Tuscany. They cross from Tuscany, the Piedmont Mountains, and they start settling into two places. Tsarfas. What's Tsarfat, anybody? France. Now, France is not our France of today. Tsarfat in those days was northeastern France, the area of Paris and its environs, the Champagne region. What we call Normandy, northwestern France, that was forest land. That was not inhabited at that time. In the southern part of France, you know, those of you who go on vacation to the French Riviera, you go to Monaco, you go to Cannes, or what they called Cannes in France. You go to Nice, you go to Toulouse. That French Riviera, that's not France. That's Languedoc. That's, you know, what else is it referred to? Provence. Languedoc and Provence are a different country. France, Sarfas, which is influence and which has a huge connection to Ashkenaz, to southwestern Germany, is northeastern France. Just to understand the geography. The Mesorah, the heart of Yiddishkeit, transfers slowly but surely from Bavel, from the yeshivas of Surah and Pumbedisa, which now are actually not in Surah, not in Pumbedisa. They're no longer in Balad and Fallujah. They've moved to Baghdad because that's where most of the action is. That's where most of the trade is. That's where the big Jewish community is. It migrates from there into the German Rhineland, into the city of Mainz on the Rhine River. Who is the one that defines Judaism? Rabbeinu Gershom and his students. He's called Rabbeinu Gershom Ma'or Hagola, the one who enlightens the diaspora. And his students, after he dies, continue in Mainz. He has students that continue in Worms. Their influence spreads to northern France. Their influence spreads throughout Germany. Again, it's not called Germany at this time. It's known as the Holy Roman Empire. It spreads into what we would call today's Austria. It spreads into what we would call today's Bohemia, Moravia. It spreads even into Spain. And it spreads back to Babylonia. And those schools and those students that exist there, they are the heart and soul of Judaism. Because of the events of 1096, everything changes. What happened in 1096? You have this famous French theologian, Christian theologian by the name of Godfrey of Bouillon. He says, how can we, Christian Europeans, how in the world can we tolerate the fact that our Holy Land, the land of our Lord and Savior, is under the control of infidel Muslims? And he says, le quoi? The crusade. Let's move. Let's liberate that land. Let's take back that land. That should be Christian land. Because as you know, in the late 7th century, Islam spread into what we call today Israel, and they conquered Israel from the Byzantine Christians, and from that time on, Israel was under Islamic control. So, he doesn't get a great response. And he realizes, who the heck is going to travel halfway across the world and risk their life? He changes the strategy. Does the following. Anyone who participates in Liqua, first of all, I'll use a Yiddish term, will get a lichtige Gan Eden. They're going to get a penthouse in the world to come. Now keep in mind, in medieval Europe, if the average life expectancy was 32 years old, heaven and hell meant a lot to them. It's not like today, you know, where Al Pacino had a kid at 82 years old. You know, with Viagra and Botox and plastic surgery, you can actually think that you're 30 years old when you're 90, right? It didn't work that way in medieval Europe. When the average life expectancy is 32 years old, you know, it's all about the next world. And not only that, he said the following. He said that we are going to the captors belong the spoils, if I could use an English term, meaning that you, the crusader, if you capture a woman, you capture gold, you capture this, you capture silver, you capture whatever asset. That's a different proposition now. They opened up the prisons. Can you imagine, here you are rotting in a prison, and now you have a chance to get rich, and on top of that, to get the highest level of the next world. All the people who were ADHD, you better believe they were excited about this. You had peasants. In medieval Europe, there's no such thing as moving up and down the socioeconomic ladder. If you were born a peasant, you were going to die a peasant. Your kid was going to be born a peasant and die a peasant. This is an opportunity to become wealthy. And there was a great movement afoot. French Jews were very scared because they saw what was going on here. And there were fast days. The German Jews of the German Rhineland end up raising money, sending money to the Jewish communities of Tsarfas, of northeastern France, so that if they need to bribe the mayor, the Burgermeister, to lock down the city when the Crusaders are going through it, they at least have the funds to do that. It was very uncomfortable, but French Jewry survived the First Crusade. There were not a lot of killings, there was uncomfortable times. There was ransacking, but it wasn't terrible. What no one ever expected was what happened in the German Rhineland. Unlike France, where it was under the control of the church, it was under the control of Godfrey of Bouillon. So there were boundaries. The People's Crusade was grassroots. It wasn't grass tops. It was grassroots. And when something is grassroots, I mean, think about what happened in LA with the Rodney King riots, okay? These things have a life of their own. Think about the Arab Spring. There was a man, Count Emicho, E-M-I-C-H-O. This is a guy who owed a fortune of money to the Jews, because this was true in Christian Europe. The Jews were a necessity. They were your banking system, because no Christian, no self-respecting Christian could lend money to a fellow Christian. So the Jews had incredible, they were creditors of this man, Count Emicho. They were creditors of others. Well, if we murder our creditors, that takes a huge financial responsibility off of our chest. Imagine you owe somebody $2 million, and now you're freed of that debt. And if you feel a little guilty about killing the Jew who you owe the money to, that's okay. There are thugs. And all in the name of liberation, and all in the name of liberating the holy sites, and all in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, it's a mitzvah to kill the Jew. Now keep in mind, in the eyes of many Christians, a Jew is a much worse infidel than a Muslim. They've never met a Muslim. They don't know what Muslims are. They've been taught that Jews have murdered their Lord and Savior, the worst crime in the history of the world. These Jews, they don't worship like us. These Jews, we're in debt to them. So you can imagine what happened in May and June of 1096. It was a slaughter. It was a bloodbath. All the great scholars who lived in Ashkenaz, almost all of them were killed. Who's the survivor? Rashi. Because Rashi, with his students, lives back in France. After 17 years studying in mines and worms, he went back and became the leader of the Champagne region. Was the rabbi of the community of Troyes, but it wasn't just Troyes. I mean, he was the major influence in northern France. And what do you have? A migration. Think about after World War II. Think about the Jews. How many Jews could go back to Krakow, where there was a pogrom, Kiels, where there's a pogrom, anywhere else? You all know the story of Yafa Eliach. right? How many Jews went back to Lithuania and survived? So where do all the survivors go? Like the survivors of the Shoah come to the United States, come to Israel, come to Canada. The survivors of the First Crusade in the German Rhineland come and settle in France. France is now the heart of Ashkenaz. And what happens in France, there's this incredible revival of Yiddishkeit. Because Rashi's grandchildren, Rashi's an older man at this time. He dies shortly after the First Crusade. But his grandchildren, Rabbeinu Tam, Rabbi Yaakov, in Ramru, his brother, the Rashbam, Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, his greatest student, Rabbeinu Tam's greatest student is the Rabbi Yitzchak, that's Rashi's great-grandson, Rabbeinu Tam's nephew, who studies in Ramru and then opens up a school, a yeshiva, in Dampierre. And he's got these incredible students. They open up a school in Corbeil, Rabbeinu Peretz. We'll talk about in a second, Rabbi Yechiel and Rabbi Yehuda, who open up a yeshiva in Paris. A school is opened in Évreux. A school is opened in Tuch, in Rouen. Now keep an eye, where's Rouen? As you're following the Seine River, right? Paris is to the east, and you're following the Seine River to the west. The Christians in France are starting to expand into what we call Normandy. So now it's not just northeastern France, it's northwestern France. And as the Christians expand, the Jews follow them. Again, the Jews play the role because they have a whole network of other Jews so they can bring in goods. The Jews play the role of the banking system. And with the expansion into Normandy, they'll be able to what? To do business with what we call England. So there's a whole expansion. And it's a time of great flourishing for the Jewish people and the Jewish world. Judaism is being recreated. Judaism is being reestablished in France, in the various yeshivas of the Baalei Tosafos. What's happening, and it's something that evolves over time, and Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik writes about this. What's happening is the following, that the anti-Semitism, the Christian anti-Semitism of Europe, is going from what he calls, let's call it what's a rational anti-Semitism? I hate a Jew because you reject the carpenter of Nazareth as the true Messiah. You reject our Lord and Savior. Your people were guilty. Again, there's 4 accounts of the crucifixion in the Gospels, and they all contradict each other. 2 accounts, it's strictly the Romans. 1 account, it's the Romans, with the Jewish support. 1 account in John, it's the Jews who are the primary drivers of the crucifixion. So there's 4 accounts. 1 of them primarily blames the Jews. The other 3 do not. But that's the account that becomes famous in Christian Europe. And that, you understand, that's a religious, rational anti-Semitism. Doesn't make it right, but you can understand it. In the 13th century, in the late 12th, but in the 13th century, now you're starting to see an evolution. We're going to call it an irrational, a sick anti-Semitism. What do we mean by that? What does Dr. Soloveitchik mean by that? Jews are devils. Jews are cursed. Jews poison our source of life. Jews cast spells against us. Jews are not human. Jews are otherworldly. And all kinds of conspiracy theories about a Jew being a devil, a witch, Jewish curses. This kind of anti-Semitism evolves. And it's very ugly. And it's not something you can even respond to because it's not rooted in rationality. A lot of what we're seeing today in the world about what the claims are of Israel, what the claims are against the IDF, what the claims are against the government of Israel, it has no basis in reality. It's like the Gaza Health Ministry, which is an arm of Hamas. They can say that 60,000 people were killed, and the BBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian, they take it like it's Torah Moshe. I mean, you've got an organization that has never once told the truth. You've got an organization that has a history of lies, an organization whose charter that they stand by is the annihilation, not just of Israelis, the annihilation of all Jews, but they take this as the truth. See, how do you respond to something like that? Because you're not dealing with facts, and you're not dealing with logic. That's what anti-Semitism evolved into in the late 12th and the 13th century. And that's the backdrop of the world that you're dealing with. This time, though, the Dominican friars do not have a con man in Pablo Cristiani, who probably converted to become a Christian for wealth, for a government monopoly. This time you've got a Jew who's fairly well educated, who's incredibly smart. His name, we don't know his Hebrew name. We know his Christian name, Nicholas Donin. And he makes the case that the reason the Jews are so obstinate, the reason the Jews have failed to accept the truth, is because of the Talmud. He says, I know I was a Jew. All your time is not spent learning the Bible. The Bible is learned through the Talmud and through the Medrash. It's learned through the Torah Shebaal Peh, which is correct, because the Torah Shebaal Peh is the essence of our theology. It's the essence of our system. The Tanakh is God's shorthand notes, or in the case of a Navi, the shorthand notes of a Navi, representing ideas that are rooted in the Torah Shebaal Peh. And he says, we have to put the Talmud on trial. We need to put the Medrash on trial. And who did they go after? Who's going to represent the Jews in this disputation? Now, before I get to that, keep in mind, he can't do this without the influence and the power, as we've stated, of the Dominican friars. The Dominican friars have the backing of the Pope himself. Pope Gregory IX wants this to happen. And who does he turn to? King Louis IX of France, of Tsarfas. You and I know King Louis IX. There's an American city named after him, St. Louis. How did he become a saint? How did they name a city after him? That came later. How did he become a saint? Because he did the dirty work of the Pope. He did the dirty work of the Dominican friars. He forced this disputation, which, as we will see, brought about the end of French Jewry. For the second time in 150 years, created a huge upheaval of Ashkenaz and of the seat of the Masorah of world Jewry. What did he do? Pope Gregory went to King Louis IX, and King Louis IX forced this disputation. Who were the disputants? Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. Rabbi Yechiel of Paris had one of the greatest yeshivas in the 1240s. How do I know that? How do we know that? The famous Mayor of Rothenburg, the Maharam of Rothenburg, who first studied in Vienna under the Or Zarua, then came to Paris. Why would a German Jew travel to Paris for the same reason that someone travels to Harvard or to Princeton. Let's say you live in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. You can't go to the University of Wisconsin? Hey, the Badgers have a pretty good football team, right? No, you're going to Boston, to Harvard, or to MIT. You're going to Princeton, New Jersey to study at Princeton. He comes to Paris. It's the greatest yeshiva there is. And he wasn't the only one. So Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, one of the great Balei Tosafos, when you have a Gemara in front of you, there's a certain piece of the Gemara that you don't use. It's in the top right-hand corner. You'll see footnotes on the Gemara, and it'll send you, if you want to know where the Rambam talks about this Gemara, it's the Rambam Perek this, halacha that. And next to the Rambam it says the Smag mitzvah this, or the Smag mitzvah that. Who's the Smag? Sefer Mitzvahs Gedolos. It was one of the most significant works of medieval times that we don't learn today. We learn the commentaries. We learn the Balei Tosfos, we learn the Sephardic commentaries, the Ramban, the Rashba, the Ritva, we learn the Rambam. But the man's name was Rabbi Moshe of Kusi. He actually was a lord. He was part of the French aristocracy. He was called the Sar mi Kusi, Rabbi Moshe of Kusi. He becomes one of the disputants. And there's a Rabbi Shmuel of Falais, F-A-L-A-I-S-E. Rabbi Shmuel of Falais is one of the great scholars that we quote sometimes for the Slichos, sometimes. I'll tell you where we use him, but you and I don't say it. On the 4 Shabbosim, you know, the 4 special Shabbos leading up to Pesach, many of the piyutim in the tefillas, the yotzros, the krovots come from him. On Shabbos HaGadol, there's a famous piyut. That's Rabbi Shmuel of Falais. Okay, so these were the disputants. And he had 4 attacks against the Talmud. Number 1, it's a personal attack against our Lord and Savior. And if the Christological references in the Talmud are referring to the Jesus of Nazareth of the Gospels, then that would be correct. The defense that Rabbi Yechiel of Paris said is, just like there are many people with the name Shmuel, there are many people with the name, Reuven. There was more than one Yeshu. Yeshu is probably short for Yehoshua. The Yeshu of the Talmud cannot be the carpenter of Nazareth. That was his defense. And he said the following. Look at the story. He was a student of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia lived 140 years, 130 years. He lived during the period of the Chashmonaim, long before the birth of the carpenter of Nazareth. So this, call it a morally challenged, ethically challenged student that was put in cherem, can't be the same Jesus. That was the defense he made. And he shows that in a number of cases. There's a execution of a certain individual. Okay? He says it can't be the carpenter of Nazareth because we have a Gemara in Sanhedrin that says 40 years before the Churban Beis HaMikdash, the Sanhedrin left the Lishkas HaGazis. It left its place on the Temple Mount, which at that point meant it could no longer adjudicate capital cases. So even if you accept the version of the Gospels of John that the Jews were responsible for the crucifixion, it couldn't have been, it just can't be that the Talmud is talking about that, because at that point, the Sanhedrin cannot be involved in the capital case. And he goes through a number of cases like this, a number of Christological references that, by the way, you and I do not have in our version of the Talmud. Because after this tragedy, after this disputation, and the destruction of all Torah Shebaal Peh, we self-censored those Gemaras out. The only reason we have them, if you look on the side of a Talmud, it says chesronos, means that which is missing from our version of the Talmud. How do we even know that they existed? I mean, we know that they existed because of this disputation, but the way we know is there's one medieval manuscript that we have in the Munich State Library. If you see a work called Dikduke Sofrim, they always quote this manuscript, the München Gemara, because it's in the Munich State Library. You can actually go there, you can see it. It's from the 1300s. And the other is many of the seized, stolen manuscripts of the Gemara that exist in the Vatican. And in modern times, after Vatican II, after 1965, if you go to the Vatican, I have a friend of Rami Seeger, he travels, he's got a card, he's entitled to do research in the Vatican, so he'll go and he'll say, I'd like to have your manuscripts of Masechta Sanhedrin or Masechta Sota, and they'll go to the archives. A lot of it right now is being put on, we used to call it microfilm or microfiche, now it's being, it's categorized electronically. They were very slow in doing it, but and he can go to some of these manuscripts that are in the Vatican, and you can see these Christological references that we don't have, that we've self-censored out for the last 700 years, the last 800 years since this event. The second attack was that the Gemara is rabidly anti-Gentile, not just anti-Christian. It hates anyone who's a non-Jew. Now, how many of you in the room right now are learning the Daf Yomi? What was the proof that they brought? These various Gemaras from Masechta Avodah Zarah. I'll give you an example. There's a Mishnah that says you should not have your animal being stanchioned amongst akum. The term is akum. You have to be careful and not go to, unless it's in the public where everyone can see, you can't go for a private haircut to an akum, because he could kill you. Because it's lifnei iver, he's going to violate bestiality, engaging with your animal. You can't have an akum as the nursemaid, because she could put poison on her breast and kill your child. Or as a midwife, because she'll kill the child. Those are Mishnayos and Brisos in Masechta Avodah Zarah. And he said, this work, the Talmud, hates not just Christians, it hates anybody who's not a Jew. It's a bigoted work. It's a rabidly racist work. And what was the defense of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris? That is referring to Akum. It's referring to people who had no respect for a law, no respect for authority, people who would engage sexually in the most primitive activities, people that had no respect for anyone other than themselves, particularly against Jewish minorities. It's not referring to a Christian. It's not referring to someone who's a God-fearing human being, who has respect for the law, who has a moral code. It's not referring to most Gentiles. It is referring to the people they were dealing with. And by the way, that was not just a polemic of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. How many of you have heard the name, the Noda B'Yehuda, Rabbi Yechezkel Landau? He was the Posek Hador. He was the greatest posek in the 18th century for all of European Jewry. He was the rabbi of Prague. His Talmud Mufak, his student par excellence, he had many great students, including his son, Rabbi Shmuel Landau. But his greatest student was Rabbi Eliezer Fleckless. We call him the Tshuva Me'ahava. He's got his Tshuva Sefer, his Sheilus Tshuvas Me'ahava. In fact, I don't know if any of you know, Shaul Seidlerfeller, who works for Sotheby's. He does all of the Jewish work for Sotheby's. He was a student at Yeshiva University. He's getting a PhD in Hebrew University in Rabbi Eliezer Fleckless. He became the next chief rabbi, was the last chief rabbi of Prague. It was a time, a very tumultuous time in terms of the Jewish community, in terms of the relationship with the Habsburg dynasty, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But he wrote a work, Rabbi Eliezer Fleckless, so we're talking now the late 1700s, early 1800s. It's called Ksus Einayim. And he specifically goes through every one of these cases in the Talmud. And he proves, he develops what Rabbi Yechiel of Paris said, what the Meiri said. The Meiri lived after Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, that these sections of the Mishnah, of the Gemara, are not referring to a Christian, a Muslim, a law-abiding, a person who is a God-fearing Gentile, in no way, shape, or form. And he proves it. But it didn't matter. You know why? Because the prosecutor was Nicholas Donin. Who was the judge? Who was the jury of this disputation in the I'm not sure how to pronounce it in French, Palais de Justice, the judicial palace, which you can go to till this day. It's a beautiful building in Paris, not too far from the Louvre. It's not too far from the Seine. It's right there in La Place de Grave. And 2 years later in La Place de Grave will be the burning of all Jewish manuscripts of Torah Sheba'al Peh throughout France. So that's where this disputation takes place. The third thing he says is, the Talmud produces weird people. The Jews are weird, they're different. They're not just bigoted because of the Talmud, they're also strange, they don't think straight. And that's why they don't accept the carpenter of Nazareth. Why? What does he bring as his proof? He quotes these various Aggadas. Now you and I know, what's the idea of an Aggadata? We all know it. It's taking an abstract, esoteric knowledge, which is difficult, and it's concretizing it. It's putting it into a story, a mashal, an analogy that you can derive the principles from, because it concretizes abstract ethereal knowledge. But if you take it literally, it makes no sense. It's not meant to be taken literally. Rabbi Avram ben HaRamban, many feel this about the Aggadata. And that's the case Rabbi Yechiel of Paris makes. The reason it looks absurd to you, the reason it looks foolish to you, is because you look at it through foolish, absurd, and literal eyes. Needless to say, the Talmud and all commentaries are condemned to destruction. They go throughout every village where Jews live, throughout every Jewish home, throughout every Jewish synagogue, and they confiscate every manuscript. And 24 huge cartloads, horse-drawn huge wagons. I can tell you, growing up on a farm, you know how large a hay wagon is? It holds many, many hundreds of bales of hay in it. So these massive, hay wagons, cartload wagons that be drawn by horses, are brought to La Place de Grave, and publicly they are burnt and destroyed. Jews are not expelled from France till 70 years later. But this is the death of French Jewry. Because you can't teach your children, you can't learn with a chavrusa, you can't learn with your community if you're a rabbi or an educator, if there's no text. How are you going to just learn orally? You can do certain things orally, but you need a text to study. And that text is gone. It's destroyed. This is the end of French Jewry. But you understand, it's not just the end of French Jewry. It's the heart, it's the seat of Ashkenaz for the last 150 years. This is the community that rebuilt and reestablished everything that existed in the Rhine River, in Mines and Worms. So French Jewry now migrates. Some go into Spain. That's why many of us know Sephardic Jews with their last name Tsarfati. That sounds to me like an oxymoron. How can you be a Sephardic Jew if your last name is Frenchman? The answer is that in the aftermath of 1242, Many of them crossed the Pyrenees into Catalonia, and they settled in Christian Spain. Some go to Italy. For instance, we as Ashkenazim, when you look at the Ramah, one of the primary sources he has for how we conduct ourselves is the Maharik, Yosef Colon, a great, great Italian scholar. Lived in Mantua and Lombardy and maybe Verona, lived throughout what we today call northeastern Italy. He was from a French family that migrated after this. Most of those French Jews actually returned to Germany. In Germany, Ashkenaz once again, until the bubonic plague, until after the Black Death, Germany once again becomes the seat of Ashkenaz. And the student of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris that we mentioned, mayor of Rothenburg, he becomes the leader of world Jewry. He becomes the greatest Jew. Many of you are very familiar. In fact, you know the Agus family from Englewood? In fact, Elitzur Agus is a son-in-law of Rella Feldman, but Renan Agus at Goldman Sachs. Their great uncle, one of his great contributions was he translated all the Shelos Uchuvos of Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg. He was the Gadol Hador. He was the leader of Ashkenazic Jewry. He produces Rabbeinu Asher. He produces the Mordechai. Those two are the foundation of Ashkenazic Jewry. He produces Rabbeinu Baruch. If any of you study on the Rambam, you'll see there's Hagos Maimoni. What the Ashkenazim, how they differ, how they analyze things that the Rambam said. These are all students of the Maharam of Rothenburg, of Mayor of Rothenburg. You go to Worms, you can go to his kever, you can go to where he's buried. Because I think all of you are familiar. He was the most important Ashkenazic Jew on earth. And what happened? Rudolph, they abducted him. They kidnapped him. They held him for a ransom. And he would not allow, the community raised a fortune of money to redeem him. He wouldn't allow them to pay it. Because he said all this is going to do is encourage further kidnappings. I mean, think about the issues that we dealt with Galid Shalit. If this is what you're going to do for one person, do you understand how all you're going to do is facilitate Hamas and Hezbollah kidnapping more and more? This was part of the debate. He quoted the Mishnah in Masechta Gittin, Ein podin yoser mikadei demehem. You don't, if there's a market, you don't pay above and beyond that because it's a Jew. Otherwise, all you're going to do is bankrupt the Jewish community and constantly put them in a state of being at the whims of kidnappers and Christian mafiosos. And he dies in incarceration. It's fascinating because when you study Rabbeinu Asher, you see a lot of Rabbeinu Asher's tshuvas. He says, I went to the Migdal, meaning he was in the fortified castle of Rudolph, and literally they allowed him to have visitors. So they allowed him to have visitors. His Talmidim would come and they would ask him, very significant issues, communal issues. And he lived the last 7 years of his life in incarceration. He's the one that authors, and we'll say it later in the day, he's the one that authors the 41st Kinnah. But with this consequence of this disputation was the death of French Jewry. And then the third and the final. It's at a different time. Because in France, if I could ask you, how long did it, let's assume you have a very good handwriting. You have to take paper and turn it into parchment. You have to produce ink. You have to have incredibly good handwriting. How long is it going to take you to write one Amud, one side of one page of the Talmud? If you are a good scribe and you have great handwriting, how many hours and hours and hours just to accurately get the Gemara on one side of one page and the Rashi and the Tosafos. It'll take you forever. A community that had one whole Masechta, a community that had 3 or 4 Masechtas, that was the prize of the community. I mean, think about us. How long does it take to write a Sefer Torah? To work the parchment, to prepare the parchment, prepare the proper ink, make sure that it's going to dry in a way that it won't chip off, and then to write it properly. It takes close to a year to write a Sefer Torah. Gives you a sense of how long it takes to write just one Masechta of the Talmud. That is the consequence of the destruction of all of the Torah Shebaal Peh. Let's go to the last example. To contextualize this, you and I think of Italy, because right, everybody goes to Italy. It's fun to go to Italy. Italians are fun people, right? You get the best shopping, and those who want Metzias, the outlet mall outside of Milan, the outlet mall outside of Florence. It's not like an American outlet mall. It's the Richtige. You're getting real ketone, you're getting Brioni, you're getting Izdaya. They're not making chazarai for the outlet mall like you get in America. And the women can go to Gucci and Chanel and whatever stores they're shopping at. I don't want to come across here like I'm the expert in high-end values. Louis Vuitton, whatever it might be. Okay. And what else is about Italy? You got the Amalfi Coast. You go to Positano and Capri. You can go to Sicily. It's wonderful, right? You go to Florence. You go to Rome. You got the Jewish ghetto. That's Italy of today. That Italy doesn't even exist till 1862. Historically, what is what we call Italy? So first you have the kingdom of Naples, Napoli, right? That's the southern part of Italy. Sicily is separate. Right? Then you have in the middle of Italy, we'll call it the Papal States. Remember, the Pope is not just a pope. He's a king. He's an emperor. He's the king of the Papal States. And then in the north, you have multiple countries. Probably the most powerful of them is the Kingdom of Venice. That's Padua, that's Venice on the east side, on the Adriatic side. The Medicis control Florence, right? You've got Livorno, where many of the Sephardic Jews will settle and become incredibly successful business people there. You've got Firenze, Florence. And then between Florence and between Venice, in the middle and north of these places, you have a bunch of small little kingdoms. Ferrara, Mantua, Milano. And then to the northeast, Trieste. Trieste today is Italy. At that time, that was part of the Habsburg dynasty. It was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So you can't talk Italy and you can't talk Italian because where are we talking about? Are we talking about Lombardy? Are we talking about Ferrara? Are we talking about Verona? Are we talking about Mantua? Are we talking about Firenze? Are we talking about Venice? Are we talking Venezia? Are we talking about Roma? Are we talking about Napoli? Are we talking about Sicily? And it's not all Italy like it is today. So please understand that context. Number one. One of the events that was great for Jews was what we'll call the Italian Renaissance. Now, the Renaissance was a desire and a thirst for knowledge and for culture. They were not anti-Christian. They were not anti the Bible. Just the opposite. They wanted to study the Bible in its original language, Hebrew. They wanted to study the classics in its original language, Greek. They wanted to study Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and Greek. They wanted to be exposed to knowledge, to art, to music, to science. Because they didn't like the heavy hand of the papacy, the heavy hand of the church that says, no, we'll tell you how to think and what to think. I'm a human being. God created me in his image. I want to explore. I want to learn. I want to be educated. I want to study in the original. And because of that, there was a very huge thirst to go back to the source, to the Bible, the Tanakh, and to study it in its original. Jews did fairly well in Renaissance Italy. And there was a second component to the Renaissance that shared a common denominator with what we'll call the Protestant Reformation. What was part of the driving force that led to Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation? The corruption of the church. Most popes at that time had multiple children from multiple women. There were not sophisticated means of birth control. And you had very influential, powerful people from the Pope on down that had all kinds of girlfriends. Sometimes that they were willing girlfriends, sometimes they were taken against their will. There was sexual corruption. There was financial corruption. None of these ruling authorities like the fact that they're paying 30% of all the taxes they collect to the papacy. For what? For a bunch of thieves? For a bunch of, lustful, power-hungry, manipulative rulers that use religion to camouflage their lustful lives, their power-hungry cravings? And that led to the Protestant Reformation. What happened in the papacy? There was a response. It's known as the Counterreformation, where they brought in people, they allowed people to become the leadership from the Pope on down, who are much more serious about religion, who did not engage in the kind of abuses that their predecessors had been condemned of engaging in. And they went in a very, very rough, harsh way. They attacked, they persecuted Protestants under their control. Because they were going to show that, first of all, we're clean, we're legit, and that you're heretics. And that's where they go to work. Now, it doesn't stop with the Protestants. They go after the Jews. And this is where things turn for the worst for the Jews. And again, I'm using a modern term, it's not a correct term, but the Jews of Italy. When you have a Counter-Reformation, watch out. We talked about the first two incidents. Pablo Christianity himself was a Geschmada Yid, an apostate Jew. Nicholas Donin was a Geschmada Yid, an apostate Jew. Well, it gets the same story we have here. With the great inception in the 1400s of Gutenberg's portable type, mobile type, the printing press now changes the world. The printing press initially has two very significant sources of this new technology called the book, right? It's not the scroll, it's not the codex that's handmade and hand-created. Now you have this concept of a manufactured book with the printing press. So very much like the onset of the web, one of the initial major sources of business for the printing press is pornography, because it's a cheaper version of pornography. Until this time, you had to pay an artist, to paint a picture for you. Many of you have been to the museums throughout Europe, throughout Italy, France, the Netherlands, right? People would commission artists to paint nude women. Now it's much cheaper with a printing press. The other major source of income were Jews. Now we can get access to the Talmud. The creation under Soncino of the Mikros Gedolos. Not only do we have a Chumash, but we have a Chumash with all of the great commentaries, Rashi, the Ramban, the Ibn Ezra. We're going to print the Rambam, the Mishnah Torah. We're going to print the Talmud with Rashi and the Balei Tosafos in great commentaries in the back. So now you've got this whole situation where the Jews are spending their money to buy Jewish texts so that they can learn, that their children can become more learned than they are. It's a huge source of income. All of you have heard the name of the Soncino family. There are a number of cousins that were involved in this. The most famous of them all was Gershon Soncino. The man who actually put him out of business, where Soncino actually had to leave for the Ottoman Empire to make a living, was a Christian, a philo-Semitic Christian by the name of Daniel Bomberg. And Bomberg hired a whole team of Jews. The quality of Bomberg's paper, the quality of Bomberg's work was even better than Soncino, and it came at a decent price. And he literally changed the Jewish world. One of the people, as technology kept growing, that made it more difficult for Bomberg was a guy, Giustiniani. Let me I want to be able to pronounce it properly. Marco Giustiniani. His name was Marco Giustiniani, okay? And he published a number of Jewish works, volumes of the Talmud, other Sfarim. Another Italian printer, and keep in mind, to have a license to print, you had to have permission from the church, because that way they could control what gets published in terms of Jewish works. They don't want anything that's anti-Christian being published. And they have censors controlling the publishing. There was a man by the name of Alvis Bragadini. What's the story with Bragadini? He has a Jewish partner, one of the greatest Talmidei Chachamim in all of Italy. His name is Rabbi Meir Katzenellenbogen. We know him as the Maharam Padua. Now keep in mind, the top yeshiva in all of Italy was in Padua. You had the Maharam Mitz there. Why? The yeshiva is literally 2 blocks from the university. You studied in that yeshiva, you became a massive Talmud Chacham, and at the same time, Jews were allowed into medical school in the university in Padua. You could become an architect in the University of Padua, other degrees. So you had Jews from all over Europe coming to Padua to study. Now the leader of that community, and Padua is part of the Empire of Venice, the leader of that community, okay, I'm going to apologize. This has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av, but I got to tell you the story. There's a group of us that go every year to Europe. We go to Luzhensk. The group is run by the Friedman family. Many of you know Howard Zvi Friedman. He's the chairman of the Lakewood, is the former president of AIPAC, and his brothers. And there's a group of us that go. And that year we were in Italy, so we went to Padua. Rav Moshe Chaim Luzzato's there, the Mari Mintz, the Maharam Padua, etc. the yeshiva, to see the community, the history, the cemetery. And that afternoon, we are going to have an exclusive tour of the Doge Palace. Doge is like the duchy in English say the Duke, you know, the Duke of Venice. Many of you have been there in Venice. There's incredible museums in Venice, but the most famous of them all is the Doge Palace. And we were going to have an exclusive guided tour. Well, these guys, they have to have, it was Friday, and they have to have their Diet Fanta, because after all, they can't drink Diet Coke or Coke Zero. It's got too much caffeine in it. They can only drink Diet Sprite, but they like Diet Fanta better than Diet Sprite. So Nebuch, this poor bus driver, we have to drive all over Italy, all over Padua, till we could find Diet Fanta. You know, he's going from supermarket to supermarket. And then we finally make it back to Venice. You know, these boats in Venice, you know what I mean? They're not cheap. But how can we, you know, in Europe, they don't necessarily serve a lot of ice. So we had to go to the Gam restaurant in Venice, where we were going to have dinner that night. And we had to put all this Diet Fanta in the refrigerator, because we God forbid, it should be served, you know, room temperature, then it's not worth it. And I'm saying to these guys, we're going to miss our exclusive tour of the Doge Palace. They said, what's more important, you know? Diet Fanta for Friday night, you know? So anyways, sure enough, we missed our tour of the Doge Palace, you know? So we got there. The point is, as long as we could take a picture, you know, they could show their wives that they were at the Doge Palace, you know, etc. Okay, you know, what's more important, Diet Fanta or the Doge Palace? Anyways, that was the last time I was in Padua. Sorry, now to go back to Tisha B'Av. He works for years on a Mishnah Torah with the classic commentaries, the Kesef Mishnah, the Lechem Mishnah, and his commentary on the Mishnah Torah. And they set up a typeset and they published this. Justiniani is able to take that basic typeset, and he's going to do it at a much cheaper cost, because all the work has been done by Bragadini and the Maharam of Padua. And he'll undercut him. So Rabbi Meir Katzenellenbogen knows what the halacha. This is horrific. This is a violation. First of all, it's hasagas gvul. You're going to put me out of business. We put 4 years of investment into this. You know, it's a violation of intellectual property. There's bias on intellectual property. But he sends the Sheila to Krakow, Poland, to the Ramah. All of you know Rav Moshe Isserlis is the Gadol Hador of all of Ashkenaz. And the Ramah in Siman Yud, it's the 10th Siman of the Sheilas Tshuvas HaRamah. He writes a tshuva. And he says the following. There's a cherem, an excommunication, on anybody who buys Justiniani's Mishnah Torah before every set of Bragadini and Rabbi Meir Katzenellenbogen, the Maharam Padua's Mishnah Torah, is sold. Because this is an absolute violation. The halacha is called Yored Litoch Umnus Chavera. We say in, so to speak, in the vernacular, we call it Hasagas Gevul. And you can read Siman Yud, it's this very case. Now Justiniani's in trouble, because no Jew is going to violate this cherem. There's no two opinions on this. And the Jews will spend more money and they'll buy Bragadini's Mishnah Torah until every one that they printed is sold out. Now Justiniani, who's invested all this money in producing his volume of the Mishnah Torah, it's going to be sitting there for at least 4 or 5 years till all of Bragadini and the Maharam Padua's Mishnah Torahs are sold out. It turns out Justiniani, this puts him out of business. In 1552, he actually shuts down his business because this bankrupts him. What he thought he was going to undercut Bragadini, in the end, it put him out of business. But unfortunately, it didn't stop there. He goes to the Vatican and he starts a whole libel against the Rambam, against the Talmud, against the Torah Shebaal Peh. This libel that Justiniani starts, and unfortunately this is where it really gets sick. There's 3 Jewish apostates who take up his cause. One man, his name was Hananel di Foligno. He changed his name from Hananel di Foligno to Raffaella Aquilino. The second is Yosef Moro. The third is a Jew by the name of Solomon Romano, who when he went Gishmati, he became a Christian. He becomes Vittorio Eliano. And they work with a man, please remember this name, we're going to come back to him in a couple of minutes. They work with a man by the name of Cardinal Carafa. And what do? They go to Pope Julius. Julius III is the Pope. And they're able to get a papal bull. Papal bull means a decree, a gezerah from the Vatican, that the Torah Shebaal Peh, the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, and its commentaries are anti-Christian, are heretical, and must be destroyed, must be burnt. This papal bull took place on August 12, 1553. Now they go about the confiscation and burning in 1553 under Julius III. On September 9th, 1553, in honor of Rosh Hashanah, September 9th, 1553 is Rosh Hashanah. And if any of you have been there in Italy, Campo di Fiori, the Campo di Fiori, which today is this beautiful waterfalls, beautiful building, that piazza in front of the Campo di Fiori, they burn on Rosh Hashanah all the volumes of the Talmud. The reason today, when, what was his name? The Valedemano Trust. What was his name? I'm forgetting his name. Jack. He was a British Jew. Lunzer. Jack Lunzer. When he died, he had one of the full sets of Bomberg's Talmud. You know how he got it? He had the Magna Carta. He traded the Magna Carta for the Bomberg Shas. It was, I think, maybe one of 2 Bomberg Shas's that exist today, full Shas, because everything was burnt in 1553. And it wasn't just in Rome, but the influence of the church. They had the burning of the Talmud and the commentaries in Bologna, in Mantua, in Ferrara. In Venice, on October 21st, they made a decree that all in the Empire of Venice, that means Padua, Venice, all these areas and on the Adriatic side of Italy, all these, they're all going to be burnt. Within 10 days, they gathered this material and they burnt it. If you want to read about this in depth, there's a sefer. It was an Italian Jew his name was Yosef HaKohen. His sefer is called Emek HaBacha, the Valley of Tears. Cardinal Carafa, the driving force with the 3 apostate Jews to bring about this papal bull. A year later, Pope Julius III dies. Who is chosen to be the next pope? Pope Paul IV? Cardinal Carafa. Cardinal Carafa now, in May 23rd, 1555, so the man hasn't been a pope for a year, he comes out with a papal bull, which is even worse than the previous papal bull. The name of this papal bull? Cum nimis absurdum. It is absolutely absurd for us as Christians to allow the Jews to conduct themselves the way they do. Let me read, this is the majority of the translation, the majority of the papal bull. As it is completely absurd and improper that the Jews, condemned by God to eternal servitude because of their guilt meaning for the murder of our Lord and Savior, should, on the pretext that they are accepted by Christian piety and that they are permitted to live in our midst, they should be so ungrateful to Christians as to insult them for the Christian mercy and presume to superiority instead of a life of subjection that the Jews truly deserve. And because we have been informed that in Rome and elsewhere, the Jewish insolence is such that the Jews presume to live amongst Christians in the same neighborhoods. Not only that, they live in the same neighborhoods as our churches without any distinction of dress. They even rent us homes they rent for themselves, homes in the more elegant streets and the squares, the piazzas of our cities, our villages and places in which they live. They buy and they possess real estate. They hire Christian maids. They hire Christian wet nurses and other servants. And they commit other misdeeds to the shame and the contempt of the Christian name. And considering that the Roman Church tolerates the Jews as evidence of the true Christian faith, meaning we don't murder them, we don't kill them, we allow them to live, and we even give them the protection, not protection against being beaten, being discriminated against, but protection against being killed. We do therefore order the following measures, which are to be perpetually valid. What are the measures? Jews have to live in ghettos. Where do they set up these ghettos? By the river. Why by the river? Anyone? Why by the river? Because when the river overflows, which it always does every couple of years, whose houses get destroyed? The people on the river. It's not like today when you go to Rome where they've built it up. It's built up so it's protected from the river overflowing. Or when you go to Prague, the Vltava River in Prague, it's built up and protected. There's an intercontinental hotel there. There are all kinds of beautiful shopping there. No. Historically, being by the river, every couple of years, your home is destroyed. Because what are you going to let the walls have mildew and you're going to die from mildew? And you have to redo the whole home. What else? How many of you have been to the Roman ghetto? You see the sign, right? What happens when you walk into the ghetto? You're confronted by that sign about the evil and the wayward of our ways and why we are condemned to eternal damnation, into a life of suffering because of not accepting the true Savior. You know what they were forced to do for over 300 years? There was always a quota of Jews every Sunday who had to attend the church service. And they would preach to them. Try to convert them. As well, the Jews on Shabbos morning had to listen to a cardinal or a priest coming and giving a sermon to the Jews about the lowliness of their ways. They were not allowed to do serious banking. They could only do loaning and pawnbroking of a limited amount of money, like lower level loans. They could only trade in secondhand goods. We have a term in Yiddish, a shmata. They could only do trade in shmatas. This is all part of the papal bull of what used to be Cardinal Carafa, Pope John IV in 1555. This is why Italian Jewry never became a major force in the world. Because the Jews living in Poland had a much better life there. They had much more, the religious tolerance there, the ability to not have to be in ghettos, the ability to have economic freedom, the ability to have Jewish text without it being burnt and destroyed. All of this. That's why Poland emerged as the heart of Ashkenaz. It could have been Italy. But as a consequence of the Counterreformation, which was a response to the Protestant Reformation, the Jews suffered horrifically. And it wasn't just in the Papal States. As we quoted It spread to Venice, it spread to northern Italy, it spread everywhere. Some of these ghettos, by the way, you know, where did Hitler get the idea of the yellow, the Star of David? Jews had to wear a star on their clothing. They had to be demarcated as a Jew. If a Jew was allowed to go out for business outside of the ghetto, by nightfall he had to be back in the ghetto. Had to be within the ghetto walls that were shut. It wasn't pretty. By the way, just practically, the word ghetto, really what it means is it was a refinery. In Venice, there was an area where they had the refinery. That area is where the Jews were finally allowed to live. Most of the Jews had to live in Padua. They could do business in Venice. Finally, the Venetian government allowed them to actually live in Venice, but they were forced into a ghetto. And all of this goes from 1555 all the way till the 1860s. So this is the third example of the war against Judaism, the war against the Torah Shebaal Peh that we have faced. And what we're starting to see today, not from Christianity, but from Islam, is the war against Judaism. Not just the war against Jews. That's been existent, you know, throughout the duration of our lifetime. They've been trying to annihilate Israel and annihilate Jews across the globe. But we're starting to see out of both the Sunni and the Shia a war against Judaism. And that is not something new, and that's something that we mourn on Tisha B'Av. The chil shem shemayim that creates is horrific. And we gave 3 examples of that today. Catalonia in Spain in the 1260s, what ended up being the death of French Jewry and the uprooting of the Balei Masorah in the Ashkenazic world from France in the 1240s, and then what ended up being, it wasn't the death of Italian Jewry, but it was basically the freezing and the limitation and the prevention of a major world center for Jews in Italy in Counterreformation Italy in the 1550s. Now let's go to some of the Kinos. I'm going to start out with certain Kinos that we have not done for 5 or 6 years. Let's turn to the 16th Kinnah. This we've done a few years ago, but the reason is you can't talk about Tisha B'Av without the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. So even though we talked about the war of the Jew against the Jews, we need to talk about the Churban Beis HaMikdash. It's page 360 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, page 226, I believe, in the Art Scroll, the 16th Kinnah. Zechor asher eis asher asa tsar bifnim. Please remember what the oppressor did inside. Now, who is the oppressor? We're talking about Titus. Who's Titus and how does he become the oppressor? The revolt against Rome, because of the oppression of these Roman proconsuls, we call them Roman proconsuls, Roman governors. You know what it's like? Imagine you're the ambassador. I'll give you an example. Charlie Kushner is now going to be the ambassador to France. That will probably be a 3-4 year term under the Trump administration. Maybe it'll be extended to a second term, but let's assume it's a 3-4 year term. That's what being a Roman proconsul was. But it was very different, because being a Roman governor, a Roman proconsul, was a chance for you to earn a fortune of money, to make a fortune. What do I mean by that? You're going to tax the Jews, tax them in an insidious, horrific way, which will allow you to get rich. You'll live off of this the rest of your life. Why is this a good position? Because what's Judea? Judea is the linchpin. It's the lynch between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Any international trade that's going to take place is going to take place. Right? If you're trading from Africa into Asia or Europe or vice versa, it has to go through the Via Maris. That's the Latin term, by way of the sea. You understand there's 3 possible routes. You can do what Avraham did and what Yaakov Avinu did, but that's for a small caravan. Let's take what's today's Highway 60. That's the natural crevice in the mountains. You could take the Jordan Valley, but you would never do that in the spring or summer. It's way too hot. Think about the heat down there by the Dead Sea in the Jordan Valley. Or you'll take what most would do, is the Mediterranean coast. Right, you cut through the Jezreel Valley, and then at Megiddo you turn down to go towards Africa, towards Egypt. So you traverse along the Mediterranean. You go through all what we call Netanya, Tel Aviv, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Gaza, into Egypt. Rome sends the troops first under Nero, then Nero dies. And they're not successful. They have to send further generals. Vespasian is that successful general. There's a huge battle up on the Golan Heights called Gamla. Gamla. What translate that word for me? Camel. Gamal. Aramaic, Gamla. Because Aramaic was the language that the Jews spoke in the Bayesheni. Gamla was totally fortified. It was a walled city. And every time the Romans would try to climb up with ladders up that wall, the Jews of Gamla would boil oil, and they would put that scalding oil and kill the Roman soldiers. They'd fall to their death off of the ladders. In the end, the Romans used something called ballisteriot, cannonballs. They had like the cannonballs, and they would pierce through, break through the walls, the fortified walls. And in the end, once those fortified walls were pierced through, they slaughtered everybody in Gamla. Took no prisoners. Word gets out of what they did when they finally conquered Gamla, and it was a very difficult. It cost them a lot of lives, cost them a lot of time, a lot of money. Many of the cities in the Galilee gave up, didn't put up a fight, and those Jews were not killed. These cities became under Roman control, becoming a Roman vassal. Some of the communities actually did fight. The most famous of them is a city by the name of the Yudfat. How many of you have been today in the Galilee, in the Emek? I think it's called the Emek Israel. How many of you have been to Mitzpeh Hoshaya? The camps would go there. They would live, they have this little thing where you can live like the time of Avram Avinu, you dress like the time of Avram Avinu, you eat like Avram Avinu, you go on So Mitzpeh Hoshaya is right there next to Yudfat. It's right next to Tzipori. Many of you have been to Tzipori. There's a famous archaeological dig. I don't know if it's still done. It was a combination of Bar Ilan and the University of Michigan. Anyway, so what happens is in Yudfat, the leader of the Galilean revolt, Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen, in Latin, Josephus Flavius. When the Romans are finally breaking through the siege, there's a mass suicide. We know of the mass suicide at Masada. This was a mass suicide. The community committed suicide. And Josephus, Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen, he says, look, I saved you many, many deaths and much suffering, like what you experienced up in Gamla on the Golan Heights. And they actually, I don't know how he works it out, but they appoint him as the chronicler of this war, the historian or chronicler of this war. There's many reasons that we are ambivalent about Josephus Flavius' works, the war against the Jews. One of the reasons is because throughout history, the version we have, there's been many interpolations long after Josephus' death, putting in material about Christianity. It's just not true. We know Josephus never wrote it, and we can show from the style of writing this wasn't Josephus. So that's one of the reasons it's not all accurate. The second is, and there's much to be gained from Josephus' writings. You get a real insights into what things were like in the time of the Bayesheni, is because Chazal were incredibly ambivalent about Josephus. I mean, this was a guy, first of all, you don't encourage mass suicide. That's against the halacha. You could make a deal, a pact, like the other communities did. Secondly, look at what this guy did, you know what I mean? Here he's the leader of the Jews, now he flips, and to his own, so he's obviously gonna skew things from his perspective. So that it's not that he's a liar, it's not that everything that he says is wrong or inappropriate, there's just a sense of ambivalence. You have to take with a huge grain of salt anything Josephus says because there's a personal bias. Anyways, next to Yudfat, you have Tzipori. Now, you've all been to Tzipori. There's a debate. Is that where the Mishnah was edited, or was it edited in Tveria? But one thing we can tell you, the Sanhedrin, for a significant amount of time, was in Tzipori. How did that happen? How does the Sanhedrin be in Tzipori after the Churban Beis HaMikdash? Because Tzipori was never destroyed. Tzipori put up the white flag. And that's why you see these gorgeous mosaics, think about if we built a beautiful home, what would we have? A beautiful wood floor. They would have a gorgeous mosaic. Think about the shuls, by the way. Think about the Batei Avodah Zarah that the Romans used there. Think about you ever been on Via Rodeo in Beverly Hills? You have Stefano Ricci and the beautiful shops there. Well, they had the equivalent of Via Rodeo in Tzipori, beautiful shopping streets. None of that was destroyed. We've all uncovered it archaeologically. You know why? Because they gave up. They put up the white flag, so to speak. And therefore what? They could live. And that's what happened with most communities. Who put up a fight? Jerusalem. So the siege of Jerusalem, they get to Yerushalayim in 68. And that siege is a 3-year siege, 68 through 70. Everyone knows the story. I'm getting to where does Titus come into this? This war has been waged by Vespasian, the famous Roman general. Because again, is Judea the largest area in all of the Roman Empire? No. But is it one of the most important? Yes, because it's the linchpin of all of international trade. So what happens is the famous story. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai sees that the Jewish zealots are not interested in listening to halacha. They're not interested in listening to reason. There's this arrogant attitude, better to die a free Jew than to live as a Roman vassal. And therefore they do what? They keep on fighting. They had enough wheat, they had enough fuel, wood fuel, they had enough oil to last out a very long siege. The Gemara says, Kalba ben Savua, that was Rabbi Akiva's father-in-law, Nakdimon ben Gurion, all the wealthy Jews were willing to invest in just the basic necessities to keep the Jews alive through a siege. But the zealots, the Kanaim, the Biryonim, they burnt it all. So they fake his funeral, and they sneak his coffin out, which he's alive in, out of the city. The Romans see that it's a guy trying to escape the city, and they bring him, and it turns out it's this famous rabbi, and they bring him to Vespasian. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, "Hail to the Caesar." Vespasian says, "What did you say? Don't you ever say that again. I'll have you killed, and I'll get killed if you talk that way. You don't call me Caesar when that's an affront to the other candidates." Because what happened? Nero had died. The Caesar Nero had died. There were 4 candidates that the Roman Senate was looking at. And for him to go around before he's appointed, or who knows if he'll be appointed, calling himself the Caesar of the Roman Empire, he'd get killed. So what does he do? He gives it. And then sure enough, as this conversation's going on, There's an emissary that comes from Rome. Hail to the Caesar. Hail to the Caesar. The Roman Senate has voted you, of the 4 candidates, has chosen you to be the next Caesar. So Vespasian turns to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. How did you know that I was a Caesar? He says, I didn't. He says, but there's a principle that we have based upon the Tanakh. Adir b'marom yipol. The Beis HaMikdash, the Adir, will only fall at the hands of someone of significance, someone of greatness. And that's a principle we were given from God. And therefore, I assume that you're not just a Joe Schmo. You're not an anybody. You're not even just a general. But you will be the leader of Rome. And of course, Vespasian says, I'll give you 3 requests. What does Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai ask for? Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. I mean, today, you know what Yavne is? There's a Ben and Jerry's. There's an archaeological site, because what happens if Americans come, they're going to dig for 20 minutes in the heat. They're going to get all tired. They're going to go eat a Ben and Jerry's, have a milkshake, right? But Yavne at that time, it was close enough to the Mediterranean that it would have access to imports and exports. But it wasn't Caesarea, it wasn't an important city. And because of that, they could set up a yeshiva, the Sanhedrin. They could reestablish the Sanhedrin there. That saved Judaism. That saved the Torah. Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. The second thing he asked for was for medical care for Rabbi Tzadok. He wanted Rabbi Tzadok, he viewed as the most pious of the generation. And if Rabbi Tzadok were alive, his tefillos, his influence, would impact and would be an incredible schus for the generation, would have a huge impact. And what was the third request he had? To take care of the family, Gamliel and his family. Who was Gamliel? He wasn't just Gamliel, he was Rabban Gamliel. He was the son of the Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel that we're going to read about in the 21st Kinos, who was murdered, who was the Nasi, who was the leader, the religious leader of the Jewish people. So he wanted that his son, who eventually will replace Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai as the Nasi of the Sanhedrin in Yavne. Those were the 3 requests. And that saved Judaism. And that saved the Davidic line. Vespasian goes back to Rome, but he's not going to let this go for naught. And who can he trust to finish the job he spent the last 3.5, 4 years on? Remember, it started in 66. Who can he get to replace him? He gets his son, Titus. And Titus does the job. And that's the story of our Kinos, the 16th Kinos. Zechor eis asher asa tsar bifnim. What did the oppressor do inside? Now keep in mind, when did they break through the siege? The 17th of Tammuz, Shiva Asar B'Tammuz. We've said this in the past. How long, and I think everyone in this room has been to the Ir Atikah. You've all been to the old city of Jerusalem, I'm sorry, not the old city, what's the proper translation? The city of antiquities, the ancient city of Jerusalem. How long does it take you to go from the Jaffa Gate to the Kotel? If you're spry, 12 minutes. If you're not spry, 20 minutes. If you take, the shuk, it's 13 minutes. If you take the Armenian corner and St. John's Road into the Jewish quarter, then it takes you 20 minutes, 18 minutes. How did it take the Romans 3 weeks? Don't tell me they didn't have maps. Don't tell me they got lost, because the city wasn't that big that you get lost. How did it take them 3 weeks from the 17th of Tammuz to get to the Temple Mount on the afternoon of Tisha B'Av, of the 9th of Av? What's the answer? The answer is that it was hand-to-hand combat. It was warfare going on every inch of that city. Jewish and Roman blood were creating rivers of blood in the battles for every inch of the city. And that's why it took 3 weeks. Once he gets there, he actually comes through the north, through the Antonio Fortress, which is to the north of the Temple Mount. That's how he gets in. Shalav Charbo Abal Lifnai V'Lifnim. So he enters the Heichal, a place that only a Kohen can go, and only a Kohen can go for the purposes of the Avoda, for the sake of the Avoda. But he goes through the Parochas into the Holy of Holies. Nachalasenu Bies. It was a shock to our heritage. Ketime Lechem Hapanim. The Rav said, we don't have a source in Gemara Medrash for this. This is the Kalir. Apparently, the first thing he did was he defiled the showbread, the shulchan, which was in the Kodesh. Then Vigider Parochas Balashtei Panim. He slashes, he takes his sword and he cuts the Parochas that separates the Kodesh from the Kodesh Kadoshim. Yisomim Giel B'Magein Ma'adam. So the orphan nation, he disgraces with the blood-stained shield. Because what happened? The Medrash says, providentially, after cutting the parochas, blood came out of the parochas. So imagine, you stab a human being, you cut a human being, and they bleed. That's what happens with the parochas. Vayimaded kav b'mara adamdam, and he draws a circle around, the area. Because why? He, in his egotistical mentality, thinks, so to speak, that he's wounded, he's killed God, the God of the Jews. Meimenu dalach v'hishker chitzav midam. But don't think it was just the parochas that was slashed. Many Jews were slaughtered in this mess. V'gider parochas, ki yatsa min abayis v'charbo malei adam. Al hagoso havos gavar. This human being, this gever, with his schemes, v'nata el yado, he extends his, he lifts up the sword, towards God, so to speak. L'lemulol is gaber. He says, Mitzrayim v'chol la'om asher bam gavar v'ani b'toch ivuyo arutz elav b'tzavar. All those who tried to stand up to God, what does it mean stand up to God? To go against his people. Going against the Jews is, so to speak, that's your way of going against the God of the Jews. From the time of Egypt to now, no one was successful, but I am successful. There's this arrogance that he had. That's one way of explaining it. The other way of explaining it is that they conquered Egypt, they conquered other parts of the Middle East, and now they've conquered Israel. So is it referring to historically, no one has done what I've done, or is it referring to Vespasian and Titus's, so to speak, military successes or military reign? Now, there's another way of explaining the words arutz elav b'tzavar. I explained it initially, who is that? With the neck upheld, the arrogant neck, I'll race, running up against the God. That's Titus speaking about himself. The Rav said you could also explain it as, despite Titus's success, the Jewish people to defend the Beis HaMikdash, the Jewish people to defend Yerushalayim with incredible fortitude. I mean, think about the way people ran down to the Gaza border on October 7th. Most of those people who initially went down there, they were not on duty that day. They weren't part of a battalion. These were individual Jews that were going to go down, risk their lives. We're going to read a couple stories later in the morning. Sacrifice their life to do what? To defend the Jewish people and defend Israel. That's a possible reading, the Rav says, of this phrase, arutz elav b'tzavar. It's not referring to Titus, it's referring to the Jewish nation. But here's the contrast. Avoseinu, our progenitors, zara ki ichnisu b'churav achla esh. Think about when Nadav and Avihu entered to bring an incense offering. They weren't commanded. They were killed. They were destroyed. And these were righteous Kohanim, Nadav and Avihu. V'zeh tzoa zona hichnis v'lo nichva esh. He slashes the parochets, he uses his bedding, and he brings in a woman of ill repute. and he engages in fornication in the Holy of Holies, and nothing happens to him. Avadim chitu besuko labasesh. The servants of God, meaning the various Kohanim Gedolim throughout the second Beis HaMikdash, the sukkah, meaning the shelter of God, they would bring the incense, they would come into the Holy of Holies. You could only go there one time a year. And what was the matir? What was the license to enter the Holy of Holies for the Kohen Gadol? The incense offering. That was the first thing that he came in, was with the coals and the incense, and he created the cloud, the Ananei Kavod. What's the idea there? Why before any avoda is the first thing that he does is create the Ananei Kavod, the incense cloud? The reason is, what it does is, it's a statement. What were the Ananei Kavod? You had them at Har Sinai. You had them over the Ohel Moed, over the Mishkan. Because even though you're having direct communication from God, God is communicating to you. A human being has to understand, ultimately our knowledge of God, of the Almighty, is clouded. That's the idea. The Kohen Gadol is going lifnai v'lifnim, to the place of the greatest intense perceived presence of God, but he has to understand that any human knowledge of God by definition is clouded, it's veiled. We have a minhag that follows this principle of the Ananei HaKavod, that follows this principle of the incense cloud, of what the Kohen Gadol would engage in, his very first act, the matir of lifnai v'lifnim on Yom Kippur. You know what that minhag is? When we say the Amidah, we cover our head. Not a kippah, not a yarmulke. We put a veil, a total, so for some it's wearing a hat. You wear a hat for the Amidah. For others, you put the talus over your head. Right? Reb Chaim didn't put the talus over head for Shema, because Shema is b'shivtecha v'yisecho v'lechtecha v'derech. It's whatever modality you're in. Since he didn't have a talus over his head for Psukei de Zimra, you're not going to put it for Shema. Shema is an act of Talmud Torah, an act of Kabbalah Ochal Mal Shemayim. It's something that's done all the time. B'shach b'chov kumecha, b'shivtecha v'yisecho v'lechtecha v'derech, all the different modalities. So Shema is whatever modality you are in. If you're sitting, you stay seated. If you're standing, you stay standing. When he gets to the Amidah, that's different. And the Rambam says, it's Parakeh Halacha He of Hilchos Tefillah. It says, listen to this language of the Rambam, Derech Chachamim v'Talmidehem. It's the way of the scholars and those who are aspiring scholars, the students of the scholars. Derech Chachamim v'Talmidehem, liyos atufim, to be veiled when they say the Amidah, when they pray. What is that? That's this idea. So it says, Avadim chitu besuko labasesh, v'almeh beveis eish mimarom shalech eish. How can it be? Why is it that, and you see the kalir, theologically, we don't view it as Titus burning the Beis HaMikdash. It's true Titus burnt the Beis HaMikdash. No, it's mimarom shalech eish. It came from heaven. This was God. This is the famous point, and this is maybe the most important point we have to make about Tisha B'Av. Rabbi Yochanan felt you should fast on the 10th of Av. We don't follow Rabbi, even though normally you paskin like Rabbi Yochanan. We observe the day of mourning when? On the 9th of Av, not on the 10th. Something very strange. When does Titus enter the Beis HaMikdash? We said the afternoon of the 9th. You notice that right now we're all in Avelis. We're all in Aninus right now. Okay? After we finish the Kinos, or those who finish Kinos early, after Chatzos, it's a little less intense the morning. It goes like from Shiva to more of a Shloshim modality. Wouldn't you think just the opposite? Wouldn't you think just the opposite? should be more intense at the time of the destruction? What happened on Tisha B'Av? And one last question. We're not going to do it this year, but in the 25th Kinos, in the aftermath of the destruction of the Balei HaMasorah and the communities of the German Rhineland, which we spoke about earlier, what does it say? They thought about creating a special day of mourning, a fast day, a day of mourning, either the 3rd of Sivan, which would have been the destruction of mines, maybe Rosh Chodesh, which would have been the destruction of worms. But they didn't do that. And this is the language of the 25th Kinos. V'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'savera. You can't add another moed, another designated day, where you mourn the destruction of the Jewish people. Not before, not after, but Tisha B'Av is the day. So we're going to mourn the destruction of Ashkenaz on Tisha B'Av, even though it didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. By the way, I'm going to be reading some material. We're mourning what happened on the Black Simchas Torah. Today's not Simchas Torah, today's Tisha B'Av. Today's not Tishrei, it's Av. Why? And the point the Rav made many times, Rabbi Soloveitchik made this point. You and I are not mourning the destruction of a building. We're not mourning the destruction of a building. What we're mourning is, I'm using the term of Chazal, Siluk HaShechina. What's Siluk HaShechina? The removal of the intense providential relationship that God has with us. What's the opposite of Siluk HaShechina? Hashra'as HaShechina. The perceived intense relationship that we have with the Almighty. By allowing Titus to enter this place, think about it. Nadav and Avihu never entered Lifnai v'Lifnim. They didn't enter the Sanctum Sanctorum. They went to where? To the incense altar. They were only in the Kodesh. And they were burnt with fire. Because it was a false worship. It was a corrupt worship. Even with the best of intentions and sincerity. And this is what happened to them. And this man brings a woman of ill repute. This man slashes the parochas. This man fornicates in the Holy of Holies. Are you kidding me? And nothing happens to him? And just the opposite. He's successful. But he goes on from there to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. What are we mourning? Not the destruction of a real estate. We're mourning the fact that God, so to speak, I'm using human terms, absented his home, withdrew that intense providential relationship. In the withdrawal of that intense providential relationship with Am Yisrael, with Klal Yisrael, that is what allows for all destruction and tragedy. That allows for Khmelnytsky and the Ukrainian Cossacks in 1648 through 1653. That's what allows for Iran to take those ballistic missiles. We've got 13,000 people in Israel right now who are homeless as a function of that. That's what allowed for Hamas to come, and we'll talk about the kind of brutality to butcher and slaughter and terrorize our people, our innocent people. That's what allowed Germany and their Lithuanian, Ukrainian, Polish Catholic, their French, their Dutch, their whole support system throughout Europe to annihilate the majority of the European Jews, of Ashkenazic Jewry. All of that stems from the afternoon of the 9th of Av in the year 70. All that is a consequence, an extension, a ramification of the fact that there's Siluk HaShechina. That, so to speak, God has, so to speak, withdrawn that intense, there's still a very serious providential relationship. It's called Hashgacha Pratis, but not of the intensity of Hashras HaShechina, of what existed before that afternoon. And that's what we mourn. Because that is the cause of all tragedy. That's what tolerates and allows for all perpetration of evil, for all heinous activity against Am Yisrael. That's what we mourn. And that's what this Kinnah is talking about. Binafshenu tavanu. We literally, our spirits sunk, kihotzi klei sharis, as they took out the ministering vessels. Vishsamam ba'ani shayit bam lehi sharesh. What did they do? Think about today, Highway 1. That's a natural crevice that goes from Jerusalem all the way out to the Mediterranean. They went on, they took that route to the Jaffa port. And they put them in ships. And they shipped them across to Rome. Okay? Orenu namak kihishkim mishares. Our skin has literally shrunk. You don't think when something burns up because of the heat. V'lo matza tishim ushlosha klei shares. When they came to the Mikdash, all the 93 vessels that are necessary for the avoda each and every day, those 93 ministering vessels were all taken away and shipped off to Rome. Nashim kisharu kivaritz bekarka bayis na'alav chacharitz. Think about the halacha of the Beis HaMikdash. When you and I are there, whether you're a man or a woman, you have to take off your shoes. Because what do your shoes do? They protect your feet. They insulate your feet from having any sensitivity, from feeling anything. When you're barefoot, you're very sensitive to all that you're exposed to the various areas there. Think about Moshe Rabbeinu's encounter with God. Sha'al na'alecha me'al raglecha. Remove your sandals, remove your feet, your shoes. What happens here? You know the image all of us have in our mind? Those boots of the SS, those combat boots. Well, the Romans come in with their combat boots, the na'alav. Sharim lupasu bebo paritz. Sarim. The leadership. What happened? They panicked when the prutzes, meaning when the Roman defilers came in. Beveis kodesh kodashim tzachanasa hishritz. You know what I'll use an analogy. You go to some of these shuls in Europe that were such holy places, and you look at what happened to them. I have a 2-volume set at home, Pogrom Nacht. We shouldn't call it Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht means, the Jews, the rich Jews lost their crystal broke on that night. No, Pogromnacht. This was a pogrom in which close to 1,300 shuls in Germany and Austria and the Sudetenland in Bohemia, Moravia, they were destroyed. And you look at what became of them. And you see these pictures. Anyone who had davened in these places, anyone who had learned in these places, anyone who had been there for communal activities, I mean, it's horrific. There's certain things that just emotionally, they break us. And that's this idea here. I just give you, by way of example, after Hitler broke the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, where the Soviets would get the Baltic states, White Russia, Ukraine, and the easternmost part of Poland, Germany would control Poland, 85-90% of Poland. That existed from September 1st, 1939, when Germany entered Poland, all the way till June 22nd, when what's called Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler broke the pact. And immediately afterwards, they come in after having conquered, the Wehrmacht, which is the German army, conquers it, they bring in the SS. There are 4 groups. Einsatzgruppen A, Einsatzgruppen B, Einsatzgruppen C, and Einsatzgruppen D. These are SS murderers. And you are familiar with the story, where they go town by town, village by village. In the case of Lithuania, very often the Lithuanians did the murders themselves. The Germans didn't even have to do the killing. In the Ukraine and White Russia, it was the Germans doing the killing. And they would force the Jews to dig these pits, massive pits. Sometimes they would go to a ravine. That's what they did in Kiev. Babi Yar is a ravine, a natural ravine, where between Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur of 1941, 33,400 Jews were murdered by the SS Einsatzgruppe in D. And they did this, and the last 20 years, the French Catholic priest, Father Patrick Dubois, has been going town by town, village by village, interviewing elderly people who were children at the time. And we used to think it was 1.25 million Jews that were murdered from late June, early July 1941 through called February of 1942. We think now it's about 1.8 million Jews that were killed. And he goes, and he asks basic questions. You should have this book. It's called In Broad Daylight by Father Patrick Dubois. And he asked the question, who rounded up the Jews? He asked the question, who were the killers? Were they locals? Were they the German Wehrmacht? Was it the SS? Most of the time it was the SS. And he went into those mass graves and they collected the bullets. You can tell by bullets, right? It's called Holocaust by bullet. You can tell who the murderers were based upon the bullets that they retrieved. Who covered up the Jews? After they were gunned down like this, who covered up the pits, the murder pits? What happened to the spoils? Were the spoils rounded up in warehouses and sent to Germany? Did the people of the town take it? Did they loot it? Who took over the Jewish homes? He asked basic, simple, factual questions. He does this. He did it for about 18 years. Starting about 22 years ago. In Latvia, the main shul, in the Jewish neighborhood, they rounded up the Jews and they burnt them alive in that shul. Like what happened, by the way, under Pope Paul IV. You had these former converso Jews from Spain who settled in what we call today Italy. One of the towns was Ancona. So there were over 100 of them. Some of them, apologized, admitted their wayward ways. They actually were sent off to some colony, probably to Sardinia, somewhere like that, to live. And it was, the ship were overtaken by the Ottomans, and they actually were liberated, and they could live the rest of their lives as Jews. But some of them would not recant. They wouldn't say, oh, we were wayward, They were we're Jews, and we're sorry that we became conversos in the first place, but we're proud to be Jews. I'm not sure how many. I think that was of the 100. I think that was about 27 of them, something like that. I can get the exact number. But they were condemned to be burnt alive, and they were burnt to death. They were burnt in Ancona at the stake. So you had this in Latvia. One shul was not destroyed in all of Latvia. You know why? Because it was in the downtown district, in the commercial district, and it shared common walls with other buildings. So they couldn't destroy the shul, they would have destroyed other buildings. That shul, after the war, there weren't many Latvian survivors. Mort Friedman's father was one of the few survivors of Riga. But the survivors came. And under the communists, they were allowed to have a synagogue. They were limited what they could do. But it's the most haunting place because it's the only synagogue in all of Riga that survives. And think about, there, you got Shivi, above the Aron Kodesh, it says, I will always have the image or the knowledge, the perceived presence of God in front of me. I'll live a godly life, that God's in my presence. Or we also know, what do you see sometimes? Da lifnei mi ata omed. You should know Who do you stand in front of when you pray? In other words, when you pray, you're talking to God. You know, think about the things that we have, the approbations, the quotes above the Aron Kodesh. This Aron Kodesh is the only one in the world like it, where above the Aron Kodesh it says, Baruch asher lo nitananu teref l'shinehem. The source of all blessing, who did not feed us as prey to the predators, prey to the ravaging animals that they could rip us apart with their teeth. That's not what you would expect to see above an Aron Kodesh. But these were the very few survivors. Just before we go back to the Kinos, you know, we mentioned what happened after they broke the pact. In Lithuania, they murdered everyone with the exception of 3 places where they put them into ghettos. Vilna, Kovna, and Shavo. Now, in Vilna, they took the Jews out to a place called Panari Forest. Panari Forest, I'll give you an example. Let's say people in Manhattan. In the summer, they'll go to the Hamptons, they'll go to Atlantic Beach, they'll go to Deal, New Jersey, they'll go to Westport, Connecticut. That's what Panari was for people in Vilna. They happened to have in Panari because Lithuania was under Russian control from like 1773 till 1918, and then it was under control again of the Soviets in 1939 after the Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact. So what do you have there? You have like these underground pits, massive, massive pits. When you're near Bayonne Port in Newark Airport, do you ever see those huge tanks that hold the petroleum, that hold the gas, you know, along 95? The tankers come and they put the petroleum there. That's where they store it, and then the truck picks up the petroleum and goes to the gas stations throughout this area. So they had underground pits. In Bayonne in Newark, they have above ground pits. These were underground. And they took 90,000 people and they gunned them down there. Of the 90,000 people, 70,000 of them were Jews. The Jews of Vilna, the Jews of the surrounding communities of Vilna. They did the same thing with the Kovna Ghetto. There's something called the Ninth Fort. That's where Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman was killed in 1941. The Seventh Fort is where most of the Jews of Kovna, and Kovna was an incredible, today it's called Kaunas. But there was a suburb of Kovna. Kovna is a Polish word. A suburb of Kovna by the name of Slobodka. There's no church in Slobodka, only shuls. That's where you had the 2 great yeshivas. The famous Mussar yeshiva, Kinos Beis Yisrael, named after Yisrael Salanter. That's the altar of Slobodka. That's where Rabbi Aaron Kotler was a Talmud. That's where Rabbi Yitzchak Hutner was a Talmud. Rav Ruderman was a Talmud there. So was Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky. Many of those who survived that yeshiva and survived the war became the Gedolim that rebuilt Judaism in America. And there was another great yeshiva there, Kinos Beis Yitzchak. What was that? Named after Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector. Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector, that's REITs. Chaim was a board member, right? Rabbi Isaac Elchanan Theological Seminary. He was the Posei Kador for Lithuanian Jewry. Before Rabbi Chaim Ozer Grodzinski, it was Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector. He was the Rav of Kovna. He was actually respected by the Tsarist officials. He was an incredible Rav. He was the Posei Kador. We have his Shelas HaTshuvas, I think it's called Beis Yitzchak. So they named the yeshiva after Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector, like we did Yeshiva University. Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan's theological seminary is named after the Beis Yitzchak, after Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector. And they named the yeshiva. The great student of Reb Chaim Soloveitchik, Reb Baruch Ber Leibovich, right? He was the Rosh Yeshiva of that yeshiva, Knesset Beis Yitzchak. Now, during World War I, these yeshivas had to flee because of the war, and then they reestablished themselves afterwards. And you have a branch of the famous Knesset Beis Yisrael, there's a branch in Hebron, and we know the story of the massacre in 1929 in Hebron of the Slobodka Yeshiva. It has a branch after that massacre in Yerushalayim. It's a famous yeshiva till this day, one of the world's greatest yeshivas. It's all from that school. It's all from Slobodka. Slobodka is a suburb of Kovna. The chief rabbi at that time of Kovna was a great, great Talmud Chacham. We call him the Devar of Ram. Rabbi Avraham Dov Ber Kahana Shapira. Avraham Dov Ber Kahana Shapira. Who was that? That's the famous smicha Rabbi Soloveitchik received from the Kovna Rav, from the Devar of Ram. A major gadol. He was the rabbi in Kovna, and they had the two yeshivas in Slobodka. And when the Germans came in, like they did in every place, they would have the Jews set up a Judenrat. Judenrat means a Jewish council, a council of elders. The Rav, Rabbi Avram, the Devar of Ram, Rabbi Avram Dov Ber Kahana Shapira, Rabbi Kahana, he asked this Dr. Dr. Elkis, to be the head of it. Dr. Elkis was an incredibly thoughtful doctor, respected by the Christian community and the Jewish community. And he was a man of very high ethical and moral fiber, because he knew the Rav died early in the ghetto. He died in 39. He was elderly, you know, they were malnutritioned. He died there, but he thought Dr. Elkis would do a very fair job leading the council. Before Dr. Elkis is killed in the final action of the slaughter of thousands of Jews in Kovna, of the Kovna Ghetto, he wrote a letter that he hoped would get to his children. His two children in 38 had gone to London, one to study medicine, the other, I'm not sure what, his son to study medicine, his daughter studied something else. His son actually becomes the head of the Department of Neuropsychology at Johns Hopkins University, at the medical center. At the time he's in London, the daughter she's in, I believe she's in Birmingham in England, and her life will be spent between England and Israel. She makes Aliyah. Listen to this letter. It's Dr. Elchanan, his name was Dr. Elchanan Elkis, his last testament. My beloved son and daughter, I'm writing these lines, my dear children, in the Vale of Tears, that term again, Emek Habacha, in the Vale of Tears in the Kovna Ghetto, where we have been for 2 years. By the way, he dates the letter October 19th, 1943. We have now heard that in a few days our fate is to be sealed. The ghetto is to be crushed and torn asunder. Whether we are all to perish or whether a few of us are to survive is in God's hands. We fear that only those capable of slave labor will live. The rest are sentenced to death. We are left a few out of many. Out of the 35,000 Jews of Kovna, approximately 17,000 remain. Out of 250,000 Jews in Lithuania, only 25,000 live, plus 5,000 who during the last 2 years were deported to hard labor in Latvia, stripped of all their belongings. Again, why Latvia? Because they killed off all the Jews already in the fall of 41 in Latvia. They needed slave laborers. I have a great aunt, she's no longer alive. She was sent from Germany to be a slave laborer in Riga. She actually ended up becoming that's how she survived. Her husband died in the war of malnutrition and starvation. She survived, but for a large part of the war, she was the cook of a man by the name of Edward Rauschmann. He was the commandant of Kaiserwald, of the camp in outside of Riga, Latvia. There was a movie. It wasn't exactly historically accurate. It was called The Odessa File. The bad person, the evil person in that movie, the commandant, that was Edward Rauschmann. So she was his personal cook. That's part of the reason she survived. I mean, you know, afterwards, when the Russians were coming, they sent the women to Stutthof. Stutthof is a camp in Poland on the, not so far from Danzig, you know, it's not so far from Gdansk. You know, the Russians She went to a bunch of other camps. They were liberated by the Russians. I don't have to tell you what the Russians did to these Jewish women were the size of a toothpick. And the Russian soldiers, they raped them. That was their liberation. It's not the same thing as the liberation of American soldiers coming, and liberating a camp in Germany, to put it mildly. So that's what's left. Only 25,000 of 250,000 Jews left. Who by the way, in the end, maybe, if that's a big number, 5% of Lithuanian Jews survive. Think about it. What chance did you have of surviving from 1941? Lithuania was liberated probably in 44. The reason you couldn't survive in Lithuania, the Lithuanians wouldn't let you live. They did the LFA, the Lithuanian Free Army, did all the dirty work for the Germans. What chance did you have of survival? The rest were put to death in terrible ways by the followers of the greatest Haman of all times and of all generations. Some of those dear and close to us, too, are no longer with us. Your Aunt Hannah, your Uncle Arik, they were killed with 1,500 souls of the ghetto on October 4th, 1941. Uncle Tzvi, who was lying in the hospital suffering from a broken leg, he was saved by a miracle, because all the patients, the doctors, the nurses, the relatives and visitors who happened to be there, they were burned to death in the hospital after the soldiers had blocked all the doors and all the windows of the hospital and set fire to it. But somehow this Uncle Tzvi, he survived. Your Uncle Dov and his son, my nephew Shmuel, they were taken out and killed with the rest of the Kalvaria community during the first months of the war. That is about 2 years ago. With the exception of us still surviving in Kovna and a few Jews in the Shavel ghetto, no single Jew survives. No single Jew is alive anymore in Lithuania. Due to outer forces and inner circumstance, only our own ghetto has managed to survive and live out its diaspora life for the past 2 years. We've lived in slavery and hard labor, in a state of hunger and deprivation. Almost all of our clothing, belongings, and books were taken from us by the authorities. The last massacre, when 10,000 victims were murdered, at one time took place October 28, 1941. Our total community had to go through, quote unquote, the selection by our rulers, the Nazis. The selection meant life or death. Ani hagever, I am the man who with my own eyes saw those who were about to die. I was there early on the morning of October 29th in the camp that led to the slaughter at the 9th Fort. With my own ears, I heard the awe-inspiring and terrible symphony, the weeping, the screaming of 10,000 people, old and young, a scream that tore at the heart of heaven. No ear had heard such cries through the ages and the generations. With many of our martyrs, I challenged my Creator, and with them from a heart torn in agony, I cried, "Who is like you in the universe, my Lord?" In my effort to save people here and there, I was beaten by the German soldiers. Wounded and bleeding, I fainted and was carried in the arms of friends to a place outside the camp. There, a small group of about 30 or 40 survived. These were the witnesses to the fire. We are, it appears, at one of the staging centers. Before our eyes, before the very windows of our houses, there have passed over the past 2 years many, many thousands of Jews. Some have come from southern Germany and Vienna. But like the Jews of Kovna, they were taken with their belongings to the 9th Fort, which is a few kilometers from us. There they were killed with extreme cruelty. We learned later that they were misled. These German and Viennese Jews were told they were coming to Kovna to settle in our ghetto. From the day of the ghetto's founding, I have stood at its head. Our community chose me and the authorities confirmed me as the chairman of the Council of Elders, the Judenrat, together with my friend, the advocate, the attorney, Leib Garfunkel, who is a former member of the Lithuanian parliament, and a few other close and good people, concerned and caring for the fate of the surviving few. Just parenthetically, in 41, Dr. Elkes was told by the commandant, the SS commandant, to choose 10,000 people. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't be the one. I'll give you an example. Chaim Mordechai Rumkowski, who was the head of the Judenrat in the Lodz ghetto, he would take the elderly and the children. There's a famous, maybe the most infamous speech in all of Jewish history, when he gets up and he speaks to all the Jews in the Lodz ghetto and he says, "Give me your children." He says, "I'm not going to lie to you. We all know that we're not being resettled in the East, that no one has ever heard of the people that have been deported from this ghetto, and we all know what has become of them. And now I, as the head of the Judenrat, have been told, I forgot what the number was, however many thousands, that I have to have those thousands. My job is to keep those who can be kept alive. Those of you who can work at a textile factory. Those of you who have the ability to be a resource and a value to the SS, maybe we have a chance to survive this war, to live out this war. And therefore I tell you, give me your children. And you can hear, they describe the shrieks of the young mothers. He says, by me taking your children, and you know what's going to happen to your children, I can at least save you and keep you alive. And some mothers wouldn't part with their children. They insisted on going with their children to their death. Dr. Elkes didn't play God. Dr. Elkes did not say, it's my place to determine who's going to live and who's going to die. And he refused to do it. And the Germans were the ones who did it in Kovna. We are trying to steer our battered ship in furious seas, when waves of gezeros, of decrees and decisions threaten to drown it every day. Through my influence, I succeeded at times in easing the verdict and in scattering some of the dark clouds that hung over our heads. I bore my duties with head high and an upright countenance. Never did I ask for pity. Never did I doubt our rights. I argued our case with total confidence in the justice of our demands. In these hardest moments of our life, you, my dear ones, are always before us. You are present in our deepest thoughts and in our hearts. In the darkest nights, your mother would sit beside me, and we would dream of your life and your future. Our innermost desire is to see you again, to embrace you, and to tell you once again how close we are to you, how our hearts beat as we remember you and see you before us. And is there any time, day or night, when your memory is not with us? As we stand here at the very gates of hell, with a knife poised at our necks, only your images, dear ones, sustain us. And you, my children, how was your life these past 5 years? So hard and full of sorrow for the Jewry of Europe. I know that, far away from this place, you have shared our anguish, and in agony, you have listened to every slight rumor coming from this Emek HaBacha, this veil of tears. And that deep down, you have felt with us an unparalleled tragedy of our people. With regard to myself, I have little to report. Last year, I suffered an acute and severe attack of rheumatoid arthritis, which kept me bedridden for 9 months. However, even in the most difficult days of my illness, I carried on in my community, and from my bedside participated actively in the work of my friends. Now I am better. It has been about 6 months since I ceased being regarded as sick. I'm not fully well either, but I continue to work ceaselessly and without rest or respite. About 6 months ago, we received a message from Uncle Hans, transmitted it to us by the way of the Red Cross. It said that you were all right. The little note written by a stranger took 9 months to reach us. We have written and written to you by way of the Red Cross and private persons. Have any of our words reached you? We are desolate that during our stay here we could not contact you and tell you that we are still among the living. We know full well how heavily the doubt of our survival weighs upon you, and what strength and confidence you would draw from the news that we are alive. This would certainly give you courage and belief in work and life with a firm and clear goal. I deeply despair, and the kind of apathy which tends to drive a person out of this world. I pray that this may not happen to you. I doubt, my beloved children, whether I will ever be able to see you again, to hug you, and to press you to my heart. Before I leave this world, and you, my dear ones, I wish to tell you once again how dear you are to us and how deeply our souls yearn for you. Joel, that's his son, my beloved, be a faithful son to your people. Take care of your nation and do not worry about the Gentiles. During our long exile, they have not given us an eighth of what we have given them. Immerse yourself in this question and return to it again and again. Try to settle in the land of Israel. Tie your destiny to the land of our future. Even if life there may be hard, it is a life full of content and meaning. Great and mighty is the power of faith. And belief. Faith can move mountains. Do not look to the left or to the right as you pursue your path. If at times you see your people straying, do not let your heart lose courage, my son. It is not their fault. It is our bitter gullus, our bitter exile, which has made them so. Let truth be always before you and under your feet. Truth will guide you and show you the path of life. And you, my dear daughter Sarah, read most carefully what I have just said to Joel. I trust your clear mind and your sound judgment. Do not live for the moment. Do not stray from your chosen path and pick flowers at the wayside. They soon will wilt. Lead a life full of beauty, a pure life, full of content and meaning. For all your days walk together. Let no distance separate you. Let no serious event come between you. Remember, both of you, what Amalek has done to us. Remember and never forget it all your days, and pass this memory as a sacred testament to future generations. The Germans killed, slaughtered, and murdered us in complete equanimity. I was there with them. I saw them when they sent thousands of people, men, women, children, infants to their death, while enjoying their breakfast and while mocking our martyrs. I saw them coming back from their murderous missions, dirty, stained from head to foot with the blood of our dear ones. They sat at their table eating and drinking, listening to light music. They are professional executioners. The soil of Lithuania is soaked with our blood, killed at the hands of the Lithuanians themselves. Lithuanians with whom we have lived for hundreds of years, and whom with all our strength we hope to achieve their own national independence. 7,000 of our brothers and sisters were killed by Lithuanians in terrible and barbarous ways during the last days of June of 41. They themselves and no others executed whole congregations following German orders. They searched with special pleasure cellars and wells, fields and forests for those in hiding, and they turned them over to the German authorities. Never having anything to do with them, they and their children are accursed forever. I'm writing this in an hour when many desperate souls, widows and orphans, threadbare and hungry, are camping on my doorstep imploring us for help. My strength is ebbing. There is a desert inside me. My soul is scorched. I am naked and empty. There are no words in my mouth, but you, my most dearly beloved, will know what I wanted to say to you at this hour. And now for a moment, I close my eyes and see you both standing before me. I embrace and kiss you both, and I say to you again that until my last breath, I remain your loving father. Continuing in the Kina on page 363. Bachurim mibachutz tzagu mechuzakim. The young, they assumed they would be able to defend themselves against they were strong, they were confident in their ability to defend themselves against Titus and the Roman forces. Vitaru ki yuzak bishishim ribo mazikim. They assumed, so to speak, that the angels would help them, that Hashgacha would help them. They didn't realize that wasn't the case. Zekenim nivasu ki hershuhu mishchakim. The elder Jews, they're much more wise when it came to that. And they understood full well that what? They were shocked. They were horrified. They knew that this was the end of Jerusalem. Asos ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. How do you explain that last line? Asos ritzono, fulfilled his will. So you could say that it's Titus, the Romans, that he's going to have his will fulfilled. The other way of explaining it is what? Titus was fulfilling the will of God. Titus could accomplish nothing. The Romans could accomplish nothing if God would not have allowed it. And that's why it says, V'hu asur bazikim. That what? That the Almighty was bound in chains, meaning God did not act. There was that siluk hashchina, and he allowed, so to speak, the Romans free reign. Very similar to what we saw on the Black Simchas Torah. Shavas sotein vayavo admon. Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians, their success had ceased. But now, by the Bayesheni, the red one, meaning Esav, Rome, v'yisabev choma v'yaves hamon, and they've frightened the masses of Jews. Nafla evra al nine pizza lach luz varmon. The pizza lach luz varmon was the hashgacha. That was when Jacob, under the tyranny of Lavan, had incredible providential success. The Almighty was looking after him. That hasn't been the case for us, his descendants, the Beis Yaakov, under the tyranny of the wrath of Rome. Ad kinutash midok armon. God, so to speak, has abandoned. He has abandoned the fortress, like we described before. There's been a siluk hashchina. Al pesach har habayis heichel lavo, b'yad arbad rashi tafsarav lahacharivo. What do you have? Titus had 4 of his generals. Each of them was supposed to take down one side of the Temple Mount. The north, the south, the east, the west. Al tzad ma'aravi lezecher hisridbo. But the general who was supposed to destroy the western fortification, he didn't. Somehow their God remained. He didn't allow that to be destroyed like the other 3 sides. Vitzag archar kaslenu v'lo rav rivo. God stood there behind that wall. Now the question is, what is this referring to? Is it referring to what you and I call the Kotel, the Kosel Hamaravi, the western retaining wall that Herod built? Or is it referring to the western wall of the Heichal? Remember, on the Temple Mount, the only part that is built, halachically, that's a building, is what we call the Heichal. You have the Ulam, which is the entrance, and then as you enter the Heichal, you have what? You have the Kodesh. We talked about the Kodesh. That's only Kohanim can go. You have the incense altar, the golden altar. You have the menorah, and you have the Shulchan. That's the Kodesh. Then you have the Parochis. On the other side of the Parochis is the Holy of Holies. So during the second temple, you just had the foundation stone, the Even Shtia. In the first Beis HaMikdash, on that Even Shtia, what was sitting on that was the Aron Kodesh, the Holy Ark. So whatever the western wall is, whether it's the western wall of the Heichal or the western wall of the Har HaBayis, what we call the Kotel, that was not destroyed. Ata katzafta v'hirshesa lefanos. God, katzafta, from the quote from the end of Eicha last night, meaning midas hadin. You allowed this to happen. Yeladim asher ein behem kalmum misham lipanos. Children are not culpable for their sins, but nevertheless they killed all these Jewish children. Lama rag shugoyim velo shatel mincha panos. How can it be that the nations, they roar in rage, and God, you didn't protect us? V'shilchum le'eretz utz b'shalos sfinos. Those who were not killed, they were taken out the Jaffa gate, as we said, taken to the Jaffa port, and they were put into these ships to be sold on the Roman slave market. Now, the fear is what? They're going to be sold as sex objects, as sex slaves. So what happens? What is the conversation that takes place amongst these adolescents as they're being shipped to Rome on these boats? Hashivenu shivu kivo b'nichveyam. God, please bring us back to life, meaning at the time of Tchias HaMesim, may we merit to live again, as they are about to go into the depths of the Mediterranean. V'shitvu atzmam yachad linpol bayam. Shir v'tushbacho shararu ka'al hayam, ki alechna horagna bimsulos yam. They made a decision that rather than lead a life where we have to be violated and abused like this, rather than have to lead a life of sin and being the object of sin, we're going to die al Kiddush Hashem. We're going to die not to have to lead that life. And they weighed whether they were allowed to do it. Because after all, suicide is homicide. It's killing yourself. You need a matter. You need a license to do that. It's prohibited unless there's a matter. And they felt that they had a license under these circumstances. Ki tahomos boad nafshan. As they sank down to the bottom of the Mediterranean, they said, God, we're not doing this to avoid pain, we're doing this to avoid sin, and we're doing this in your name. It's the Psalm 44 which alludes to this, that God will bring them back. In other words, that in a time of Tchias HaMesim, in the revival of the dead, they will once again be able to live a proper, healthy Jewish life. Baskol nishma ura lamasishan. And so to speak, the heavenly voice said, to awaken. This kind of thing has to awake all of us. When this is what befalls, young, innocent people, it has to arouse all of us. I want to share with you, this is from a book by the name of Testimonies Without Boundaries. Alon Penzel interviewed many who survived October 7th. He also interviewed Zaka. You know what Zaka is? The group that collected the dead bodies, that collected the remains. He interviewed the men and women, the righteous men and women. By the way, Daniel Altman from our shul, his sister, is one of those who is a reservist that does the taharas. Obviously the tahara, the purification of the bodies for burial of women who are victims of terror, or women soldiers who are killed. So he went to Shura, he interviewed Zaka, and this is a whole book. I just want to read 2 pages to you. This is an interview of one of the members of Zaka, what he discovered at Kibbutz Be'eri. And we said, Neroz, Nachalos, Be'eri, Kfar Aza. These were overrun, and they suffered, along with those at the Nova Music Festival, suffered huge destruction and desolation. So first, before we talk about Yossi, there's a man by the name of Natan. When I entered the first home in Kibbutz Be'eri, I found a man who had apparently prepared a holiday meal for himself and his family. Not only did the family not get to enjoy that meal, but I understood that while the terrorists unimaginably abused that family, they sat and they ate the meal in their place, in front of them, while the family bled to death. Natan explained to me that this could be deduced from the connection between the time of the murders and the scene. Because people don't eat a Yom Tov meal at 6 a.m. or 6:30 in the morning, obviously. That's why it was a terrorist who had eaten this meal. What happened? In Be'eri, we witnessed a family that was subjected to unimaginable abuse. The terrorists sat and ate while they gouged out one of the father's eyes while his hands were handcuffed behind his back. The mother of that family also had her hands handcuffed behind her, and they sliced off her breasts. They simply cut them. So the father had an eye hanging out, and the mother was bleeding from her breasts. All of this happens in front of their little children who are sitting in front of them. If you thought that that was enough for the terrorists, think again, because the horrors did not end there. The terrorists cut off several fingers from the 7-year-old boy's hands right in front of his parents' eyes. They also, quote unquote, took care of the daughter. They severed her leg. Yossi, this is the member of Zaka, also said that the terrorists set up a table in the middle of the house in front of those 4 unfortunate souls who were bleeding to death, whose lives were ended most cruelly, and they started eating. And we can only imagine in our heads the sights and perhaps also the feelings of the father and mother of the family before they were murdered, watching helplessly as their children were butchered in front of them. Try to imagine the helplessness that the father and mother experienced in those moments. Not only could they not do anything to prevent their children from experiencing what they experienced, but they also had to be there for them while they themselves were dealing with a gouged eye and a cut-off breast. Many other disturbing and sadistic questions persist, haunting the mind relentlessly. Was the last sight of the father before his eye was taken out the abuse of his wife and children? And what about those little children? Those children who did not hurt anyone. They witnessed the cruel abuse of their parents and then experienced it themselves. What were the family members' last words to each other, if there were even any? Now, Alon says, I return to my question at the beginning of this testimony, a question whose answer I personally have already deciphered. Is there any limit to the evil of Amalek? In this case, Amalek is the Muslim Brotherhood. In this case, Amalek are the Palestinian Hamas and PIJ, the Palestinian population who came in after Hamas left these places. And what was ever left, they raped, they murdered, they pillaged. Is there any limit to that evil? Turn, please, to page 26, to Kinos 26. In the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, it's on page 469. Sorry, 468, 469. In the Art Scroll, it's page 280. This is obviously not meant to be taken literally, but it's a very important theological principle. We haven't done this Kinos since, I think, 2020. It's describing an image that didn't take place literally, but could have occurred after the Churban. Az ba'aloch Yirmiyahu kivrei avos. Yirmiyahu, they won't allow him to go in shackles and chains to Bavel, because they view him as a hero, the Babylonians. He's the man who predicted this. He's the man who told the Jews not to revolt, not to rebel against Bavel. And what happens? He's the man who was proven right. He says, no. Imo anochi v'tzora. My lot is the lot of my people. I'm with them in their distress. And I can't come in a golden chariot to Bavel. I can only come in shackles and chains. Well, the Babylonians don't want him coming like that. In the end, Yirmiyahu goes to Mitzrayim because there's many of the refugees flee down south to Mitzrayim, which is a mistake and a dead end for the Jewish people who go there. But as he's going to Mitzrayim, he stops in Hebron. He goes from Yerushalayim to Hebron. And he goes to the Maras HaMachpelah. He goes to the Kivrei Avos. V'nam atzamos chavivos ma'atem shochvos. You precious, precious stones, how can you just lie there? How can you be silent? B'nechem galu batechem charevos. Your sons are in exile. Their homes, your children are in exile. Their homes are destroyed. Ayeh zechus avos. That's the key line. He says, where is the zechus avos? Be'eretz taluvos. In this parched, desolate land. Im ka'adam avru bris ayeh zechus karusei bris. So let's say they violated the covenant. The Jews were wrong. The Jews sinned. But where is the benefit of those who the covenant was made with? Meaning you, Avraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. Na'u kulam. Now, by the way, I want to do the punchline first, and we'll read through the Kinos. What was the mistake in this? Not that Yirmiyahu didn't make a mistake. It's what the Kalir is trying to teach us. There's a difference between schus avos and bris avos. What's the difference between the covenant versus the merit? Let's say, for instance, that I'm terribly misbehaved. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Sorry. I'm terribly misbehaved. And you bring me in front of the judge. Judge knew my grandfather. My grandfather was a very righteous man. My grandfather actually put the judge through law school, gave him his first job. Okay? So the judge has Rahmanas on me because of his feelings for my grandfather. Not because I deserve it. If anything, I'm a scoundrel. With a grandfather like my grandfather, how could I misbehave? How could I conduct myself this way? But there's this concept. Right? There's this concept of schus avos, the grandfather. That doesn't go forever. In 10 generations, the judge's great descendant is not going to have Rahmanas on my great descendant. Schus avos, to quote the Gemara, tama, ceases. But bris avos, what's a covenant? A covenant is an eternal contract. It's a permanent contract, eternal contract. That never ends up. So going to the avos and saying, you should complain, how can God do this to your descendants? Because the answer is going to be, because we didn't act like Avram and Sarah. We didn't conduct ourselves like Yitzhak and Rivka. We're suffering because we didn't lead a life in line. We were blessed with them. We were blessed with them as role models. And look at how we conducted ourselves. Okay? What's bris avos? Bris avos says the following. The Jews will never be annihilated. Now, the Jews may have to suffer horrifically to shake them out of their sense. What's the term I'm looking for when you're complacent? Out of their state of complacency. Is malaise the word that I'm looking for? To shake them out of that state of complacency. That they're going to have to do, the Jews. And it may suffer in a way that no one else suffers. But everyone else, it's true of every great empire on earth. It ends. It's annihilated. It ceases to exist. It's destroyed. You can only find it in a history book. Klal Yisrael, the Jews, because of the system of Hashgacha, because of Hashgacha Pratis, that covenant of specific providence, the Jews will suffer horrifically. But the Jews will never be lost. Individual Jews, yes. Not the people, not the nation, not Klal Yisrael, not, so to speak, the corporate entity of Am Yisrael. And bris avos always exists. Even though Tama, the Gemara says, there's no longer schus avos, there is bris avos. Go kulam bikinim. They cried out with lamentations, al chesron banim, over the destruction of their people, of their descendants. Dovavu bekol tachanunim, and they petitioned, they pleaded God, Pnei shchochein ma'onim, the one who lives, the one who abodes above in heaven. Ayei avtachas zacharti lem bris rishonim. Where is the covenant? This is taken out of context. What about the covenant that was made with the progenitors, the Rishonim? God answers, Ma'aseh lachem banai, gezerahim al fanai. What can I tell you? What can I tell you, my children? This is what happens when, he goes on now. God goes on. Heim heimiru kvodi betohu. The worst sin possible, avodah zarah. They traded Tamura, they traded God, the living God, a God of reality, a God of truth, for nonsense, for tohu. V'lo pachadu v'lo rahu. Ve'alim einai mehem, v'lo shavu v'lo no. Should I conceal my eyes from that? Ve'ech esapak ala mius lohu. And when they deny God, they deny God's system of morality, they deny God's system. When we say it doesn't exist, I should just turn away and, okay. So they've rejected, they've been given everything on a silver platter, they rejected. I should turn away, should refrain from that. Im ka'adam avru bris, so we say, but wait a second. But if they violated the bris, where is the schus, the merit of the krusei bris? And that's the whole point. Schus avos is no longer. Zak av hamon ba'avuram. Avraham cries out, V'chinein pnei el ram, and he petitions the God in the heavens, the God over the universe. Chinam nuseisi eser bechinos avuram, v'hein chasisi shivram. Was it for naught that I went through the 10 trials and tribulations that I withstood, to only see my descendants in their state of destruction? Ayei avtachas al tira Avram. Where is the promise? Don't worry, Avram. Remember in the Bris Bein Absarim, the covenant of Jewish history? He says, don't worry, don't be afraid, Avraham. Don't worry about it. Ma e'eseh lachem banai gezerah milfanai. What's the gezerah? He explains. Ta'u lihizaros b'avodos zaros. They followed every ism under the sun, right? Look today, we have so many young Jews, even after October 7th. Tragically, they're so far removed from anything. Whatever the flavor of extreme wokeness is, that's their religion. That's their reality. That's what they define as truth, the value of substance. It doesn't matter that it's going to get flipped out for something else 6 months later. It's a tragedy. Yatsu lachtzov boros boros nishbaros. This is a play on the Haftorah from last week of Yirmiyahu. What is a sister? Provides water. Water is a sustenance for life, right? But they've hewn for themselves, H-E-W-N, they've hewn for themselves cisterns with cracks in it. Instead of it being a support of life, it's nothing, it's worthless, it's meaningless. You talk about the 10 tribulations. I mean, they didn't just violate Shatnez. They violated the Aseres HaDibros, which is the embodiment of all of Judaism, the foundations of all of Judaism. And you say to me, Ka'adam avru bris, ayezachus krusei bris. Now comes Yitzhak. Kod tzavach Yitzhak. Isaac cries out, Pnei shochein shachak. L'shav bi tevach uchzak. Was I slaughtered for naught? Ve'hein zari nishchak v'nimchak. Now what happened? My descendants, I was willing to sacrifice my life. I was willing to give up my life. And now in turn for that, the great act of the Akedah, the great statement of commitment to God. Look at what's happened. The real slaughter's happening. By the thousands, my descendants, by the tens of thousands, my descendants are being slaughtered and eradicated. Aye, where is the promise you made? Ves brisi akim es Yitzchak. I will establish my covenant with Isaac. Where is that? Im ka'adam avru bris, aye zechus krusei bris. Saru b'Yirmiyah. God answers. No, I'm sorry, I read the wrong line. Ma e'aseh lachem banai gzeira hil mafanai. What can I tell you, my children? It is a gzeira before me. And what is that gzeira? He explains. Maru b'Yirmiyah. I gave them a prophet on the level of Yirmiyahu, who for decades was pleading with them. But they rebelled against him. V'timu har Maria. The very Temple Mount that you consecrated by willing to sacrifice yourself on, they have used that as an object of avodah zarah, an object of corruption. Nolesi neso gi'ia ola li minishia. You know, I'm tired. I loathe just hearing what they're doing and tolerating what they're doing. And let me ask you something. How can I, God, refrain myself from what they did on that very Temple Mount to Zechariah HaNavi? We'll get to that. That's Zechariah of the Bayis Rishon. He was the Navi, the Kohen Gadol. They murdered him on Yom Kippur that fell on Shabbos. That's the story of the 34th Kinos. How you say, where is this Krusei Bris? I'm sorry. There's no longer Krusei Bris when your descendants can do something that heinous on the very place that you consecrated. Sach Yulad B'Tzelef, this turning to the one who was raised through education, Yaakov Avinu, the Bechir Shabavos. Demos Kesanin Zolef. The tears are just flowing from him. The young, the nation, because Yaakov is the father of the nation, right? Some of Avram's descendants become Yishmael in the Arab world. Yitzhak's descendants become Esav, the Roman, the Christian world. Who's the one that fathers the nation? It's Yaakov. Eich hafra meni damim b'damim kama elef. The thousands and thousands of Jews who've been murdered and slaughtered. You say that they shed blood. They shed one very, very important, significant Jew's blood. But how does that translate into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? He doesn't go into an answer like he did with Yitzhak. Now comes Moshe. Patz Ro'aneman, the trusted servant, trusted shepherd, the man who shepherded God's sheep, God's flock. Kafush be'efer meduman. He too he's buried in Har Nevo. Tzon asher b'cheiki ha'man eich gazu belozman. The very nation that you asked me to treat like the nursing father. What's a nursing father? A nursing mother, we know, is when the baby wakes up, the baby's hungry, or the baby has a diaper. She nurses the baby, cleans the baby, and then the baby goes back to sleep. What happens when the baby doesn't go back to sleep? It's been nursed, it's been burped, it doesn't have a dirty diaper. Now the mother's done all she can do. Now she gives it to the father. That's a cantankerous, bratty baby. Okay? But you asked me, Kasher Yisah Omein Es Hayonek, in Parshas Baloscha. You asked me to bear this people the way that the nursing father, so to speak. Again, men don't lactate. It's the bratty, cantankerous kid that has already received the lactation of the mother, already received, so to speak, the clean diaper. And I bore them. And I did what you said. You said take care of them. Let's go back to that line. Tzon asher b'cheiki haman. How can it be that they're slaughtered below Zaman? What's below Zaman? I mean, there's no boundary to it. Ayeh avtachas kilo aman. And where is the promise you said this would never be an orphan nation? And look at them. Im ka'adam avru bris hayeh zechus krusei bris. Again, no answer. Now it comes to the imahos. Kol b'chileya. All you hear her is crying. She's not articulating an argument. She is just crying. Misofefes al levaveha. She's beating her chest, just in pain and suffering over her children. Rachel achosa mivakal baneha. Again, just crying. Zilpa makab paneha. Remember, there's four who produced the Shifteka. Leah, Rachel, Zilpa, and Bilhah. Bilhah mikonenes b'sheyadeh. You see like the two hands lifted up, so to speak. God responds to them. Shuvu samimim limnuchaschem. I want you, O precious ones, I want you, O pure ones, return to the menucha, to return to Yerushalayim. Malei amalei kol mishalosechem. I want to fulfill all of your petitions, all of your prayers, everything you've cried. And not only that, shulachti bavel lemanchem. I am in exile with you. I am suffering with you. Shechina bigalusa. The perceived presence of God, it is there with the Jews in our state of exile. It's what saved us, what's kept us, what's maintained us throughout all the trials and tribulations of the Galut. Shulachti Bavela, I went into Babylonia with you. Hininim Meshovev Galus Benechem. And I will bring you back. I will bring your children back from that Galus. 27, the next one. Page 479 in the Masoras Harav, page 284. Yeah, I think it's 284 in the Art Scroll. This is again an image conveyed. You have 282, Tzvi? So in Art Scroll 282 in some of the Art Scrolls. You know, we've all seen this. You have someone who is so pleasant looking, be it a man or a woman, and then they go through something horrific. And you say, my God, what they've been through emotionally, it's not the same person. They look like a ghost. They look like a demon. That's not the handsome, that's not the beautiful person that I knew, that I had encountered. Az bimlos seifek, when the measure had reached its stage, the Yafa Ketirza, the woman who was as beautiful as Tirza, I believe Tirza was the daughter, I think, of Eov, if I'm correct. I could be wrong, but I think that's who Tirza was. Hein alam tzaku chutza. My God, the angels cried out loud. This is not the beautiful one. Ben Chilkiyahu me armon kiyatza. When Yirmiyahu ben Chilkiyahu, a Kohen, right, he's incarcerated at the time of the Churban. When he comes out of the incarceration cell to see the destruction of what Yerushalayim is and what the survivors look like, Isha yefas toar minuvelas matzah. What did he find? A woman who at one time had been so beautiful, but who's now so minuvelas, who looks horrific, who looks like a disaster, who looks like a tornado has destroyed her. Gozrani alayich b'shem Elohim ve'adam. I decree, I declare upon you, in the name of God, in the name of humanity, what are you? Im shed l'shedim ato livnei adam. Are you some kind of demon? Or are you actually a human being? Demus yafech kemasar v'adam. You know, behind that hideous look, there seems to be a humanity hiding behind that. But pachtech v'yasech kemalachim levadam. But to look at you, it's like you're some creature from out of this world. Hein lo sheidani velo golem pachas. Yidua yisi b'shuva v'nachas. I am no demon, I am no otherworld creature. There was a time that I was pleasant. There was a time that I was someone that was, my countenance was accepted and was welcomed graciously by everyone. Who am I? V'hein l'shalosh ani, l'shivim ve'echad, l'shnei masar v'shishim ve'echad. I am the one of 3. I am the one of 71. I am the 12. I am the 60. And I am the one. Zeh ha'echad Avram haya. Who is the very first that started this revolution of which I am a continuity of? I am Abraham's descendant. I don't look like Abraham. I don't appear like Abraham. But deep down, that's who I am and that's who I represent. Uben hashlosha avos shlishia. What does it mean, I am the 3? I am the continuity of everything that was given to us by each of the couples. Avram and Sarah, Yitzchak and Rivka, Yaakov, Rachel and Leah. Chok shnei masar hein hein shifteya. And I am the continuity and the embodiment of the nation of Israel, the 12 tribes that created the tapestry of the Jewish nation and the Jewish people. Vishishim ribo, v'shivim ve'echad sanhedreya. And who am I? On an individual level, I'm the continuation of that nation, made up of 600,000 that made up the fighting force, that made up the group that would be responsible for implanting the nation in Israel. And I am the 71. The role of the Sanhedrin is to be the embodiment of Am Yisrael. What does that mean, the embodiment of Am Yisrael? What it means is this, that when there's most mitzvot you and I think of devolve upon the individual. Who's the gavra? Who's the subject that observes the mitzvah? The individual Jew. The individual Jew hears the shofar. The individual Jew takes the lulav and esrog. The individual Jew eats the matzah. Sometimes the gavra, the subject, is not the individual Jew. Who's obligated in establishing Rosh Chodesh? The nation. Who's obligated in establishing the Makom Asher Yivchar, establishing what we'll call Kedushas Yisrael, the equivalent of the Machane Yisrael in the Midbar, but that to happen in Israel? Who's obligated in that? The nation. Whenever there's an obligation that devolves upon the nation, for instance, who deals with an Ir Nidachas? Who defines it as an Ir Nidachas? The nation. So whenever there's an obligation upon the nation, that who represents the nation? Who is the living embodiment of the nation? The Sanhedrin. That's what it means, the 71. The 71 who've established for us the Masorah, who are responsible for transmitting the Masorah, who are responsible for legislating and creating a halachic system. That's the 71. So each and every Jew represents many phenomena. They represent the vision of Abraham. They represent the complete creation of the 3 avos. They represent the nation in terms of its component parts, the tribes. They represent the nation in terms of its component parts, the individuals. They're an individual Jew. They represent the nation that they have to be responsible for the Masorah, the way the Sanhedrin is. That's what she's saying. She's saying, I am all of that. I have not forfeited or forsaken any component of Judaism. So he says, Ta'ami hakshivi. What does it mean to taste? What does it mean to concentrate? Meaning, come out of your malaise, come out of your depression, come out of your state of horror. Try va'asi tshuva. Yan heyoseh kol kach chashuva. Because there was a time when you were so significant. You could return to who you were. You could return to the Sanhedrin. You could return to the 12 tribes. You could return to the values of the Avos. Would it not be befitting for you to once again put a smile on your face, to be in a state of simcha, to rejoice? Not to be called the wayward daughter. So the Jewish people respond, this woman who embodies Am Yisrael, Ki ech esmach, how can I rejoice? V'koli ma'arim. How can I raise my voice? Hein olalai nitnu biyad tsarim. My children, they're under the control of the oppressors. Laku nevi'ai v'damam migurim. My prophets, they've been smitten. Their blood is just the term I want to translate, it's just flowing like a river. Galu melachai v'sarai koanai b'kolarim. The leaders, the ones that could bring back the nation, the ones who have the leadership ability, they're not available. They're the first ones the Nazis killed. When they came into a town in Poland, they killed the rabbis. Okay? The annihilation of Polish Jewry in full force, didn't begin till after Wannsee, till March of 42. But early on, the leadership, the rabbinic leadership, they were all killed. Malon Mikdashi, the abode of my holy temple, Ba'avoni Nadad, that's gone. All the vessels, everything has been taken from it. Dodi Me'az Barach V'Yudad, this is the point we were making. My beloved, like in Shir Shirim, that intense relationship between God and the Jewish people. God he's abandoned me. He's fled. No'amah li bal korchi shudad. The pleasant abode, meaning we had all these, we had the Yerushalayim, and the nation would come together 3 times a year. We had the communities throughout. We're not going to get to the 10th Kinos today, but it describes all the communities throughout the length and breadth of Israel, of which the Mishmaros would come from, the Ma'amados would come from, this whole system. It's all done. It's all been destroyed. It's all devoured. You know what this is like? And we've talked about this before. When you go to Yad Vashem, there's an area called the Valley of the Communities. And it's a maze where the goal is where you just totally get lost in the maze. Part of the maze is Marmarush, the Carpathian Ruthenian Mountains. Part of the maze is Western Galicia, Ramah, Auschwitz, Tarnov, and all the little towns, Shinov, Dinov, Luzhensk, Peshavorsk. Part of it is Poland proper. Warsaw, Lodz, Lublin, and the hundreds and hundreds of little Städtlach and Dorfs. Part of it's Germany, part of it's Hungary, part of it's Slovakia, part of it's Romania. And in each of these areas, the big cities are carved into the mount, you're going descending. So in front of you get these massive, massive mountains of Jerusalem stone. And the big cities are carved in big letters, medium-sized towns in medium-sized letters, little villages and small towns in small letters. And you realize the whole system they had there. Think about it, we talked about Lithuania. You had Shavel, you had Vilna, you had Kovna, but you have all these little towns, Eishashuk, all these little towns. And each one of them had their own educational system. Each one of them had their own tunes, what they sang Friday night. Each of them had their own way of preparing, the gefilte fish, or the flanken, or the chicken, or the whatever. Each one of them had their own ways of taking care of the poor, making sure that there would be a proper dowry for the poor brides, making sure that everyone would be buried with respect and dignity, making sure that if there was injustice, that there would be a court system, a Beis Din, that would give everyone recourse. And all that's gone. All the tunes, the faces, the foods, the families, the communities, the mitzvos, it's all gone. And you realize, 6 million you can't comprehend. But there were thousands of communities throughout Europe that each had their own unique, special way. Some of them had great Talmidei Chachamim, some of them had great singers, some of them had Hasidic masters. Some of them had great schools. Some of them had Beis Yaakovs. Some of them had this. Some of them were known for that. It's all gone. And that's what he's saying here. You know, he talks about what happened to the young. I read this last year, but I think it's very important to read it again this year. There was a woman, she lived as a survivor in Manhattan, and she was an OBGYN on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Her name was Dr. Gisela Pearl, famous survivor of Auschwitz from the town of Munkach. And they gave up their child to a Christian family. She thought that her child hadn't survived. She couldn't ever find her child. Later in life, she was an older woman. Her child had made it to Israel. They'd let the child know that she was Jewish. She made it to Israel, assuming that both her parents had killed, which was true. Her husband was killed. But she finds out that her mother's alive. So after being separated for, I think, 45 years, or 40 years, 45 years, they reunite. And she lived the last years of her life in Israel. I think the name of her book, I have it at home, is called I Was a Doctor at Auschwitz. I believe that's the name of the book, I Was a Doctor at Auschwitz. I want to read a small piece of that book. And the reason why this is very important, Michael Birnbaum, who's the preeminent Holocaust historian in America, says, you don't have like these, a lot of the narratives that we are used to from the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, are narratives where the survivor is contextualizing everything because they know the context. They've lived 40, 50 years since their liberation, and they can contextualize everything. The initial testimonies that happened in the late 40s, after they survived, are much more raw, have much more detail. They don't know the whole context. It's telling their story as they experienced it. And usually it's a much more powerful testimony. It's not as sanitized as some of the later testimonies. So I want to read, and again, we did this towards the end of last year, but I think it's important to read it again. The poor young women who were brought to Auschwitz from the various ghettos of Hungary. She was deported, like as were others from Marmaris, from the Carpathian-Ruthenian Mountains. She was deported in May or June of 1944. So that was the major action. In those 54 days, from May 15th to July 7th, 1944, you had the deportation, I think, of something like 437,000 or 438,000 Hungarian Jews alone, not to mention Slovakian Jews, not to mention Marmarishian Jews. The poor young women who were brought to Auschwitz from the various ghettos of Hungary, they did not know that they would have to pay with their lives and the lives of their unborn children for that last tender night spent in the arms of their husbands. A few days after the arrival of a new transport, one of the SS chiefs would address the women, encouraging the pregnant ones to step forward, because they would be taken to another camp where living conditions were better. He also promised them double bread rations so as to be able to be strong and healthy when the hour of delivery came. Group after group of pregnant women left Camp C. She at this time was in Camp C in Birkenau. Even I was naive enough at that time to believe the Germans, until one day I happened to have an errand near the crematoria, and I saw with my own eyes what was done to these women. They were surrounded by a group of SS men and women who amused themselves by giving these helpless creatures a taste of hell, after which death was a welcome friend. They were beaten with clubs and whips. They were torn by dogs, dragged around by the hair, and kicked in the stomach with heavy German boots. Then, when they collapsed, they were thrown into the crematoria alive, meaning they were burnt alive. I stood, rooted to the ground, unable to move, unable to scream, to even run away. But gradually the horror turned into revolt, and this revolt shook me out of my lethargy and gave me a new incentive to live. I had to remain alive. It was up to me to save all the pregnant women in Camp C from this infernal fate. It was up to me to save the life of the mothers, if there was no other way than by destroying the life of their unborn children. I ran back to camp and, going from block to block, told the women what I had seen. Never again was anyone to betray their condition. It was to be denied in our last breath, hidden from the SS, hidden from the guards and even the Blakova, on whose goodwill our life depended. On dark nights when everyone else was sleeping, in dark corners of the camp, in the latrine, on the floor without a drop of water, I delivered their babies. First, I took the 9th-month pregnancies. I accelerated the birth by rupturing the membranes, and usually within 1 or 2 days, spontaneous birth took place without further intervention. Or I produced dilatation with my fingers, inverted the embryo, and thus brought it to life. In the dark, always hurried, in the midst of filth and in dirt. After the child had been delivered, I quickly bandaged the mother's abdomen, sent her back to work. When possible, I placed her in my hospital, which was in reality just a grim joke. She usually went there with the diagnosis of quote-unquote of pneumonia, which was a safe diagnosis, not one that would send her to the crematoria. I delivered women pregnant in the 8th, then the 7th, the 6th, the 5th month, always in a hurry, always with my 5 fingers in the dark under terrible conditions. No one will ever know what it meant to me to destroy these babies. After years and years of medical practice, childbirth was still to me the most beautiful, the greatest miracle of nature. I loved those newborn babies not as a doctor, but as a mother, and it was again and again my own child whom I killed to save the life of a woman. Every time when kneeling down in the mud, dirt, and human excrement, which covered the floor of the barracks to perform a delivery without instruments, without water, without the most elementary requirements of hygiene, I prayed to God to help me save the mother, or I would never again touch a pregnant woman again. And if I had not done it, both mother and child would have been cruelly murdered. God was good to me. By a miracle, which to every doctor must sound like a fairy tale, every one of these women recovered and was able to work, which at least for a while saved her life. My first such case was the delivery of a young woman called Yolanda. Yolanda came from my hometown. She was a child of an impoverished family, and she made a living by doing fine embroidery on expensive underwear, on handkerchiefs and baby clothes. To make beautiful baby clothes was the greatest pleasure in her life. And while working on them until late into the night, she would dream about the baby she herself would one day have. Then she got married. Month after month she waited and prayed, but nature refused to grant her most ardent wish. This is when she began coming to me. I treated her for a long time until finally my treatment showed results and Yolanda became pregnant. She was radiant. "I shall give you the most beautiful present in the world when my baby arrives," she would then tell me every time we met. In the end, it was I who gave her a present, the present of her life, by destroying her passionately desired little boy 2 days after his birth. Day after day, I watched her condition develop, fearing the moment when it could be hidden no longer. I bandaged her abdomen, hit her with my body at roll call, and hoped for a miracle which would save her and her baby. The miracle never came, but one horribly dark, stormy night, Yolanda began having birth pains. I was beside her, waiting for the moment when I could take a hand in the delivery, when I saw to my horror that she fell into convulsive seizures. For 2 days and nights, the spasms shook her poor, emaciated little body. And I had to stand by without drugs, without instruments to help her, listening to her moans, helpless. Around us in the light of a few small candles, I could see the 1,300 women of her barracks look down upon us from their cages. 1,300 death masks with still enough life left in them to feel pity for Yolanda and to breathe the silent but ever-present question, why? The third day Yolanda's little boy was born, I put her into the hospital saying she had pneumonia, an illness not punishable by death, and I hid her child for 2 days, unable to destroy him. Then I could hide him no longer. I knew that if he were destroyed, it would mean death to Yolanda. I knew that if he were discovered, it would mean death to Yolanda, to myself, and to all these pregnant women whom my skill could still save. I took the warm little body in my hands. I kissed the smooth face. I caressed the long hair, and then I strangled him and buried his body under a mountain of corpses waiting to be cremated. Then one day, Dr. Mengele came to the hospital and he gave a new order. From now on, Jewish women could have their children. They were not going to be killed because of their pregnancy. The children, of course, had to be taken to the crematoria by me personally, but the women would be allowed to live. I was jubilant. Women who delivered in our so-called hospital on its clean floor with the help of a few primitive instruments that had been given to me, they had a better chance to come out of this death camp, not only alive, but in a condition to have other children later in life. I had 292 expectant mothers in my ward when Dr. Mengele changed his mind. He came roaring into the hospital, whip and revolver in hand, and he had all the 292 women loaded on a single truck and tossed alive into the flames of the crematoria. In September 1944, Camp C was liquidated to make place for new arrivals. I shall tell later what this liquidation meant. All I want to say here is that out of the 30,000 women in Camp C, only 10,000 remained alive, to be put into other blocks or taken to Germany to work. As soon as we were installed in camps F, K, and L, a new order came from Berlin. From now on, not only could Jewish mothers have their children in the maternity ward of the hospital, but the children were permitted to live. Eva Benedek, she was 18 years old. She was a violinist from Budapest, a beautiful, talented young woman who was separated from her husband only a few days after her wedding. Eva Benedek believed that with an unconquerable faith that her life and the life of her child would be saved. The child growing in her womb was her only comfort, her only pleasure, her only concern. When the SS organized an orchestra among the prisoners, Eva became the violinist of that orchestra. I bandaged her abdomen and her formless rags amidst women whose stomachs were constantly bloated with undernourishment. Her condition went unnoticed. Then came the liquidation of Camp C, and Eva Benedict came with me to camps F, K, and L. When the order for the conservation of Jewish children came, nobody was happier than she. Her delivery was only a day or two off, and we both believed that the miracle had happened, a miracle of God for the sake of Eva Benedict. She smiled all day, and in the evening in our barracks, she whistled Mozart concertos and Chopin waltzes for us to bring a little beauty into our terror-filled, hopeless lives. 2 days later, she had her baby, a little boy in quote-unquote the maternity ward. But when the baby was born, she turned her back on it. She wouldn't look at the baby. She wouldn't hold the baby in her arms. Tears were streaming down her cheeks incessantly. Terrible, silent tears, but she wouldn't speak to me. Finally, I succeeded in making her tell me what was on her mind. "I dare not take my son in my arms, doctor," she said. "I dare not look at him. I dare not kiss him. I dare not get attached to him. I feel it, I know it, that somehow they're going to take him away from me." And Eva was right. 24 hours after Eva Benedict had her son, a new order came depriving Jewish mothers of the additional food, a thin, milky soup fixed with flour, which swelled their breasts and enabled them to feed their babies. For 8 days, Eva Benedict had to look on while her son starved slowly to death. His fine white skin turned yellow, and it became blotched. His smooth face got wrinkled and shriveled, and on the 8th day I had to take him out and throw him on a heap of rotting corpses. Socha ha'isha l'navi Yirmiyah. So this woman cried out to Yirmiyahu, Soch le'elohecha ba'ad so'ara makas aniyah. You pray on my behalf. You speak to God on my behalf. Why does he say that? You think about it. When someone is so broken, think about someone who's suffering from depression and they don't sleep at night and their mind is not functioning and their body's not functioning. They're not in a position to even help themselves. The Rambam, at the beginning of Perek Daled of Hilchos Deos, the Rambam talks about this. You need a healthy body, you need a healthy spirit, you need a healthy psyche to be in a healthy religious place. For your mind to operate, for you to daven, for you to be able to have the energy and the strength and the focus of the rationality and objectivity. And that's what she says, I can't help myself. I need you to help me because I can't even help myself. Until the Almighty says it's enough, until the suffering and the torture, the killing, the abduction, the captivity. I mean, you look at those, I have a daughter, who lives in Israel. She says you shouldn't be watching those videos because all you're doing is playing into the psychological terror of Hamas. But I happened to look at those 2 recent videos. You see what they've done to our people. It's not just the fact that the legs are no longer legs, they're toothpicks. Look at the face. Look at how they break us. 660 days in torture like that. Every one of those days is a year of Gehenna. So Pilal Tchila Lifnei Kono, Malei Rachamim Rachem Ka'av al Beno. The one who's filled with compassion, please have compassion like a parent. Tzak, oy la'av shehegla nino, v'gam oy lebein shebeshulchan aveno. These last 2 lines, either Yirmiyahu says them, or it could be, the Rav said, that it could be that it's God's response. Woe to a father your own child is not sitting around the table for the Pesach Seder. Woe to a child who's been banished from your parents' home. And that, of course, is the Jewish people who've been banished from Israel, from Yerushalayim. Kumlach Yirmiyah, lama sechashe. Arouse, Yirmiyah, don't be silent. Lech kara lavos, Aaron and Moshe. Again, this is alluding to what we saw in the last Kina. Roim yavo kina lihinase kizeve erev tarfu asaseh. Let them daven on behalf of their descendants. Meaning what? It's really what it's saying is, we, the broken people, need to go back to our roots, back to our values, back to what Moshe and Aaron taught us and expected us to become. Go back to the life of Avram and Sarah and lead a life in line with their nature. Act like we're their descendants, we're their continuity. Shoeg haya Yirmiyahu Navi. He roared before God al Machpelah Nohem Kelavi. Actually, he roared to, so to speak, arouse the progenitors, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Tenu kol b'v'chi avos hatzvi, ta'u b'neichem hareihen b'shvi. Your descendants, They've gone off the path, they've strayed, and they can't get themselves back. They're too weak, they're too broken to even find the way home, and meaning to find the right approach to life. Shamei mikdash mibli boi moed al ki yedidim nitu lehi moed. The Beis HaMikdash, it's desolate. There's no one coming. To Shiveim Kemeaz Somech V'Soed, the one who supports them, the one who's sustained them throughout their history, please bring them home. Terachim Tzion, have compassion on Israel and on her people. Kiva Moed, because the time has come to return home. Before continuing, we're going to go, well actually, we're going to go to the 48th Kinnah. I want to at least say one of the Kinos of the Shoah. It's on page 627 in the Masoras Harav, and Art Scroll, I believe it's page 382. This is the Kinnah of the Baba Rebbe. Zichruna v'konana kol Yisrael. Please remember, please, throughout Jewish history, break out in lamentation. Kolchem yishama berama. Your voice should be heard on high. Ki hishmida Germania es amenu bimezam hamilchama. Because what Germany and her supporters did to our nation during 1939 to 1945. B'misos mishunos achzarios berav v'tzava. The most horrific deaths. How many as well died through famine and starvation? Al tishkechu b'chol adoros, adei tisku leros benechama. Please let it never ever be forgotten throughout history, until we come to the time of the Messianic era, when only then we will have true nechama. Howard, is it past Chatzos? Those who are sitting on the floor at this point, you can sit in a regular chair. Their cries, their shrieks, think about how they were put into these cattle cars. These cattle cars were meant, first of all, they were never meant for people, but maybe they were supposed to have 50 people. And they put a couple hundred in there. This description, I don't think we're going to have time to read it today, but I have the description of the chemist who was brought to Belzec, Kurt Gersten. And he talks about there was a shipment of 6,000 Jews from Lvov, from Lemberg, which today the Ukraine's called Lviv. 1,450 of them were dead before reaching Belzec. Almost 25% died because of the way they were cramped into those cattle cars. You have cases, I was reading testimonies, preparing for this, from Treblinka, of where you had the majority of the people in the cattle car were dead by the time they made it to Treblinka. They were put in there, they were skin and bones, they'd been suffering in the Warsaw Ghetto, to a point where maybe their caloric intake was 300-400 calories a day for 2 years before they were shipped in the summer and in the fall of 43 to Treblinka. And then you cram them in like that, where they can't breathe, not going to make it. Think about the Greek Jews. When the Germans go to all of these islands, hundreds of Greek islands, Rhodes, Corfu, Santorini, Mykonos. And they get them onto the mainstream European continent. You're looking probably a 3-day travel from the beginning of the European continent near Greece all the way to Western Galicia to Auschwitz. So many of them are no longer alive when they even get to Auschwitz. That was true of the Hungarians. It was a 3-day travel. They went through Hungary, through Slovakia, through eastern, what today would be the Ukraine or eastern Poland, at that time, until they make it to Western Galicia. to Auschwitz. It's also 3 days. And also, and on top of that, think about the conditions of those cattle cars. The stench of feces, of urine. When the car turns, these are cattle cars, you don't have padding. So when it goes around a curve and the people get smashed into each other, the blood. That's what he talks about here when he says, tzefufim usegurim. They're crowded and crunched into these cattle cars. Katzon letevach yuvalo. They're brought like sheep to the slaughter. L'sreifa, to be burnt in the kifshonim, in the ovens. Kol shavam yizacher tamid lifnei shochin me'onim. May the cry that their cries, their Shema Yisraels, their vidui that they said, their confession that they said, may that sound always be there in front of God. Bekaram Shema Yisrael masu nafsham ladonei adonim. They died as Jews. They sacrificed themselves as Jews. Roshei yeshivos v'salmideim v'hamonei amcha shama. Yet everyone. We mentioned Rabbi Chanan Wasserman being taken out to the 9th Fort. In the Warsaw Ghetto, his name is Rabbi Menachem Zemba, one of the Gedolei Yisrael. He was the Kozher Klovergon, Rabbi Tzvi Aryeh Frumer. His sefer is called Eretz Tzvi. He's the Rosh Yeshiva of the Lublin Yeshiva. Reb Meir Shapiro, who founded the Lublin Yeshiva, he died very young. He was not a healthy man. He died probably in his early 40s. But the one who took this great vision and dream of Reb Meir Shapiro, because Poland didn't have a lot of yeshivas. It wasn't like White Russia or Lithuania, where it was very crucial that the best of the best would get that education, could become the leaders. You didn't have the kind of educational system in Poland, especially amongst the Hasidim. They had a very weak educational system. And Meir Shapiro, the Chortkova Rebbe, he had this vision. Not only are we going to have a yeshiva that will produce the leadership of the next generation, but what we're going to do is we're going to treat them like a mensch. Instead of them having to eat kest, on Tuesday night you eat at this house, Wednesday night at that house, create a dormitory. We're going to have a kitchen with a staff in the kitchen that can cook them a nutritious meal. It was an incredible revolution, this Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It was a beautiful building. It was a respected building. You're right, if you go to university, you get treated well. Why shouldn't, if you go to yeshiva, you get treated like a mensch? And he died young. He'd paid off much of the debts, but there were still debts. And eventually they choose the Kozher Klover Rebbe, is Rabbi Aryeh Tzvi Frumer, to be the Rosh Yeshiva. He's an incredible Rosh Yeshiva, incredible Talmud Chacham. He died with those students, Al Kiddush Hashem. Used to have, no one had television, and no one had iPhones in the 1930s and 1940s. So when the Germans came into Germany in 1939, Odilo Glabachnik, one of the world's greatest murderers and one of the world's greatest thieves, criminals. He was such a criminal, he stole so much that in the end the SS replaced him. He was the head of the Lublin district. So they took this incredible Beis HaMedrash, the library of the Lublin Yeshiva, and they had a beautiful courtyard outside. The Germans set up their television cameras and they filmed the burning of this, probably the most significant library, significant Beis HaMedrash in all of Europe. I'm not talking about classic documents that are in, for instance, the Bodleian Library of Oxford, or the Cambridge Library, or what the Vatican has. I'm talking about like a Beis Medrash, it was Svarim. There was nothing like the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, because people who didn't have frum kids, they bequested their library to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. People who didn't have any children, they bequested their library to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It was incredible Beis Medrash. And then for the movie tone news, which is what you had in America, so in Germany the Nazis had their own version of that, Between the two films, you didn't have television, you didn't have iPhone, you went to the movie theater to watch the news. And they showed the destruction of that library, the burning of it, the closing of the yeshiva. Remember, this is supposed to be the place that produces the leadership of the future of the Jewish world. Well, if you kill off the Rosh Yeshiva and you kill off the future rabbis and the future leaders, there's nothing left. And they were so proud of that. That's what he's describing here. And I'm just giving you one example. This is true, we talked about Kovna, this is true in Vilna, this is true throughout Europe. Rosh Yeshivos v'Salmideim, Hamoni Am Chashama, Hevidum Be'unim Kashim. The afflictions, especially what they did to the rabbis, was horrific. Varagum b'yad ramah. Demei yeladim rakim tzoakim elecha min adama. The blood of those tender little children, of those babies, 1.5 million Jewish children, are crying out from the ground. Nekom nikmas taf nashim lo sechaya kol neshama. Please, God, take vengeance for the murder of the innocent women and children that were killed. Do not allow any of those perpetrators to survive. Al sreifas alfei midrashos bate kinesios. What about the thousands of bate midrashos, the thousands of shuls? Rivavos sifrei Torah v'lomdeha. What about the tens of thousands of sifrei Torah and svarim, and those who learned those? Nikonin bashios, do we cry out? Shilchu v'eish mikdashei el. The shul is called the Mikdash Ma'at by Yechezkel. I mentioned the 1,300 shuls that were destroyed on the night of November 8th. No, it's the night of November 9th, 1938. November 9th, 1938 was Pogromnacht, Kristallnacht. Close to 1,300 shuls were destroyed. Not to mention all those destroyed in Poland and in the Baltics and in the Ukraine. Shilchu va'esh mikdashei el hitzitzu ve'enu tzafios. And all we could do is look on. We couldn't save them. Yishalem amaver sabeira. God, the wild animal, the torch, the arsonists, they should pay for what they've done. Yadin bagoyim male gevios. Please judge all of the nations that are filled with the corpses of innocent Jews. Zaku shamayim vadama al alfei ayaros mivtzarei Torah. The heavens and the earth will cry out, not just we, but the world, the cosmos will cry out over what? The destruction of thousands of communities. We talked about this when we talked about the valley of the communities. Artzos Europa kihiloseha. The lands of Europe and its communities, Nochle Makaime Masora. This was the heart of the Masorah. Look, Litvisha Jewry, they were the Balei HaMasorah. Those various schools throughout Belarus, throughout Lithuania. Tzadikim, Zakenim, Chasidim, Devekei Emunah Tahora. What about the Chasidim of the Ukraine? What about the Chasidim of Western Galicia? Every one of these towns, the kind of assimilation you had in parts of Europe, you didn't have in Western Galicia. All of these communities that were established by students of the Noam Elimelech, Shinov, Dinov, Peshavorsk, Rupshitz, all these towns, Luzhensk, with Jews who were thoughtful, serious Jews. They didn't dress like when you think of a chassid in Borough Park, they dressed like you or I, but these were Hasidic Jews. Maybe on Shabbos they dressed a little differently. And then you had the Hasidim in Poland. You had 3 great branches of Hasidus. The Alexander and the Ger, those were the 2 big branches. They produced incredibly learned Jews. The majority of Jews in Lodz, the great industrial center, they were either Ger or Alexander Hasidim. They had a pact amongst themselves. We're not going to have the chief rabbi of Lodz as either a Ger or an Alexander, because then one will have the upper hand. We're always going to choose a misnagid. A misnagid, at least that way the chief rabbi will be neutral and it won't be a disadvantage to one of the 2 big groups. Then you had Amshanova Hasidim. And then you had the Hasidim in the Ukraine. In Belarus, in Lita, you had very few, there were only two Hasidic groups. You had the Lubavitch, and you had the Karlin Stolin Hasidim. But the point is, you had these incredible Masoras. You had these incredible groups, you know, and what they produced, in the dynamism and the passion, in the thoughts. You know, today everybody, you know, their brain is fried because of the Samsung or the iPhone. But in those days, what did you have? Nobody had TV. You actually had to use your mind. You had to think. You couldn't be passive. So the written word meant a lot. The book, the Sefer, or the learning. Those who were not verbal, you know, there's certain people who learn well. They're learned from the written text. There are others who are learned from an oral dynamic. They learn by one-to-one learning, by conversation, by engagement. That's what you had. You didn't have a lot of entertainment. There was no MMA. There was no NFL. The entertainment was Chachma, was the beauty of the Torah, the beauty of the Medrash, the beauty of the analysis of the Tanaim, Amoraim, and Rishonim. Tzadikim, Zakenim, Chasidim, Deveke, Emunah, Tahora. All types. Yom Galino Me'artzenu Lo Yakazeh Ki La Yonora. From the day that from the beginning of our exile, right? All Churban comes from Siluk HaShechina. All Churban comes from what happened the afternoon of the 9th of Av. But from the day of our exile, you never had anything like this. Rachem al she'iriseinu habeitna mishamayim. Please, God, have compassion on the Sheris HaPleita. Remember, this is the Baba of the Rebbe. His father, who was the Rebbe, was killed. He survived. He started on West End, on the Upper West Side, eventually moves to Borough Park. He reestablishes Baba V'Chasidim. Some of these people were not Baba V'Chasidim because there weren't many of them who survived. Some of them were others who became part of his community. So he says, have compassion on the Sheris HaPleita, on the remnant. Habeitna min shamayim, lamachanos hakadoshim, pi eser kiyotzi Mitzrayim. How many were murdered? 10 times those who left Egypt. Komem beis kodshenu v'nachamenu b'kiflaim. Please, God, rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. Alluding to the Haftorah that we'll read next week, Nachamu, Nachamu, we need Kefel, the compassion, the sense of comforting that we need from you, only you, the Almighty, can give us. We need double the amount. Romamenu, reestablish us, V'aveinu l'Tzion v'Yerushalayim. Bring us to Zion and Jerusalem. We're going to go to the 31st Kinnah at this point. In the, I don't know what it is in Art Scroll, in the Masoros Harav, it's 5:15. What did you say? 31. The 31st Kinnah. 304, you said?
304 and 306.
Depending on which Art Scroll, 304 or 306, the 31st Kinnah. 304 or 306, depending on the version that you have. We'll sing this together. Remember, there's the song of joy and optimism when we leave Egypt, and then the dirge leaving Yerushalayim. And we'll analyze it in a few minutes. Eshtukad bikirbi bahalosi alibi bitseisi mi Mitzrayim vikini ma'ira leman askira bitseisi mirushalayim az yashir Moshe shir lo yinosh bitseisi mi Mitzrayim Vayikonein Yirmiyah v'naha nehiyah b'tzeisi mirushalayim Beis konein v'shachan ha'anon b'tzeisi mitzrayim v'chamasel shachna alai kanana b'tzeisi mirushalayim Galei yamramu v'chachom makamu B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, Zaidonim shatafu v'al roshi tzafu, B'tzeisi mirushalayim, Digan shamayim umitzor mayim b'tzeisi mimitzrayim lana umromim umayim amarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim Hashkem v'ha'arev svivos harchorev b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Korei elevel al naros bavel b'tzeisi mirushalayim Umare kivod Adonai ki eshol cheles lefanai b'tzeisi mimitzrayim V'cherev l'tusha l'tevach n'tusha b'tzeisi mirushalayim Zevach u'mincha v'shemen ha'mishcha b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Segulas elekucha katzon lativcha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. That's a quote from Isaiah. We should not be brought katzon latevach, like sheep to the slaughter. You know who made this phrase very famous? Abba Kovner. Abba Kovner was a young man in the Vilna Ghetto, and he escaped and he was a partisan. When the heads of the Vilna Ghetto were killed, he really became the driving force, the leader. And they sent these young women who didn't look Jewish, blonde hair, they got them fake passports. They sent them to Warsaw, and they let the Jews of Warsaw who were in the ghetto know what became of the Vilna Ghetto, that it was totally liquidated. They were taken out to Panari Forest, gunned down by Einsatzgruppen C, I believe, or D or C, killed the Vilna Jews. And that's wrong. I think it was Einsatzgruppen A, if I'm correct, that killed it was either A or B that killed the Vilna Jews. But they took them out to Panari Forest, they gunned them down. My cousin, we're German Jews, but my cousin liberated his wife, who became my cousin. She was a Vilna Jew. And she said, and we actually have records of this, there was a young woman from Vilna who they were told they were being reestablished, resettled in the East. The men would work. The men would do construction for the Reich, for work projects and road projects. And the women would take care of the home. Their responsibility would be taking care of the home. They were taken out to Panari Forest and killed. No different than the Jews of Warsaw would be taken to Treblinka and killed. No different than the Jews of Krakow would be taken to Belzec and be killed. But this woman, she was shot apparently in the shoulder. And bodies were obviously were shot after her. And she's laying there alive in this massive pit, which was a petroleum receptacle in Panari Forest. And at night, she's able to push off the bodies that are over her with her wounded shoulder, but with the other shoulder to push with the legs. And she crawls out, and she comes back to Vilna, and she tells her story. My cousin says, I remember this. And the various people that she told it to just couldn't believe it. And they said to her, you're crazy. If you don't shut up, if you don't stop talking this way, we're going to put you into an insane asylum. We're going to put you into a psychiatric ward. And they wouldn't believe her. And in the end, these very people met their fate in the same Panari Forest. So Abba Kovner has these Jewish women with the fake passports that don't look Jewish, they look Christian, and they travel to the Warsaw Ghetto. And they tell the message, they share what's happening, why there's almost no one left in Vilna. And they talk about Panari Forest. And they say this is happening in all over Lithuania. It's going to be a matter of time till they come to you. Because remember, the annihilation of Polish Jewry doesn't take place till March 42. In the case of the deportation of the Warsaw Ghetto, it's actually July of 42. But the murder and the annihilation of what we'll call Soviet Jewry, meaning the Baltic states, White Russia, and Ukraine, that starts right away after Operation Barbarossa. It starts already in July of 41. And when Abba Kovner is one of those that testifies at the Eichmann trial, and he talks about this, that their message to the Polish Jewish communities, to the various ghettos that they sent these women to Warsaw, to Lodz, to Krakow, was not to be katzon latevach, not to revolt, to fight back, not to be like sheep to the slaughter. But the term katzon latevach, that the Jews are being taken like sheep to the slaughter, was not something that Avner Kovner created. It comes out of the Navi Yeshaya. What are we up to? Chagim v'Shabbosos. Chagim v'Shabbosos, umovsim v'osos, b'tzeisi mitzrayim, tanis v'evel, urdof ha'hevel, b'tzeisi mirushalayim, tovu ohalim, li'arba degalim, b'tzeisi mitzrayim, Ole Yishmaelim, Machanos Arelim, B'Tzeisim, Yerushalayim. You know, today is not the first time the B'nai Yishmael, that our Arab cousins, be it the Sunni or the Shia branch, have treated us, have murdered us in such a horrific way. It goes all the way back to before there was Islam, when the B'nai Yishmael treated the survivors, the refugees of Churban Bayis Rishon. That's what it's being referred to here. Yovel ushmita v'eret shoketa b'tzeisi mitzrayim machor litzmisus v'charus likrisus b'tzeisi mirushalayim kapores v'aron v'avnei zikar b'tzeisi mitzrayim V'avnei ha'kela uchlei ha'bela b'tzeisi mirushalayim Leviim v'aronim b'shivim zekein b'tzeisi mitzrayim Nogsim umonim umochrim v'konim b'tzeisi mirushalayim Moshe Yereinu v'Aaron Yancheinu b'tzeisi mitzrayim Nebuchadnezzar v'Andrenos Caesar b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Just two comments. You see that on the one hand we had Yovel and Shemitah, Eret Shoketa. The whole system of the Shemitah means that in an economy where most people for Parnassa are involved in agribusiness, right? They're involved in agriculture. It's a chance once every 7 years to have this incredible education, to transform yourself, to re-energize yourself, to grow as a Jew. It's a beautiful system. And what happened? For financial gain, we trashed the system. We violated the system. We perverted the system. So instead, we're thrown off the land. Our wealth that meant so much to us, that defined us, is all lost. The lands that could have been left fallow, and we could have become thoughtful, intelligent, sophisticated Jews, those lands are no longer ours, as we are exiles. Then you have later on, it's interesting, Nebuchadnezzar and Andrianos Caesar. What should it have said? Either Nebuzaradan and the general or Nebuchadnezzar. What's Nebuchadnezzar and Andrianos Caesar? I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It should have said, not Andrianos, it should have said what? Vespasian or Titus, right? The first base of Mikdash was destroyed under the control of Nebuchadnezzar and the Bavel. The second base of Mikdash was destroyed under the control of Vespasian and his son Titus. Why Hadrian? You have to understand that the genocide under Hadrian was probably the worst genocide the Jewish people had ever faced in our history until the Shoah. We lost a lot of people in the fight. We talked about that when we studied the 16th Kinos. We lost a lot of the Shvuya Yerushalayim. We lost the people in Gamla and Yudfas. And it was horrific. But nothing compared to the genocide that was perpetrated by the Romans. That's why Chazal referred to the Romans as Malchus HaRasha, the evil empire. The genocide of men, women, children that took place after the Bar Kokhba revolt was defeated. I'm not talking about the soldiers of Bar Kokhba, I'm talking about the civilian population. And then they followed that up with importing thousands of tons of salt and plowing over the center of the country, what we call the center of Israel. They called it the southern part of Israel, but we today call it the center of the country. The only place a Jew could live was the Galilee or the Golan Heights. Today we drink like Flam wine, Castel. We drink some of these really wonderful wines. Think about all the fruits and vegetables that you get from the heart of the country. Just leaving the airport on your way to Jerusalem or on your way to Tel Aviv, that's such fertile land. None of that land was operative. It was all plowed over with salt. They renamed Yerushalayim Elia Capitolina. They plowed over meters off the Temple Mount. Tzion Soda Techarish. They renamed the country from Judea, Palestina, right? The Romans assumed that the worst enemy in our history were the Philistines. So they renamed it Palestina, which was the name until modern Israel. And the Hadrian Decrees. Because the Judeo-Christians, people like Elisha ben Avuya, other heretics, they said the only way you're going to stop Israel, the only way you're going to stop the Jews is you've got to basically get them to assimilate. Water down Yiddishkeit. Get them to assimilate. How do you do that? Prevent Jewish education. No Jewish education. No transferal to what we call smicha, ordination, where you define who are those that are worthy of being the leaders of the next generation, and other Hadrianic decrees. What happened to us under Hadrian was far, far worse than what happened to us under Vespasian and Titus, as bad as that was. And the only thing that probably has ever surpassed that in Jewish history is the Shoah. And that's why it says Andrianus Caesar and not Vespasian. Na'aroch milchama v'Adonai shama b'tzeisi mimitzrayim rachak mimenu v'hinei einenu b'tzeisi mirushalayim sisrei faroches v'sidrei mareches b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Chema niteches alai socheches b'tzeisi mirushalayim Olos uzvachim v'ishei nichochim b'tzeisi mimitzrayim b'cherev medukarim b'nei Tzion yikarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim Pare mikbaos lechavod nikbaos b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Shrikos usruos lekalon usvos b'tzeisi mirushalayim tzitz hazahav v'hamshel v'rahav b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Ushlach hanezer v'afas ha'ezer b'tzeisi mirushalayim Kedusha unvu, uchvod Adonai nira, b'tzeisi mimitzrayim, nigala umara v'ruach hatuma, b'tzeisi mirushalayim, rina v'shua v'chatzotzos hatrua, b'tzeisi mimitzrayim, Za'akas olal v'nakas chalal b'tzeisim Yerushalayim. Shulchanum nara v'chalil uktar b'tzeisim Mitzrayim. Elil v'soeva ufesal u'matzeva b'tzeisim Yerushalayim. Torah usuda uchleachem da b'tzeisim Mitzrayim. Sason v'simcha v'naskum l'dacha b'tzjuvi Yerushalayim. Before we go to the next Kinnah, I'd like to read 2 stories about October 7th. Give me just a second here. You know, you can tell not wearing like those good shoes that give you my back, my knees. I feel it after 5 hours. You start to feel it. You know, I always tell my kids, don't call me old man. I'm still a young man. If they see me bending down like this, forget it. They're going to say, okay. I want to tell you 2 stories. One is from Kibbutz Nachal Oz, which, you know, as we know, suffered horrifically. It's a story of a man by the name of Shlomo Ron. He was 85 years old. His niece, his wife and daughter really couldn't talk about this, but his niece tells the story. Now, where are these stories coming from? I would ask each and every one of you to buy this book. I think it's a must for your home. The book is called One Day in October. It was originally written in Hebrew. 2 Israeli journalists. One is a religious woman, I think from the area of the Gush, and the other is a secular man from Tel Aviv. The 2 of them collaborated on this. They gathered together a group of mental health professionals because they wanted to make sure they were asking the right questions. They also wanted to make sure that it wasn't too painful when they asked those questions. They interviewed 120 different stories. Some of them were survivors of October 7th. Some of them, you know, were not survivors, but it was the story of someone who was killed on October 7th. But it's people who could tell that story. Of the 120, they took 40 of them. Each is a vignette of between 5 and 8 pages. And they took 40 of them and put them into this book. It was translated by Toby Press. Toby Press is the same as Magid or Koren Press. It's Matthew Miller. In fact, Rabbi Reuven Ziegler was very involved in this. I think many of you know Reuven Ziegler from the Gush. He was a Talmud Rav in Liechtenstein, put out a lot of the halachic and the hashkafic works that Magid does. So it's called One Day in October. And you have these 40 vignettes. And it creates a tapestry. You know, this is a story of a nurse. This is a story of a policeman. This is a story of a soldier. This is a story of someone on this kibbutz, on this community, etc. There are 40 very different stories of 40 very different Jews. Some of them are maybe Thai workers. You know, most of them are Jews. Some of them might be a Muslim bus driver or security guard. And it creates a tapestry that gives you a picture that we really need to have of the various communities, and it includes maps, etc., in this book. It's very, very well done. So I'm going to share today just 2 of those 40. Shlomo Ron. I'm related to Shlomo through his wife Chanala. Shlomo and Chanala, they met on the kibbutz. They basically founded the kibbutz. Chanala moved there from Kvutzat Kinneret. She was 22 years old. Shlomo came before her from Tel Aviv to found the kibbutz with his Nachal group. That's how they met. Then they got married. They lived there. They raised 3 kids right on the Gaza border. If you're here to talk about heroism, I think there were heroes these, Chanala and Shlomo, were heroes long before October 7th. Because it was always dangerous there. There were always attacks. They used to call it the Fedayin. Remember, they called it the Fedayin, right? They would come in from Egypt, the Palestinians from Gaza. They used to call it fedayin, and then they called it infiltrations. And they were always under threat. But Shlomo and Chanala never left. Even in recent years, when all the missiles started, and the mortar bombs, and all the different threats, and lots of families with young children left, they never left. Most of the old kibbutz families never left. They stayed, and they felt safe there, very safe. This is a book about heroes. But Shlomo and Chanala, they weren't those tough hero types. They weren't the warriors, not at all. They were gentle, tender souls who loved culture and art. Chanala was a kindergarten teacher. She was a kindergarten teacher in Nachal Oz for years. You'd always see her, so sweet, leading a trail of little kids, little kibbutzniks. Shlomo was always curious, always interested in everything. It was fun to share things with him. He'd ask all these questions, and he would tell stories of his own. He was a deep man. Talking with him was much more than small talk or joking around. It was conversation on deep subjects. And he was an actor. Shlomo was a good actor. He always had the lead role in all the kibbutz plays. He loved acting, and in recent years he started painting as well. The two of them were gentle, cultured souls, the exact opposite of all those hero stories. But at the same time, in spite of it all, they truly lived incredibly brave lives. Then the Black Sabbath, or the Black Simchas Torah, came along. Shlomo and Chanala, they have 3 kids. And that Shabbat, which was also a holiday, it was Simchas Torah, their 2 daughters came to spend the weekend with them. One daughter came from up north, from Rosh Pinah. The other daughter came all the way from Oxford University, from England. And the 2 daughters and the grandson, they all stayed in a tiny guest apartment adjacent to Shlomo and Chanala's place. That guest apartment is usually empty. People only stay there when they come for the weekend. Now, everything we know about that morning is based upon what Marissa, Chanala's wonderful caretaker, told us. So Chanala she was weak, and she had a caretaker. What happened is that the siren went off in the kibbutz. Shlomo and Chanala were eating breakfast with Marissa. The girls were still asleep in the guest unit, and the sirens were old news to everyone. Okay, fine, when the sirens sound, you go into the safe room. But then, a few minutes later, they started hearing gunshots in the kibbutz. And an announcement on the loudspeaker said there was an infiltration, which had also happened before. That seems to be when Shlomo told Chanala and Marissa, the caretaker, go to the safe room. I'm staying out here. That's what he said. This all happened within minutes. And the shooting was close. It was very close. Marissa told us that they were closing the door to the safe room. She already saw the man who later shot Shlomo. He was right there in the entrance. Their porch was a big window with a view of the front, and Marissa could see the terrorists coming, and so could Shlomo. And when she and Chanala ran to the shelter, they tried to call him to come in, but Shlomo refused to go. Instead of running with them, he went and he sat down in the armchair. He said to Marissa, take Chanala into the safe room and close the door. I'm here, I'm not coming in. And he told Chanala, the army will come soon and everything will be okay, so that Chanala would not be scared. Marissa took Chanala into the safe room and locked the door. It was all at the very last second. She barely had time to lock the door before the terrorists burst in and shot him, and that was it. They must have thought that he was alone there. And all this was taking place while his daughters and his grandson were just a few steps away in the tiny apartment next to him, in this old shelter that didn't even lock. They just sat there terrified and made sure everything was dark. They hunched down on the floor so that no one would see anything from the outside, and no one went in there that whole time. Hamas must have had some kind of intelligence map, some kind of plan, and knew that the tiny apartment was always empty, so they didn't go there. It's hard to know. No one really knows what was going through Shlomo's head at that moment. But Shlomo knew. He knew that his daughters and his grandson were there in the safe room in the apartment next door. He knew that his wife and Marissa were in the safe room in the back. And he's an actor, a true actor. He must have said to himself, I'm sitting here. I'll sit here in my chair, all calm, and let them shoot me. That armchair is the most prominent thing in the room. He just sat there, not trying to hide or get into a closet or anything. He didn't even close the window. On the contrary, he purposely drew all the attention to himself, like an actor on center stage. He sat there in the chair. Here I am. I'm right here. I'm not hiding. And since he wasn't hiding, the terrorists thought he was the only one there, that he was just a lonely old man sitting alone in his chair. So they shot him, and they moved on to the next house. It's not like no one else came after the first terrorists. Marissa told us for the rest of the day, because they were only rescued at 6:30 p.m. in the evening. The rest of the day, dozens of others came in as well. They came in to loot the place. They opened up the closets. They looked for cash or jewelry or whatever. And it didn't occur to any of them to keep looking for more people, because Shlomo's act was so convincing. His lonesomeness, sitting there in the chair all by himself. That is how he saved his wife, Hanala. He saved the caretaker, Marissa. He saved the life of his 2 daughters and his grandson. That's the story. I think this is the niece who's telling the story. I think a lot about Shlomo's courage and how he died as a hero, but not in the usual way. He was a soft hero, a gentle hero. This gentle courage combines 2 extremes, courage on the one hand and gentleness on the other. And it's so different from all the usual hero stories. He was a man of culture, a man of letters. He read a lot. He loved to converse. He was a family man. He didn't have a gun, nothing. He was a soft man. And Hanala is such a gentle woman, the most delicate thing in the world. Yet he still had the courage to sacrifice himself for others. His tenderness, it saved lives. I think about him sitting there in his chair, 85 years old, and still keeping his family safe the only way he could. His death is a perfect microcosm of his whole life. His death is the death of a modest, humble person, of gentle heroes. They're real heroes, he and Hanala. They always talked about being the country's guardians by living on the border, never budging, never moving away. They never left the kibbutz, even during the hardest, most dangerous wars. All the people who live there in Gaza envelope, kibbutzim, they've been keeping the rest of us safe for years. And no one ever talks about it or notices it. What's been happening in recent years, all the anger and hostility towards the kibbutzim, it's all so unbearably painful. She ends off, and this is the big problem that we have, and this is why we keep observing Tisha B'Av, is the sinas achim, the sinas chinam that led to Chorban Bayis Sheni, and that has been our Achilles heel throughout our history. I wanted to say something on the subject of unity. In my eyes, everything that happened on October 7th, what we need to learn from it, is that we need to come together as one nation. I write about this on Facebook, and some of my friends, they respond so angrily. They write things like, how can we unite with the Orthodox, with the settlers? All the budgets are used up on them. They're this, they're that. And I say it's not easy to come together. But that's what we need to do. We have to unite. That's the moral of the story. And if we don't understand that, it's going to happen to us again. It's that simple. This is a story, not of someone who was killed, but someone by the name of Iran. Iran is 45 years old, and you'll hear his story. Let me see where to start it. He had been a career military man. He was a parachute instructor. He was in the army, and it's very tough, you know. After you've spent, you know, you're from 18 to like 44 years old, 45 years old, what do you do with the rest of your life? How do you get a job? What are you trained to do? You're not trained to be an executive of a company. You're not trained to be, you know, a doctor. You're not trained. What do you do for a living? So it was very, very challenging for him, as it is for many others, after being a career military man, being a lieutenant colonel, to now become a civilian. That was, okay, so it says the following. Everything changed. If I hadn't gotten it, okay, wait, sorry, 1 second, that's not the part. So I was discharged, and I tried different jobs, and today I have a position in the Kiryat Ata. It's a municipality near Haifa, Kiryat Ata. I'm the director of municipal beautification. That's what I do for a living. Okay. Keep in mind, where were the attacks? Down near Gaza. He's north of Haifa. The Shabbat, October 7th. I'm at home at the end of a completely normal week. I'm already discharged, not in the headspace of the army at all, and suddenly I begin to get calls from my older brother who lives in Eilat at 7 in the morning. I answer, what's the matter? What's up? He asks me, where are you? I say to him, I'm at home asleep. And my brother says to me, turn on the TV, the country is done, it's over. I get up, went to the living room, turned on the TV. The first thing I see there is a picture of a Hamas pickup truck in Sderot. And my first thought is, no way, this can't actually be happening. And my second thought is, if they're over there, then get up, get your gun and stop them. It was so childish, so stupid, so not thought out. But I just said to myself, Iran, get up and do something. Go to that truck, go there. I mean, I'm out in Kiryat Ata. It's clear that by the time I get to Sderot, it'll be more than 2 hours away. The police and army will take care of it. It'll be all over. But still, I started walking around my house looking for my uniform. I get the gun and my wife comes and says to me, what is this? What are you doing? And I say to her, they called me from the army. I have to drive there, which wasn't true. No one actually called me. But I finished getting ready, I kissed the kids goodbye, and I left. I started driving south, speeding like crazy. And on the way, I hear the news. At that point, they still don't know what was going on. They knew there was a mess, but they didn't really understand anything. They didn't understand the magnitude of the attack. The whole way going down south, I tried to work out, where am I driving to? Who do I know in the south? Who should I call? And then a friend of mine from my officer's course, he pops into my head. A guy who lives in Patish. Patish is next to Ofakim. So I called him. You all know that Ofakim was ravaged during October 7th. Many were killed there. Many of the police officers of Ofakim trying to defend it were killed. So I called him. I had no idea what was going on in Patish. I just called and he picked up. I say to him, Liel, what's up? He says, don't ask. What a mess. And he begins telling me his story. He's related to Rami Davidian from the family that saved young people from the festival. They went back and forth picking people up. He tells me, and I say to him, I'll be with you in Patish in 20 minutes. He says, but how? You're from Kiryat Ata. What are you talking about? I say to him, I'll be there in 20 minutes. So I drove. No Waze, no GPS. The last time I was at his house was 20 years ago. But I still made it there, no problem. When I got to Patish, I drove up to the gym, and all these kids who escaped from the Nova Music Festival were there. It was total hysteria. I saw policemen, some locals, so I sort of snapped myself into authority mode. I tucked my Golani Brigade beret into my shoulder strap so that people would think I was still in active service, and I went inside. I still didn't know what happened. I still didn't understand the situation, but I went into the hall, and there was crazy panic, so I started shouting, listen, everyone, go inside. Everyone go inside. And I grabbed a few soldiers and this officer who was there and said to them, Listen very, very well. You need to make lists. I want everyone here on the list with phone numbers so we can start helping them get a hold of their parents so we know who's here. It was crazy chaos there, totally insane, so I started shouting again. Listen up! We're assessing the situation. We're trying to understand what to do. We're in control. The army is here. The army's on its way. I'm here to help you. So some journalist jumps on me with a camera and says, we have a representative of the Home Front Command. And I'm like thinking, oh no, I'm not a representative. I'm not even on reserve duty. I just want to get things sorted out. So after a while, I understood that there wasn't much for me to do there. I didn't come to just make lists. I came to make a difference. I came to fight. Someone there had the location of someone who was still at the festival who needed saving, so I decided to go to the Nova Festival to save him. If you ask me what I was afraid of there, I wasn't afraid of terrorists, and I wasn't afraid of dying. I was just afraid someone would realize that I didn't belong there and that I had overstepped my authority. When I set out that morning, I took out my handgun, I loaded the chamber because I understood there were terrorists on the loose. I didn't understand that there were hundreds and thousands of terrorists. I thought there was a terrorist or two, not more. I didn't understand what was happening yet. After driving for a while, I see a police jeep that had crashed into a white pickup truck. And I realize that there's a body there left lying next to the jeep. And at first I'm still thinking it's an accident. But then I suddenly see a terrorist getting out of the truck. He starts moving in my direction, kind of lipping. And it hits me that he's a terrorist. I just freeze up for a second. I say to myself, hey, Ron, you gotta kill him. Kill him! Then my mind is going back and forth like, am I even allowed to kill him? Am I not allowed to kill him? All within a fraction of a second. In the end, I shot him and killed him. He drops to the ground. Then another terrorist jumps out from behind him, and I shoot him too. I empty out my clip on him and kill him. Then I went back to the car and I began to drive with my weapon actually sticking out of the window and head to the location I had recorded. I speed like crazy, and on the way, next to the entrance of Kibbutz Re'im, I see loads of burnt out cars. Bodies left lying next to these cars, and dead terrorists. Then I get to the festival grounds, to where the festival had been. There I see in front of me burnt cars, bodies everywhere. It's a sight that I'll never forget my whole life. My whole life, I can never forget that. So I get out of the car, and I started making my way through the festival grounds on foot. There was a silence, and I took out my phone to film it, even though that isn't my thing. But I thought I had reached the end. I was about to die. The phone gave me some sense of security, enough to walk around. It gave me the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then I started talking to myself, and as I got closer to the festival grounds, I shouted out, Tzahal, Mishtara, Tzahal, Mishtara, IDF, police, IDF, police. Does anyone here need help? Anyone? And there was silence, an inexplicable silence, a hellish silence. I'm shouting, and no one is answering me. No one answers. And the whole compound, it's full of bodies. Not dozens of bodies, hundreds of bodies, masses of people. Only then I think, only there did I understand the magnitude of the onslaught. I walked around there for a long time. I combed the area, and after a while I saw soldiers coming in. So I stopped filming because I didn't want to look stupid, like this lieutenant colonel sitting there and taking pictures. What's up with that? I said to myself. Okay, but what is my mission? No one's alive. No one's left alive. What am I doing here? At first I was in combat mode, but there was no one there. The terrorists weren't there anymore. Afterwards I said maybe I'll go into the medical mode and evacuate the wounded. But everyone there was dead. Everyone had died already. It was terrible. And then I thought, Hamas also abducts corpses. So I decided that I need to collect all the bodies into one place before it gets dark. The bodies were scattered everywhere. There was a big white tent there. It had been the evacuation point from the festival. So I said, okay, it seems big enough. We'll bring everyone there. Later, it turned out that it wasn't enough for all the bodies there. In the meantime, another 3 officers who were there joined me. And together, we tried to work out how to gather all of the dead bodies. In the end, we found this small tractor. We got it started. We attached a big cart to it. And we started driving around. We decided to start at the far end of the Nova Festival grounds, and there were burnt bodies there in the bushes. And I understood that I have to film. I have to document it all so that it will exist for history. That's how I saw it. I felt that it was the Holocaust. That's how I saw it. That's how it felt. I took a few photos and I started to lift up the bodies, but I was suddenly terrified that they would fall apart when I moved them. I was afraid to touch them, so I moved on to bodies that were more intact. There was this one body of a girl that I picked up. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it was clear that she had been raped multiple times. I will never forget her. I asked her for her forgiveness for what they had done to her, and I covered her with clothing. When I tried to lift her up, the ground was kind of uneven and I toppled over. It was so hard to carry her. And I fell down with her. And I say to her, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And I put her on the cart gently. And I realized that I'm not up to it. After what she'd been through, after what the others had been through, I just won't be able to do it. I can't handle it. But then I decide that there's a mission here. There's nothing to be done about it. There are so many bodies, so I decide to detach myself. And that's what we did there for hours, long into the night. We went around, and we loaded the bodies from the ground, from the cars, from the mobile shelters. We loaded them onto the cart, and we unloaded them in the tent. We loaded, unloaded for hours. There was one moment in the middle of the nightmare with the bodies when we found 3 kids who were hiding. They were alive. It was the happiest moment that I had. I took them to my car, and they were in this state of terror, and I said to them, I'm here with you. I've got you. Everything's okay. I'm taking you to Patish. And the whole way I held the hand of one of the girls that was there. She grabbed my hand really hard, digging her nails in like, don't leave me. It was insane. I brought them to Patish and went back to the festival grounds to keep gathering the dead bodies. At 4 a.m, we had collected 240 bodies. I personally carried about 80 bodies, something like that. And I began to feel really exhausted, and I'm trying to think, what's next? There's still fighting going on. But I don't know that, so that was it. When the sun rose, I drove back to Patish, where I see the situation has stabilized a little. It's hard for me to use that word stabilized. Only then do I tell myself to calm down, and I decide to drive back home to Kiryat Ata. When I got home, my wife didn't really understand what I had been through, what I had experienced. She didn't understand how much death I had seen that day. It's not like I can understand it myself. In general, ever since I got out of the army, my parenting, my marriage, it's all very complicated. But that's already a different story. I don't really know why I did what I did. I remember back in 2006, in the Second Lebanon War, the story of the deputy battalion commander, Roe Klein, who threw himself on the grenade to save the life of his soldiers. I took a lot from that story. And I can say with complete certainty that if I hadn't done what I did, if I hadn't gone down south, if I had sat at home watching the news acting like some kind of victim, I never would have forgiven myself, never. So much so that I would have seriously considered leaving the country, just because I wouldn't be able to show my face in public. No way, I would never have been able to live here. I think a lot about it. I think what would have happened if I had gotten there earlier, maybe by a half an hour. Maybe we would have found more people there at the festival who were still alive. Maybe if I'd gotten there earlier, I would have taken part in the real fighting. I can picture myself taking someone's rifle, putting on a vest, and fighting. Maybe I'm just beating myself up. But I think a lot about that. Those thoughts keep me up at night. He survived. You can Google the video that he took of the fairgrounds running around looking for live people and only finding death everywhere. But it was hundreds of Jews who were willing to sacrifice their life, who fled down there, and many of them died. Many of them were killed. He survived. And at least he prevented the Nivul HaMes. I stopped reading, but he also goes on to say that he says he only wishes for our people a sense of unity. Not that we have to all agree politically or agree on everything, but instead of having his children raised in a world where Jews are fighting with other Jews and arguing with other Jews, to live in a world where even if we disagree, but at least we care about each other. We don't bedevil each other. The next Kinnah we'll go to, which we haven't done for a number of years, is the 13th Kinnah, Eiko. I've got it on page 314, and the art scroll should be page 192. One thing that's unique about the word Eicha, there's three ways that you could translate the word Eicha. One is, why? Why, God? Did you Eicha Yashva Vadad Irabasiyam? Why did you allow this city that was teeming with people, that was a city of knowledge, that was a city of Avodas Hashem, to be sitting here desolate like this? It's a why, it's a challenge. You'll say, what right do you and I as mere human beings, mere mortals, have to question God? We have no right to do such a thing. And the answer is, Yirmiyahu gave us a matter. The Rav used to say throughout the year, we as a human being have no right to question God. What do we say on a typical fast day? Ki lo makshvosai makshvosechem. We can't even fathom the most fundamental principles in the physical universe, our limited knowledge of physics. Think about our knowledge of neurology. You know, we've made great strides in cardiology, we've made great strides in certain cancers. But when it comes to neurological diseases, we're barbarians, we're pygmies. And now we're going to sit and question God? We don't even understand the physical universe that he created. We're going to sit and question him and his ways? So the typical response of a Jew to tragedy is Vayidom Aharon. What happened when his two young sons were killed? When they died offering the Eish Zara that we spoke about in the 16th Kinnah. The typical response is silence. We don't claim to be God's accountant. We don't claim to be God's attorney. We don't claim to be God's spokesperson. There's certain things that we have the humility to say we don't know. We show enough humility to say we just don't know. Vayidom Aharon. But one day a year, we have the right to question. The day that we relive, the day that we re-experience all of these tragedies, Tisha B'Av. Who gave us the license? Who gave us the matter to question? It was Yirmiyahu himself. under, so to speak, divine hashgacha, under divine permission. So the Ramban says that in many Sephardic communities, they read Eicha at night and Eicha in the morning. Many Sephardic communities in all of the Ashkenazic world, we read Eicha at night and Asof Asifim, which is the 8th and 9th chapter of Yirmiyahu, we read in the morning, which plays the same role as Eicha. So the Kalir is not the first one to say a Kina. He's not the first one to question. What gave him the license to act this way? Yirmiyahu, be it at night or be it in the morning. Rabbi Yisrael Chait, he should have a refuah shalema. Rabbi Yisrael Chait, the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshiva B'nai Torah, Talmud of Rav Aaron, of Rav Moshe, of the Rav, he understood Eicha differently, not as why, but it's a rhetorical question. We're asking ourselves, how could it be? You know, when you're astonished, you ask yourself a question. We're in a state of astonishment. How could it be? How is it possible that the following? You're not questioning God. You're stating, you're articulating your sense of bewilderment. The Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg in the 41st Kinnah, he says, Ko'avim u'mishtomimim. We're in deep pain, we're hurting, we're in depression and sadness, and at the same time we're perplexed, we're astonished. Ko'avim u'mishtomimim. There's a third explanation to the word Eicha. It's not a pshat explanation, but it's a drash explanation. And that's this Kina. And that's what the Kalir does. A ko. You break it up into two words. Where is ko? What does the word ko mean? So in Hebrew, what is the translation of the word here? You say po. What's the translation of the word sham? You say there, here, there, right? What is ko? Ko doesn't mean here, there. It means it's a term that signifies Jewish destiny, the destiny of the Jewish people. That's why the Nevi'im use the word Ko Amar Hashem. Not like the King James Bible, thus saith the Lord. No. Ko Amar Hashem means that the Navi is communicating to us something about our future, about our destiny. Okay? So what the Kalir here, we ask God is, where is the Ko? Where is that unique, special Jewish destiny that is a function of the covenant? And there are many components to that unique Jewish destiny that are a function of the covenant. Where is the Ko? Let's read. A ko omer kores la'af befetzach, bevris ben absarim ko yiyeh lenetzach. In the covenant of Jewish history, Avram is told, number one, that he will have descendants, and that those descendants, will be part of an eternal covenant with God. He says, Ko yiyeh zaracha, thus will be your descendants. So what's happened to Ve'hen ata bulu atzamai beretzach? Literally, my bones have been slaughtered with murder. Lama Elohim zanachta lenetzach. These phrases all come from Kapitel Ayin Daled, the 74th Kapitel, the 74th Psalm. So that's the terminology. Instead of Ko yiyeh zaracha, look, if we would have just grown as a people the way the Chinese grew, we would have as many Jews on this earth as there are Chinese on this earth. But what happened? Bul atzamai beretzach. We've been slaughtered throughout our history that has ultimately cut down, our numbers each and every century. Eko gash kiselo, gash is like lahagasha, coming to the Mizbeach. Where is the ko that Avram and Yitzchak said, Avram said actually, when he brought his son, the ultimate sacrifice, to you to appease you, l'ratzasecha. Because what was the ko there? They said, wait a second, where is the place? Where's the place that, we're going to have the korban? You're going to bring the korban. He tells Eliezer, who's a great servant, who's a great person. He tells Yishmael, who's done tshuva, who's come back, Shvu lechem po im hachamor. You stay here with the donkey. Chamor, it was from the word chomer, which represents, this world, the physical world. V'ani v'hanar nelcha adko. And I and the lad, I and the youth, as Joe Pesci would say, we're going to go adko. We're going to go to a state of, what's the point? No Gentile, it's not part of the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach that you have to sacrifice your life, your son for God. That you sacrifice yourself. Self-sacrifice. I'm talking about not just physical, actual sacrifice. I'm talking about sacrifice of one's energies, of one's talents, of everything. That's not part of the covenant. You lead a moral life, yes. But that kind of Mesiras Nefesh, that concept of Mesiras Nefesh doesn't exist. The concept of being Mekadeh Shem Shemayim, that doesn't exist. You stay here. You're not doing anything wrong. You're good people. But I and the lad, meaning me and my son, we're going to adko. That's what makes the Jew different. And that's what makes the Jew's commitment to God different. And that's what makes the Jew's responsibility to this world and to humanity different. Nelcha adko. But now, Nelcha adko pito beidosecha. Because what was the testimony, or what was the mitzvah there? The mitzvah was the mitzvah of the Akedah. But now, dakru pepelach, kifelach. You ever see these guys, like, remember what was his name? John Belushi, samurai, he'd slice the watermelon or slice the gourd. That's what's happened to the Jewish people. Dakru kifelach rayasecha. Your beloved ones, your intimate ones. Yeshan apcha b'tzon marsecha. And the midas hadin, the smoke from the raging fire has consumed the sheep of your pasture. Eiko havtachas akudim nikudim b'mashaos im ko yamar ko yuchashos. Think about the specific providence that Yaakov Avinu had. Lavan manipulates vatichalef es maskurti aseres monim. Lavan manipulates the wages 100 different times over 6 years. Remember, first he manipulated him 7 years for Rachel. He didn't give Yaakov Rachel. Another 7 years for Rachel, so 14 years for Rachel. Then, when Yaakov wants to leave, Ma'asai Esa Lebesi, he begs him to stay, and I'll make you, give you this, that. And every time he wants to change the deal. Because Yaakov is becoming wealthy. He sees that God is with Yaakov. 100 different times over 6 years, he manipulates and changes the deal. But what happened? Each and every time, God looks after him. In the providence, the hashgacha is there. That divine providence that enabled Yaakov to survive under the tyranny of Lavan. We don't have any of that. We don't have that divine providence. It's not enabling us to survive under the hands, in this case, of the Shia, in this case of the Sunni, in this case of now that what we're seeing coming out of Western Europe with the eighth front of the war. And that, of course, is the delegitimization of Israel, of Jews. So he says, Vein ata, vikach the ir malei teshuvos. This city that was so abundant with people singing songs and Hallel and Pesach, now it shrieks and shrills. Harima fa'amecha lamashuos. Next, Eiko zam v'harag mitzri began. We're at the 13th kina. Where is that which the ko that was used by Moshe Rabbeinu, vayifen ko v'ko, when he killed the Egyptian taskmaster, began na'ul b'kodesh, vayifen ko v'ko chutam edus kodesh. There's two ways of explaining vayifen ko v'ko. One is like the Medrash. This young woman, who's a nebuch, a wretched slave wife, she didn't realize there's no electricity. They couldn't afford candles. Her husband is sent off to work at night. The Egyptian taskmaster comes in. She assumes it's her husband. And he's violating her. The husband shows up, finds the Egyptian taskmaster violating his wife. He's going to kill the husband. After he's done killing the husband, he'll kill the wife. And where's Moshe in all of this? It says, Vayar b'sivlosam. He leaves the palace and he goes into the, he goes into the ghetto. He goes into the slums. And he understands, if he stays camouflage and no one knows he's there, well, as he grows in the administration, he'll be able to do great things for the Jews. He'll be able to help all the Jews. Who knows, maybe one day he'll become the next Pharaoh and he can liberate the Jews. But if he gets involved and it's discovered, he's going to throw everything away. On the other hand, what right does he have to allow this innocent Jew and this innocent Jewess, what right does he have to allow them to die? They didn't do anything wrong. Vayifen kovako. So one explanation is he looks, by killing the Egyptian taskmaster, would anyone righteous have come out of this taskmaster? To quote Clint Eastwood, when you kill a man, you're killing everything he's ever been and everything he ever will be. So that's the Medrash explanation. The other explanation that the Pashtanim will say is this. He looked at himself. You can make all kinds of calculations about all the good you could do and all the greatness you will be able to do. But right now, you're not entitled to that greatness if it means violating and allowing this man to be murdered and allowing this woman to be murdered. Forget all the greatness, forget the thousands, forget the positions. Right now, the moral question is, what kind of a man are you? Vayifen kovakos, he looked into himself. What kind of a man am I? If I really am vayar b'sivlosam, if he really cares about their burdens and feels and wants to feel their suffering and their pain, then you can't allow them to be innocently murdered like this. And he does that. Think about all of the Jewish women who've been murdered, who've been violated. Think about all of the Jewish women at the Nova Music Festival, at the kibbutzim in Be'eri and Neros and Nachalos and Kfar Aza, at the hands of Hamas. The Hamas had with them, they discovered on some of the dead bodies and some of the Hamas that were arrested, they had these quotes from the Quran. I don't know if it was the Quran or if it was from some of the writings. And they had these phrases alluding to Khaybar. You ever heard of Khaybar? Khaybar was a city that a Jewish community, Muhammad came in, they beheaded the men, and they took the Jewish women as sex slaves. And that was the plan of what they were going to do to these Jews. Part of the problem is that many Jews don't appreciate the depth of the commitment to Islam, the depth of the commitment to the theology of Islam that exists in Gaza, where the Muslim Brotherhood is a theology, a horrific, vicious theology, but a very passionate, rampant theology. It's a theology that has been expelled from Saudi Arabia, expelled from the UAE. You're incarcerated in Egypt. It's illegal in Egypt. But it's a theology that's being funded by the Qatarian royal family, Sheikh Hamoza and the Amir, while in the meantime you've got Republicans and Democrats alike that their tongues are sticking out, licking and kissing up to the Qatarians, who buy them off, who invest in them, who fund our universities. We've got universities that have no sense of morality, no sense of ethics, because they take that money. They create programs. They take not the billions, the multiple billions they take from the Qatarians. And it's also funded and supported by Erdogan and the Turks. It's despised and hated in the large majority of Sunni Islam. It's a death cult, the Muslim Brotherhood. But what the Sunni Muslims are infuriated at, whether it's the Americans, the Canadians, the Brits, the French, the Belgians, they say, you idiots, under the name of freedom of religion, you allow a death cult, you allow a perversion, a bastardization of Islam to run rampant. And we have here in New Jersey, we have Muslim Brotherhood mosques where they're preaching the most horrific, heinous things against Jews and Christians. We have it throughout America, but all under the freedom of religion. Instead of declaring them like the Saudis and the UAE, like the other moderate Sunni Muslims, instead of declaring them a terrorist organization, which is what Ted Cruz wants to do, Senator Cruz, we, like a bunch of fools, embrace them. And by the way, that's a problem. It's a problem that Israelis have. It's a problem that Westerners have. We're so ignorant of the theology of Islam. We're so ignorant of the values of Islam that we project onto the Palestinians, we make them into college students. We make them into Democrats or into liberals. And shame on us. Have the humility, have the integrity to understand their theology, understand their ideology, understand that when they come into a community and they murder the husbands and they rape the women, they're doing this not because this is an aberrant, that's not really what Islam is. That's their brand of Islam. And they wear on their body the description of Khaybar, and that they're fulfilling what Muhammad did to the Jews of Khaybar. They're fulfilling it by doing it to the Jews of the Otef, Gaza. And that, unfortunately, is not how, or that's not the story the press wants to tell. It's not the story that governments want to tell. But it's reality. And it's the evil that we're facing. And that evil has to be eradicated. You don't negotiate with that kind of an evil. You don't appease that kind of an evil. What did Winston Churchill say to Neville Chamberlain? And Winston Churchill was despised at the time by his fellow Brits. When he went to meet with the Fuhrer, when Neville Chamberlain and the French sold out the Sudetenland to Nazi Germany, to the Fuhrer, Churchill said to him, you had two choices. You could have stood up to the Fuhrer, and you could have said, we will not tolerate that, and stopped him. Or you had the choice of appeasement and capitulation. You chose appeasement. You chose a capitulation. And for that, you will have war. And the West has never learned the lesson that Winston Churchill was trying to teach Neville Chamberlain. We keep making the same mistake as Chamberlain over and over again. So the names change from Hitler to the Ayatollah. The names change from the Nazis to the Muslim Brotherhood. The names change from the Germans to the Palestinians. But we keep making the same ignorant, arrogant mistake of projecting ourselves onto them. Have the respect for an Arab. Have the respect for a Muslim to at least appreciate what their theology is, what they think, what their values are. And don't be so condescending to project onto them what we are. Ko tov kishulach go'ol avadecha, ko somar l'shalach am la'avdecha. Where is the ko that Moshe spoke about when it came time to announce the liberation after 210 years in Egypt, after 86 years of enslavement? Where is that? Ko somar l'shalach am la'avdecha. Where's our liberation? We've been refugees for 2,000 years. Ve'hein ata yashvu bogdecha beveis v'udecha. This is literally talking about today. What do you hear coming out of Al-Aqsa? What do you hear coming out of the shrine of Omar? They're sitting there, and shagu torarecha, our oppressors are roaring bekerev moadecha. In the very place of the Beis Viud, the place of the Beis HaMikdash, what are they doing? Diatribes against us. Eko krisos chadashos brisos, beko amar kachatzos laila, the mofes ofsos. What was the code that was said? The commandment to bring the Korban Pesach, The korban that ultimately will liberate the Jews is the korban Pesach. It's taking that which they worship, showing that it's an animal like no other animal, taking its blood, putting it on the doorpost for all to see. Why does it have to be roasted? Because when you roast meat, the smell of roasted meat wafts through the air. It travels. It's not something that's limited to this particular jurisdiction or geographic location. The whole world knows what's going on. This is all the chizkuni. What does he say? Why is it you had to take it on the 10th? You have to tie it up to your property, inspect it for 4 days. What do you think the thing's going to be doing? Bah, 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 loud for 4 days. The whole neighborhood's going to hear it, okay? To show that this is nothing more than an animal. There has to be bittul avodah zarah. There has to be the nullification of superstition in the primitive notions of how the Egyptians worshipped. That has to be nullified in order for we to be worthy of liberation. And that's why the Korban Pesach is the act that liberated the Jews. And Moshe said, told Pharaoh that the firstborn will die kachatzos, around chatzos halayla. Really, it was exactly at chatzos halayla, ba, with a bays. Why did they say chaf? Because if the Egyptians were off on their timing system, they'll say, oh, you know, that wasn't from God. God said it was going to be a chatzos. So that way, if the Egyptians would make a mistake, he said kachatzos. But what happened? Ein bayis asher ein sham meis. There was no home in Egypt where there wasn't the loss of the firstborn. And by the way, what is the firstborn? Why was that the knockout punch? Why, from the start, when the fugitive returns, remember when Harrison Ford returned to the Chicago Hilton, the fugitive has come back to Chicago? What is that? Moshe Rabbeinu is coming back after all those decades. He's coming back from Saudi Arabia. What did it say? B'ni b'chori Yisrael. He says to the Pharaoh, my son, my firstborn child, the Jewish people. Well, there's a problem. We're not the Bechor. We come much later after the 70 nations. So why did he call the Jews the Bechor, the firstborn? And then he says, Hinei ano, if you don't let the Jews go, if you don't liberate the Jews, Hinei anochi horegis bechorecha. I'm going to execute your firstborn son. What's that? You couldn't have executed, we couldn't have died with Dever when everything else was dying. You know, there could have been many things that would have killed the Jews. Why is it specifically the Makos Bechoros? Why is that the knockout punch? So the answer is, there's a Mida Keneged Mida. Mitzrayim is not Egypt. Mitzrayim is the northern third of the African continent. Right? Mitzrayim is today's Libya, Sudan. It's the whole Nile River basin. It goes as far south as Black Africa. It goes all the way to Eritrea. That's how far south Mitzrayim goes. And what's Mitzrayim? It's the defining economy of the earth. Joseph created that. It's the defining military, the most dominant military on the earth. That's the technology of the wooden chariot. The way Mitzrayim went is the way the world would go. One man did not rule Mitzrayim. There's no way the Pharaoh can govern Egypt. It's too massive an empire. So what is it? Mitzrayim is this. It's run by a system called primogeniture. What's primogeniture? Firstborn. By the way, that's how was America settled? Primogeniture. Think about the United States. In New York State, you have a Rochester, a Utica, a Troy, an Albany. You notice in Pennsylvania, you have a Rochester, a Utica, a Troy, and Albany. In Ohio, you have a Rochester, a Utica, a Troy, and Albany. In Michigan, you have a Rochester, a Utica, a Troy, and Albany. In Illinois, you have a Rochester, a Troy, a Utica, and Albany. You notice I didn't say Bethlehem. Bethlehem was done because it's a religious, you know what I mean? We had Puritans, we had religious Protestants. They're going to name a town Jerusalem. They're going to name a town Hebron. They're going to name a town Bethlehem. I'm talking about, what about Rochester? Why is that? Because you know what happened? The oldest son, primogeniture, inherits the farm, inherits the blacksmith shop. And the second son and the third son and the daughters, go west, my child, go west. Go west, my child, go west. We say in Yiddish, vergornischt helfen, like a Teuten Bankes, you know, like it's like a leech trying to suck blood out of a dead body. There's nothing left. What's the point? It's all going to the firstborn. That's the one who's going to inherit the business. That's the one who's going to inherit whatever the business is, the farm, the industry, the government monopoly. And what did these people do? They went west to virgin territory. They went and developed new territory. What did they name the new territory? They named it after their nativity. They named it after their birthplace. So they called it Rochester because they came from Rochester. Then another generation went west. They named it Rochester because they came from Rochester. That's how America was settled. That is how we settled the whole center of the country, was through primogeniture. It didn't start with America. Primogeniture is something that exists historically. It existed in Mitzrayim. Who dominated the economy? Who dominated the society? Who dominated the world? Primogeniture, the firstborn. Because if you were given a government contract by the Pharaoh, your firstborn son got that contract. If you had a major agricultural facility on the Nile River, who got it? Your firstborn son. Who were the landowners? Who were the business owners? Who were the ones controlling the government contracts? Primogeniture. What I'm trying to say is, it wasn't just the Pharaoh alone who enslaved the Jews. There was a whole infrastructure. What was that infrastructure? The power base. What was the power base? Primogeniture, the Bechor. That's why Moshe is told, Hine anochi horegis bechorecha. Right from the start, the Pharaoh's told, this is what's going to liberate. This is what's going to be the liberator. Because it's going to take out the whole infrastructure. It's what Israel did with the leadership of Hezbollah. That happened in one moment with the leadership of Mitzrayim. It took Israel over a year to do it. Because the key of the pagers was what? The pagers they were shooting, technologically, there were airplanes overhead of Lebanon, above Lebanon. They knew where all these pagers were. They actually knew who some of the people were with the pagers because of what they were communicating and how they were talking to each other. So part of the reason they didn't do the pager operation right off the start is they would have intelligence of where they were, what they were doing, etc. And slowly but surely over the course of the year, one by one, they were taking it out until September and October of 24, when they took out everybody, and then they took out Nasrallah. But the point is, the leadership of Mitzrayim, they're the ones who are responsible for the enslavement of the Jews. Because they're the ones who controlled the slaves. They're the ones who owned the slaves. They're the ones who enforced the government decrees. That is the idea. What's B'ni B'chori Yisrael? What's the role of the firstborn? Think about it in all of our families. We were blessed with 7 children. The younger kids learn a lot more from their older siblings than they do from mom and dad, especially when mom and dad are a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? Sam is sitting there, he's got a smirk on his face. He knows those kids from when they were little kids. He knows them from LA and from Beverly Hills. The younger kids learn from the older kids. That's just how it is. The Bechor is the one who influences the other members of the family. And what the purpose of the Jews coming to Mitzrayim was, the great economy, the great society, Mitzrayim, the cutting-edge society of all of antiquities, was being given a gift, the Jews, so that the great society could also become the great moral society, the great ethical society, the great philosophical, theological society. That is the goal of the Jews. It would transform, because remember, what is Mitzrayim? It's Wimbledon Center Court. Serena doesn't play on the ancillary courts. She plays Center Court Arthur Ashe Stadium. Raphael plays Center Court Wimbledon, okay? That's what Mitzrayim was. And the way Mitzrayim went is the way the world went. It's the way that the world economy went, the world culture went. If the Jews could shape that, that was the gift that God was giving them. And Moshe was saying, you got one more chance. When he comes back, he said, God is giving you a last chance. But if you refuse, these are the consequences, measure for measure. You suppressed, you squelched my firstborn. You, the very people who squelched, who suppressed God's influencer meaning firstborn. It was the power base. It was the Egyptian firstborn. It was the Mitzri firstborn. And that's who will suffer. That's the Mida Keneged Mida. And that night, which will be a fulfillment of the Bris Bein Absarim exactly 400 years later, God does that. Doesn't delay. There's a time sensitivity, a time consciousness. Where is the time sensitivity? Where is the time consciousness that exists to us? It's been close to 2,000 years. Instead of our kachatzos halayla, our liberation, what do we have? Ve'ein ata luaku b'na'aleim lesos, samu osos, sam osos. This is quoting, again, the 74th Psalm. When our enemies came with those boots, think about the SS stormtrooper boots that come in, you know, you're supposed to take off your shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. It's supposed to be a place of sensitivity. And they destroy and they ruin everything. Eko mishma Moshe Allah kosomar linvas bayis mu'ula. What was the kosomar? Kosomar lebeis Yaakov. God tells Moshe, look, when you present it to the Jewish women, present it like this. To the men, you present it that way. To the kids, a different way. There's a sensitivity of how you communicate, how you teach, how you make Judaism come alive, how you make Judaism meaningful, how you instruct people in the derech. But what's happened now? There's no sensitivity now. What do we do? We're being disgraced. There's blasphemy. There's cursing. There's vexing. There's no sensitivity in how they're speaking. Eko siach shishim osios hakadumos. What are the 60 letters? Ko sevaruchu es b'nei Yisrael. You know what it's referring to? The shishim gebarim damos? What are the 60 letters? Birkas Kohanim has 60 letters. Yevarechecha Hashem v'yishmerecha, Yer Hashem panav elecha v'yichonecha, Yisad Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. So the first bracha is the providence that enables us to not only do well financially, physically, but also to maintain our wealth. The second is spiritual growth. Ya'er, from Or Torah, right? To learn, to be educated, to become engaged, thinking, thoughtful Jews. In the final bracha, Yisa Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. What shalom? Shleimut. You can be incredibly wealthy, you can be incredibly bright, if emotionally you're messed up, if emotionally you're fouled up, if emotionally you're not healthy, if you're psychologically not healthy, then none of it is worth anything. So you need emotional health, psychological health. That's shalem, shleimut. That's the hashgacha that enabled the Jews to succeed, to grow, to become spiritual people, to become thoughtful, thinking people, B'nai Torah, that enables us to lead a healthy life, healthy families, healthy communities. What's happened now? Ve'inata, asku redumos b'svach eitz kardumos. That's referring to the hatchets that were used to break open the Beis HaMikdash and destroy the whole source of that Or Torah, the Sanhedrin, the learned Kohanim, the whole models in foundations of our national health and our national education that is given to us through the 60 letters of the Birkas Kohanim. All of that is gone. Eko kichas levim, Eko patz lako ve'veracham kedoshecha. Think about Bilam. Instead of cursing the Jews, instead of finding their weaknesses, instead of being able to evoke the midas hadin, which would be objective justice and punishment to the Jews, just the opposite happened. Everything was turned into a blessing. Right? The Moabites were unable and unsuccessful to be able to undermine the Jews. Bilam was unable and unsuccessful. But when he returned after having the nevuah from God, he had to return to Balak melech Moab. V'chosedaber humar likdoshecha. His curse was turned into a blessing for the Jewish people, for the holy ones. But what's happened now? Just the opposite. Eko kichas levim shleimecha kosasa lehem letarim leveis olamecha. The whole infrastructure of education is predicated upon Shevet Levi. What's Shevet Levi? Not only will there be 48 cities throughout the length and breadth of Israel, but Kohanim and Leviim will live in every town, every village, so that we can have educators for our children. Educators not only for our children, but educators for adult education. When we come home from work at night, when we are on Shabbos, what's going to happen? It's not just going to be cholent and single malt scotch. It's not just going to be, a good cut of brisket or a nice Chateaubriand and a nice Cabernet Sauvignon. It's going to be a day of education, of enlightenment, of stimulation, of inspiration. And that's true in our evenings. That's true in our days off. That's true during the Shemitah year. So you have this whole system of Shevet Levi that we pay our taxes to, who in turn become educated, and then they educate us. They educate the whole basis of Western civilization is taken from the Kohanim and Leviim. We pay all this money for supposed to be educators, for people to educate American youth in the public schools and the state university system. Unfortunately, today we have a world of brainwashing. It's not education. We're going back to communist Russia right now, the way that many of the educators they think that these are Play-Doh and the putty that they can manipulate and brainwash these kids. They're not stimulating them, they're not challenging them, they're not educating them, they're not presenting facts and teaching them how to think critically. But that's what it's supposed to be, that's what it was. Where did that come from, that whole system of Western education? Straight out of Shevet Levi and straight out of the system of the Kahuna. And now the Leviim can't do their job because we're scattered all over the world. Because we're not on our land, we're not in our communities, we don't have the infrastructure that we need. And when we have to move because of anti-Semitism from place to place, you can't build that infrastructure. It takes a long time, it takes generations to have proper yeshivas and proper institutions and proper youth programming and proper youth groups and camps and everything else that you need to make it work. What time do you have? Okay, so we're going to stop here. I'll mention the last two is the ko that was said about Yericho, the very first city in Israel that came down, that nevuah. We didn't lose anyone in that battle. It was the hand of Hashgacha that enabled us to defeat our enemies and to live solidly in a place. And then the ko is Chuas Osar Asame Otsar. What's that referring to? That's what we said at the beginning. That's the language of Jewish destiny. That's the language in which the Nevi'im speak. That they're telling us about a great destiny that is going to encounter us, that we're about to face. And there's a nevuah that says, Ko Amar Hashem, it's from the first parak of Zechariah in particular, about the Messianic era. But when has that happened? It hasn't. We've been waiting 2,000 years, we plead with God. We beg God, please fulfill the ko. Where is this ko? Where is this sensitivity to time? Where is this sensitivity to each and every person? Where is the sensitivity to producing a nation while that nation's being slaughtered? We go through all of the kos. in the Chumash and the Navi. And we beg God to fulfill those codes. Let's turn to, because we've run out of time way too early. Mincha's at 3, and then we have the film about the 2 survivors of Chelmna, of Kumhof, which would be very fascinating at 4 o'clock. We're going to read Elation. Don't have time to analyze it this year. We did last year, each and every line. But the principle of Elation, this is not the last Kinnah. It's the last Kinnah we're saying for now. But by rights, when you look at what's befallen the Jewish nation, we should be mourning forever. When you think about what we've gone through in our lifetime, no less what happened in the previous generation, you don't stop. Can't stop, but you have to. Because ultimately we have to rebuild a people. Ultimately we have to lead a normal life. So this is not the end of the mourning. Elitio means Tzion, meaning we, the survivors, we, the continuity. You have to keep mourning. You can never, ever forget this. You can never, ever fail to appreciate what has been lost and what has been taken from us. How? Kimo isha b'tzireha. It's an acute, horrific pain. Childbirth without an epidural is the most acute pain. But at least after the acute pain of childbirth, there's a future. There's a new generation. There's a tomorrow. This, v'chivsula chagurasak al ba'al neureha. There's no happy ending after that acute, horrific pain. There's no birth of a child. There's no baby boy or baby girl. You know what this is like? We're like the person our whole life was yearning for the chasana, yearning to get married, yearning to build a life together with a partner. And then the partner drops dead at the night of the wedding. All you're left with, you don't have beautiful memories, you don't have all the warmth, nothing. An unfulfilled future. You have the acute, horrible, horrific pain and an unfulfilled future. And that is the pain that we feel. Elation v'areha kimo isha b'tzireha v'chivsula chagurasak al ba'al neureha alei armon asher nutash be'ashmatzon adareha v'al bias mechar fe'el b'soch mikdash chadareha alei galus mishar se'el mani meshir zimareha v'al damam asher shupach kemo meimei ye'oreha alei hegyon micholeha asher damam bi'areha ve'al va'ad asher shameim ubitul sanedreha. You know, the Vilna Gaon says, we say at the end of each Amidah, v'sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha. What does it have to do? Give us our chelek in your Torah. What does it have to do with the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash? Right? Yibana Beis HaMikdash b'meher v'yameinu v'sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha. As much as we learn, and we do an incredible job trying to learn and become thoughtful, educated Jews, when there is the Beis HaMikdash rebuilt, the Sanhedrin, the 3 national Sanhedrins there, the whole structure of Sanhedrins throughout the length and breadth of Israel, the learned Kohanim, when you have all the great Talmidei Chachamim working together in a modality of Hashras Hashchina, where there's a perceived presence of God, it's a quality of Torah that you can't imagine. Today, look, we don't know who our mother is. You have a Jewish woman gets married later in life, and she takes the egg cells from a Gentile woman. Who's the mother? Is it the biological, genetic mother that produced the egg? Or is it the incubator, the maturation mother, that the Jewish woman that and now the question is, can this little girl that's born, this baby girl, can she even date a Kohen or marry a Kohen? We have huge issues. End of life and death, right? Brain death. Or is it the cessation of heartbeat? If it's brain death, then every one of us has to do a halachic donor card. We've got to be saving each other's lives. If it's not, then the doctor who takes out our heart or takes out the kidney, well, the kidneys today you can take out, but takes out the liver or the heart or the lungs is a murderer. They're in violation of lo tirtzach. These are not small ramifications, they're huge ramifications. And we don't have a Sanhedrin to give us a clear psak, so we have a split amongst the Chachamim. That's the problem with Bitul Sanhedrin. The Torah we have, as beautiful as it is, it's not the Torah that we need. It's not the Torah that could be or that should be. Alei zivchei semideha ufidyonei v'choreha ve'al chilul kelei heichal u'mizbach ketoreha alei tafei milacheha b'nei David givireha ve'al yafyam asher chashach be'eis saruch isareha alei chavod asher gala be'eis charban devireha ve'al lochetz asher lachatz v'sam sakim chagoreha alei machatz v'rov makos asher huku nizireha ve'al niputz elei sela olaleha niara. That verse we observed, tragically, we relive that again on October 7th. The number of children that they crushed their skulls, that they cook and they club to death. We thought we'd never see that again after the Shoah. And we relive that in 23. Alei simchas oiveha besachkam al shvareha ve'al linui b'nei chorin nediveha tehoreha alei fesha asher afsa Selo derech ashureha ve'al tzivos kehaleha shezufeha shechoreha alei kolos mecharfeha be'eis rabu figareha ve'al rikshas migadfeha besoch mishkan chatzereha alei shimcha asher chulal befi kamei mitzereha ve'al tachan yitzav kulach kishov ushma amareha elei tzion v'yareha kemo isha b'tzireha v'chiv sulach hagur asak al ba'al ne'um